Welcome to the 2020 University of Iowa Homerathon. This is a marvelous annual tradition on a number of fronts. It's a celebration of the liberal arts and ancient classical literature. It reflects the original way such works were encountered in the ancient world in the oral tradition. And it's a tremendous public engagement event, bringing the learning and inspiration of our classics department to our community at large. I'd like to thank all the sponsors and organizers of this event. Eta Sigma Phi, the Classics Undergraduate Honor Society, thank you. And the Department of Classics, one of the 4 original departments established when the University of Iowa was founded in 1847. Thank you. This year's reading of Homer's Odyssey is obviously unique in that the 2020 Homerathon is virtual. But the benefits of this great event remain the same. By hearing these classical stories, we learn how we became who we are and what it means to be human, the ultimate goal of the humanities and the liberal arts. The mission of the Homerathon is to encourage the campus and greater community to experience these works as originally intended, by hearing them recited out loud and by experiencing them as a community. Since Homer's works touch all of us, we are pleased that so many members of our campus and the Iowa City area community at large will be joining us online as readers and audience members. Thank you once again to the Department of Classics for all they do for our students, for our community, and for the University of Iowa. Thank you also to the students of Eta Sigma Phi for their talent and their tremendous work in helping organize this event. And thanks to all of you from across the campus and throughout the community who are joining us to bring Homer's great epic to life. Enjoy. The Boy and the Goddess. Tell me about a complicated man. Muse, tell me how he wandered and was lost when he had wrecked the holy town of Troy, and where he went and who he met, the pain he suffered in the storms at sea, and how he worked to save his life and bring his men back home. He failed to keep them safe, poor fools. They ate the sun god's cattle, and the god kept them from home. Now, goddess, child of Zeus, tell the old story for our modern times. Find the beginning. All the other Greeks who had survived the brutal sack of Troy sailed safely home to their own wives, except this man alone. Calypso, a great goddess, had trapped him in her cave. She'd wanted him to be her husband. When the year rolled around, in which the gods decreed he should go home to Ithaca, his troubles still went on. The man was friendless. All the gods took pity, except Poseidon's anger never ended until Odysseus was back at home. But now the distant Ethiopians who lived between the sunset and the dawn were worshiping the sea god with a feast, 100 cattle and 100 rams. There sat the god, delighting in his banquet. The other gods were gathered on Olympus in Father Zeus's palace. He was thinking of fine, well-born Aegisthus, who was killed on Agamemnon's famous son Orestes, who told the deathless gods, and I quote, "This is absurd that mortals blame the gods. They say we cause their suffering, but they themselves increase it by folly." So Aegisthus overstepped. He took the legal wife of Agamemnon, then killed the husband when he came back home, although he knew that it would doom them all. We gods had warned Aegisthus. We sat down perceptive Hermes, who flashed into sight, and told him not to murder Agamemnon or court his wife. Orestes would grow up and come back to his home to take revenge. Aegisthus would not hear that good advice, but now his death had paid all debts.
Athena looked at him steadily and answered, "Father, he did deserve to die. Bring death to all who act like him. But I am agonizing about Odysseus and his bad luck. For too long he has suffered, with no friends. Sea all around him, sea on every side. Out on an island where a goddess lives, daughter of fearful Atlas, who holds up the pillars of the sea and knows its depths. Those pillars keep the heaven and earth apart. His daughter holds that poor unhappy man, and tries beguiling him with gentle words to cease all thoughts of Ithaca. But he longs to see even just the smoke that rises from his own homeland, and he wants to die. You do not even care, Olympian. Remember how he sacrificed to you on the broad plain of Troy beside his ships. So why do you dismiss Odysseus?" "Daughter," the cloud god said, "you must be joking, since how could I forget Odysseus? He is more sensible than other humans and makes more sacrifices to the gods. But Lord Poseidon rages unrelenting, because Odysseus destroyed the eye of godlike Polyphemus, his own son, the strongest of the Cyclopes, whose mother Thoosa is a sea nymph, child of Phorcys, the sea king, and she lay beside Poseidon inside a hollow cave. So now Poseidon prevents Odysseus from reaching home, but does not kill him. Come then, we must plan. How can he get back home? Poseidon must give up his anger, since he cannot fight alone against the will of all the gods." Athena's eyes lit up, and she replied, "Great Father, if the blessed gods at last will let Odysseus return back home, then hurry. We must send our messenger, Hermes the giant slayer. He must swoop down to Ogygia right away and tell the beautiful Calypso we have formed a firm decision that Odysseus has waited long enough. He must go home. And I will go to Ithaca to rouse the courage of his son and make him call a meeting and speak out against the suitors who kill his flocks of sheep and longhorn cattle unstoppably. Then I will send him off to Pylos and to Sparta to seek news about his father's journey home and gain a noble reputation for himself." With that, she tied her sandals on her feet, the marvelous golden sandals that she wears to travel sea and land as fast as wind. She took the heavy bronze-tipped spear she uses to tame the ranks of warriors with whom she is enraged. Then from the mountain down she sped to Ithaca and stopped outside Odysseus's court, bronze spear in hand. She looked like Mentes now, the Taphian leader, a guest friend. There she found the lordly suitors sitting on hides. They killed the cows themselves and playing checkers. Quick, attentive house slaves were waiting on them. Some were mixing wine with water in the bowls, and others brought the tables out and wiped them off with sponges, and others carved up heaping plates of meat. Telemachus was sitting with them, feeling dejected. In his mind, he saw his father coming from somewhere, scattering the suitors, and gaining back his honor and control of all his property. With this in mind, he was the first to see Athena there. He disapproved of leaving strangers stranded, so he went straight to meet her at the gate and shook her hand and took her spear of bronze and let his words fly out to her. "Good evening, stranger, and welcome. Be our guest, come share our dinner, and then tell us what you need." He led her in, and Pallas followed him. Inside the high-roofed hall, he set her spear beside a pillar in a polished stand, in which Odysseus kept stores of weapons. And then he led her to a chair and spread a smooth embroidered cloth across the seat and pulled a footstool up to it. He sat beside her on a chair of inlaid wood, a distance from the suitors, so their shouting would not upset the stranger during dinner. Also, to ask about his absent father. A girl brought washing water in a jug of gold and poured it on their hands and into a silver bowl and set a table by them. A deferential slave brought bread and laid a wide array of food, a generous spread. The carver set beside them plates of meat of every kind and gave them golden cups. The cup boy kept on topping up the wine. The suitors sauntered in and sat on chairs, observing proper order, and the slaves poured water on their hands. The house girls brought baskets of bread and heaped it up beside them, and houseboys filled their wine bowls up with drink. They reached to take the good things set before them. Once they were satisfied with food and drink, the suitors turned their minds to other things, singing and dancing, glories of the feast. A slave brought out a well-tuned lyre and gave it to Phemius, the man the suitors forced to sing for them. He struck the chords to start his lovely song.
Then Telemachus spoke to bright-eyed Athena, his head close to hers, so the others could not hear. My friend, will you be angered at what I say? These men amuse themselves with music and song, freely, since they consume another's wealth without repayment, one whose white bones are tumbling in the waves, or rotting in the rain on some far shore. If they saw him here in Ithaca, they would pray for swifter feet rather than rich clothes and gold. But now he is dead of an evil fate, and we have no comfort, even if someone on earth were to claim he would return. The day he could is past. But tell me this, and speak truly. Who are you, and where do you come from? What city is yours? Who are your parents? What kind of vessel brought you, and whom do the sailors say they were? And how did they land you on Ithaca? For I doubt you came on foot. And tell me this too. Is this truly your first visit here? Or are you a friend of my father's? Many are those who entered our house as guests, for he too traveled widely among men. Then the goddess, bright-eyed Athena, answered, Well, I will tell you all openly. I am Mentes, wise, and Chylus's son, lord of the sea-going Taphians. Now, as you see, with my ship and crew I beach here, in my journey over the wine-dark sea to foreign-speaking Temesee, trading for copper and carrying glittering iron. My ship lies over there, away from the city, next to open land, in Rhytron harbor, and below woody Neon. Let us call each other friend, as our fathers did, friends of old. Go and ask that old hero Laertes, if you like, who no longer comes to the palace, they say, but endures his sorrows far off in the fields, with an aged woman for a servant, who serves his food and drink when weariness grips his limbs, as he toils among the slopes of his vineyard. I came because men said that Odysseus was here among his people, but the gods seem to have prevented his returning, since he has not vanished from the earth yet. I imagine he's alive and a prisoner on some island in the wide sea, held by cruel and savage folk, who keep him there by force. Though I am no seer, nor trained in augury, I will prophesy to you what the immortal gods put in my mind, and what I believe will be. Though iron shackles hold him, he will not be kept from his own land much longer. A man of many resources, he will find a way to return. But tell me truly if you, tall as you are really Odysseus's son. Your head and your fine eyes are amazingly like him, for we were often together before he set out for Troy, where the bravest of the Argives sailed in their hollow ships. But I have never seen Odysseus since that day, nor he me. Wise Telemachus answered, I will speak honestly. My mother says I am his son, but I do not know, for none can be certain of his own parentage. If only I had been the son of some lucky man who spent old age among his own possessions. As it is, they say, since you ask, that I am born of the unluckiest of mortal men. Then the goddess, bright-eyed Athena, replied, Yet, with Penelope for your mother, the gods have ensured your line will not be unknown. But tell me, in truth, what is this feast, these folk? Why is this needed? Is it a banquet or a wedding celebration? It's clearly not one where each brings his own provisions, since imperiously, insolently, they feast in your house. Any man of sense who mixed with them would be angered at the sight of these shameful actions. Then wise Telemachus answered, Stranger, since you ask the question, our house once seemed made for wealth and honor when Odysseus was with his people, but the gods have willed otherwise since then with their dark designs, for unlike other men, they have made him vanish. If he had been killed among his friends at Troy, or died in the arms of friends with the war ended, his death itself would grieve me less. Then the Achaean host would have built his tomb, and he would have won a fine name for his son to inherit. In fact, the Harpies have snatched him, without trace. He is beyond sight and hearing, and leaves me in sorrow and tears. Nor do I sigh and groan for him alone, for the gods have granted me other painful troubles. All the princes who rule the islands, Dulichium, Same, and wooded Zacynthus, and all the lords of rocky Ithaca, court my mother and consume my wealth with their feasts. Soon they will destroy me too.
Athena said in outrage, "This is monstrous. You need Odysseus to come back home and lay his hands on all those shameless suitors. If only he would come here now and stand right at the gates with 2 spears in his hands, in shield and helmet, as when I first saw him. Odysseus was visiting our house, drinking and having fun on his way back from sailing in swift ships to Ephyra to visit Ilus. He had gone there looking for deadly poison to anoint his arrows. Ilus refused because he feared the gods. My father gave Odysseus the poison, loving him blindly. May Odysseus come meet the suitors with that urge to kill, a bitter courtship and short life for them. But whether he comes home to take revenge or not is with the gods. You must consider how best to drive these suitors from your house. Come, listen carefully to what I say. Tomorrow call the Achaean chiefs to meeting, and tell the suitors, let the gods be witness. All of you, go away, to your own homes. As for your mother, if she wants to marry, let her return to her great father's home. They will make her a wedding and prepare abundant gifts to show her father's love. Now here is some advice from me for you. Fit out a ship with 20 oars, the best, and go out about your long-lost father. Someone may tell you news, or you may hear a voice from Zeus, best source of information. First go to Pylos. Question God like Nestor. From there, to Sparta. Visit Menelaus. He came home last of all the Achaean heroes. If you should hear that he is still alive and coming home, put up with this abuse for 1 more year. But if you hear that he is dead, go home and build a tomb for him, and hold a lavish funeral to show the honor he deserves, and give your mother in marriage to a man. When this is done, consider deeply how you might be able to kill the suitors in your halls, by tricks or openly. You must not stick to childhood. You are no longer just a little boy. But you surely heard how everybody praised Orestes when he killed the man who killed his famous father, Devious Aegisthus. Dear boy, I see how big and tall you are. Be brave, and win yourself a lasting name. But I must go now on my speedy ship. My friends are getting tired of waiting for me. Remember what I said and heed my words." Telemachus was brooding on her words, and said, "Dear guest, you were so kind to give me this fatherly advice. I will remember. I know that you are eager to be off, but please enjoy a bath before you go, and take a gift with you. I want to give you a precious, pretty treasure as a keepsake to mark our special friendship." But the goddess Athena met his gaze and said, "Do not hold me back now. I must be on my way. As for the gift you feel inspired to give me, save it for when I come on my way home, and let me give you presents then as well, in fair exchange." With that, the owl-eyed goddess flew away like a bird, up through the smoke. She left him feeling braver, more determined, and with his father even more in mind. Watching her go, he was amazed and saw she was a god. Then, godlike, he went off to meet the suitors. They were sitting calmly, listening to the poet, who sang how Athena cursed the journey of the Greeks as they were sailing home from Troy. Upstairs, Penelope had heard that the marvelous song. She clambered down the steep steps of her house, and not by herself. 2 slave girls came with her. She reached the suitors looking like a goddess, then stopped and stood beside a sturdy pillar, holding a gauzy veil before her face. Her slave girls stood, one on each side of her. In tears she told the holy singer, "Stop, please, Phemius. You know so many songs, enchanting tales of things that gods and men have done, the deeds that singers publicize. Sing something else, and let them drink in peace. Stop this upsetting song that always breaks my heart, so I can hardly bear my grief. I miss him all the time, that man, my husband, whose story was so famous throughout Greece. So when Telemachus said, Mother, no, you must not criticize the loyal bard for singing as it pleases him to sing. Poets are not to blame for how things are. Zeus is. He gives to each as is his will. Do not blame Phemius because he told about the Greek disasters. You must know the newest song is always praised the most. So steel your heart and listen to the song. Odysseus was not the only one who did not come back home again from Troy. Many were lost. Go in and do your work. Stick to the loom and the distaff. Tell your slaves to do their chores as well. It is for men to talk, especially me. I am the master.
That startled her. She went back to her room and took her son's uneasy words to heart. She went upstairs along with both her slaves and wept there for her dear Odysseus until Athena gave her eyes sweet sleep. Throughout the shadowy halls the suitors clamored, praying to lie beside her in her bed. Telemachus inhaled, then started speaking.
You suitors, you are taking this too far. Let us enjoy the feast in peace. It is a lovely thing to listen to a bard, especially one with such a godlike voice. At dawn, let us assemble in the square. I have to tell you this, it is an order. You have to leave my hall, go dine elsewhere. Eat your own food, or share between your houses. Or, if you think it easier and better to ruin one man's wealth, and if you think that you can get away with it, go on. I call upon the gods. Zeus will grant vengeance, and you will be punished and destroyed right here.
He spoke, and they began to bite their lips, shocked that Telemachus would dare to speak so boldly.
Telemachus, the gods themselves have taught you such pride to talk so big and brash in public. May Zeus, the son of Cronos, never grant you true inheritance, which is the throne of Ithaca.
His mind alert and focused, Telemachus replied,
Antinomus, you will not like this, but I have to say it. I hope Zeus does give me the throne. Do you deny it is an honorable thing to be a king? It brings the household wealth and honor to the man. But there are many other great chiefs in sea-girt Ithaca, both old and young. I know that. One of them may seize the throne, now that Odysseus has died. But I shall be at least lord of my own house and of the slaves that he seized for my benefit.
Eurymachus replied,
Telemachus, the gods must choose which of us will be king of Ithaca. But still, I hope you keep your own possessions and rule your house. May no man drive you out and seize your wealth while Ithaca survives. Now, friend, I want to ask about the stranger. Where was he from? What country? Did he say? Where is his place of birth, his native soil? Does he bring news your father will come home? Or did he come here for some other purpose? How suddenly he darted off, not waiting for us to meet him. Yes, he looked important.
the boy said soberly.
Eurymachus, my father is not ever coming home. I do not listen to any gossip or forecast from the psychics whom my mother invites to visit us. The stranger was my father's guest friend, Mentes, son of wise Anchialus, who rules the Typhaeans, the people of the Ore.
These were his words, but in his mind he knew she was a god. They danced to music and enjoyed themselves till evening, then they went back home to sleep. Telemachus's bedroom had been built above the courtyard, so it had a view. He went upstairs, preoccupied by thought. A loyal slave went with him, Eurycleia, daughter of Ops. She brought the burning torches. Laertes bought her many years before, when she was very young, for 20 oxen. He gave her status in the household equal to his own wife, but never slept with her, avoiding bitter feelings in his marriage. She brought the torches now. She was the slave who loved him most, since she had cared for him when he was tiny. Entering the room, he sat down on the bed, took off his tunic, and gave it to the vigilant old woman. She smoothed it out and folded it, then hung it on a hook beside his wooden bed and left the room. She used the silver latch to close the door. The strap pulled the bolt tight. He slept the night there, wrapped in woolen blankets, planning the journey told him by Athena.
When young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, the true son of Odysseus sprang from bed and dressed. Over his shoulder he slung his well-honed sword, fastened rawhide sandals under his smooth feet, and stepped from his bedroom, handsome as a god. At once he ordered heralds to cry out, loud and clear, and summoned the flowing-haired Achaeans to full assembly. Their cries rang out. The people filed in quickly. When they grouped, crowding the meeting grounds, Telemachus strode in too, a bronze spear in his grip, and not alone. 2 sleek hounds went trotting at his heels. And Athena lavished a marvelous splendor on the prince, so the people all gazed in wonder as he came forward, the elders making way as he took his father's seat. The first to speak was an old lord, Aegyptius, stooped with age, who knew the world by heart, for one dear son had sailed with King Odysseus, bound in the hollow ships to the stallion land of Troy, the spearman Antiphus. But the brutal Cyclops killed him. Trapped in his vaulted cave, the last man the monster ate. 3 other sons he had, one who mixed with the suitors, Eurynomus, and 2 kept working their father's farms. Still he never forgot the soldier, desolate in his grief. In tears for the son he lost, he rose and said among them, "Hear me, men of Ithaca, hear what I have to say. Not once have we held assembly, met in session, since King Odysseus sailed away in the hollow ships. Who has summoned us now? One of the young men? One of the old-timers? What crisis spurs him on? Some news he's heard of an army on the march, word he's caught first-hand so he can warn us now. Or some other public matter he'll disclose and argue. He's a brave man, I'd say. God be with him, too. May Zeus speed him on to a happy end, whatever his heart desires." Winning words with a lucky ring, Odysseus' son rejoiced. The boy could sit no longer. Fired up to speak, he took his stand among the gathered men. The herald Pisanor, skilled in customs ways, put the staff in his hand, and then the prince, addressing old Aegyptius first, led off with, "Sir, that man is not far off. You'll soon see for yourself. I was the one who called us all together. Something wounds me deeply. Not news I've heard of an army on the march, word I've caught first-hand so I can warn you now, or some other public matter I'll disclose and argue. No, the crisis is my own. Trouble has struck my house, a double blow. First, I have lost my noble father, who ruled among you years ago, each of you here, and kindly as a father to his children. But now this. A worse disaster that soon will grind my house down, ruin it all, and all my worldly goods in the bargain. Suitors plague my mother against her will, sons of the very men who are your finest here. They'd sooner die than approach her father's house, so Icarius himself might see to his daughter's bridal. Hand her to whom he likes, whoever meets his fancy. Not they. They infest our palace day and night. They butcher our cattle, our sheep, our fat goats, feasting themselves sick, swilling our glowing wine as if there's no tomorrow. All of it squandered. Now we have no man like Odysseus in command to drive this curse from the house. We ourselves, we're hardly the ones to fight them off. All we do is parade our wretched weakness. A boy inept at battle. Oh, I'd swing to attack if I had the power in me. By God, it's intolerable what they do. Disgrace, my house a shambles. You should be ashamed yourselves, mortified, in the face of neighbors living round about. Fear the gods' wrath, before they wheel in outrage and make these crimes recoil on your heads. I beg you, Olympian Zeus, by Themis too, who sets assemblies free and calls us into session. Stop, my friends. Leave me alone to pine away in anguish. Unless, of course, you think my noble father Odysseus did the Achaean army damage, deliberate harm, and to pay me back you do me harm, deliberately, setting these parasites against me. Better for me if you were devouring all my treasure, all my cattle. If you were the ones, we'd make amends in no time. We'd approach you for reparations round the town, demanding our goods till you'd return the lot. But now, look, you load my heart with grief. There's nothing I can do. Filled with anger, down on the ground he dashed the speaker's scepter, bursting into tears. Pity seized the assembly. All just sat there silent. No one had the heart to reply with harshness. Only Antinous, who found in it himself to say, "So high and mighty, Telemachus, such unbridled rage. Well now, fling your accusations at us? Think to pin the blame on us? You think again. It's not the suitors here who deserve the blame. It's your own dear mother, the matchless queen of cunning. Look here, for 3 years now, getting on to 4, she's played it fast and loose with all our hearts, building each man's hopes, dangling promises, dropping hints to each, but all the while with something else in mind. This was her latest masterpiece of guile. She set up a great loom in the royal halls, and she began to weave, and the weaving fine spun, the yarns endless, and she would lead us on. Young men, my suitors, now that King Odysseus is no more, go slowly, keen as you are to marry me, until I can finish off this web. So my weaving won't all fray and come to nothing. This is a shroud for old Lord Laertes, for that day when the deadly fate that lays us out at last will take him down. I dread the shame my countrywomen would heap upon me, yes, if a man of such wealth should lie in a state without a shroud for cover.
Her very words, and despite our pride and passion we believed her. So by day she'd weave at her great and growing web. By night, by the light of torches set beside her, she would unravel all she'd done. 3 whole years she deceived us blind, seduced us with this scheme. Then, when the wheeling seasons brought the 4th year on, one of her women, in on the queen's secret, told the truth, and we caught her in the act, unweaving her gorgeous web. So she finished it off, against her will. We forced her. Now, Telemachus, here is how the suitors answer you. You burn it in your mind, you and all our people. Send your mother back. Direct her to marry whomever her father picks, whoever pleases her. So long as she persists in tormenting us, quick to exploit the gifts Athena gave her, a skilled hand for elegant work, a fine mind, and subtle wiles too. We've never heard the like, not even an old story sung of all Achaea's well-coiffed queens, who graced the years gone by. Mycenae crowded with garlands, Tyro and Alcmena. Not one could equal Penelope for intrigue. But in this case she intrigued beyond all limits. So we will devour your worldly goods and wealth, as long as she holds out, holds to that course the gods have charted deep inside her heart. Great renown she wins for herself, no doubt, great loss for you in treasure. We'll not go back to our old estates, or leave for other parts, not till she weds the Argive man she fancies. But with calm good sense Telemachus replied, Antinous, how can I drive my mother from our house against her will, the one who bore me, reared me too? My father is worlds away, dead or alive, who knows? Imagine the high price I'd have to pay Icarius, if all on my own I send my mother home. Oh, what I would suffer from her father! And some dark god would hurt me even more, when mother, leaving her own house behind, calls down her withering furies on my head. And our people's cries of shame would hound my heels. I will never issue that ultimatum to my mother. And you, if you have any shame in your own hearts, you must leave my palace. See to your feasting elsewhere, devour your own possessions, house to house by turns. But if you decide the fare is better, richer here, destroying one man's goods and going scot-free, all right then, carve away. But I'll cry out to the everlasting gods in hopes that Zeus will pay you back with a vengeance. All of you destroyed in my house while I go scot-free myself. And to seal his prayer, far-seeing Zeus sent down a sign. He launched 2 eagles, soaring high from a mountain ridge, and down they glided, borne on the wind's draft a moment, wing to wingtip, pinions straining taut, till just above the assembly's throbbing hum they whirled. Suddenly, wings thrashing, wild onslaught of wings and banking down at the crowd's heads, a glaring, fatal sign. Talons slashing each other, tearing cheeks and throats, they swooped away on the right through homes and city. All were dumbstruck, watching the eagles trail from sight. People brooding, deeply, what might come to pass. Until the old warrior Halitherses, Mastor's son, broke the silence for them. The one who outperformed all men of his time at reading bird signs, sounding out the omens, rose and spoke, distraught for each man there. Hear me, men of Ithaca, hear what I have to say. Though my revelations strike the suitors first of all, a great disaster is rolling like a breaker towards their heads. Clearly Odysseus won't be far from loved ones any longer. Now, right now, he's somewhere near, I tell you, breeding bloody death for all those suitors here. Pains aplenty, too, for all the rest of us who live in Ithaca's sunlit air. Long before that, we must put heads together, find some way to stop these men, or let them stop themselves. Better for them that way, by far. I myself am no stranger to prophecy. I can see it now. Odysseus, all is working out for him, I say. just as I said it would that day the Argives sailed for Troy, and the mastermind of battle boarded with them. I said then, after many blows, and all his shipmates lost, after 20 years had wheeled by, he would come home, unrecognized by all. And now, look, it all comes to pass.
Stop, old man. Eurymachus, Polybus's son, rose up to take him on. Go home and babble your omens to your children. Save them from some catastrophe coming soon. I'm a better hand than you at reading portents. Flocks of birds go fluttering under the sun's rays. Not all are fraught with meaning. Odysseus? He's dead now, far from home. Would to God that you'd died with him too. We'd have escaped your droning prophecies then, and the way you've loosed the dogs of this boy's anger, your eyes peeled for a house gift he might give you. Here's my prophecy, bound to come to pass. If you old codger, wise as the ages, talk him round, incite the boy to riot, he'll be the first to suffer, let me tell you. And you, old man, we'll clap some fine on you you'll weep to pay, a fine to crush your spirit. Telemachus? Here in front of you all, here's my advice for him. Let him urge his mother back to her father's house. Her kin will arrange the wedding, provide the gifts, the array that goes with a daughter dearly loved. Not till then, I'd say, will the island princes quit their taxing courtship. Who's there to fear, I ask you? Surely not Telemachus, with all his tiresome threats. Nor do we balk, old man, at the prophecies you mouth. They'll come to grief, they'll make us hate you more. The prince's wealth will be devoured as always, mercilessly, no reparations ever. Not while the queen drags out our hopes to wed her, waiting, day after day, all of us striving hard to win one matchless beauty, never courting others, bevies of brides who'd suit each noble here. Telemachus answered, firm in his resolve. Eurymachus, the rest of you fine, brazen suitors, I have done with appeals to you about these matters. I'll say no more. The gods know how things stand, and so do all the Achaeans. And now all I ask is a good, swift ship and a crew of 20 men to speed me through my passage out and back. I'm sailing off to Sparta, sandy Pylos too, for news of my long-lost father's journey home. Someone may tell me something, or I may catch a rumor straight from Zeus. Rumor that carries news to men like nothing else. Now, if I hear my father's alive and heading home, hard-pressed as I am, I'll brave out one more year. If I hear he's dead, no longer among the living, then back I'll come to the native land I love, raise his grave mound, build his honors high with the full funeral rites that he deserves, and give my mother to another husband. A declaration, and the prince sat down as Mentor took the floor. Odysseus's friend in arms, to whom the king, sailing off to Troy, committed his household, ordering one and all to obey the old man, and he would keep things steadfast and secure. With deep concern for the realm, he rose and warned, hear me, men of Ithaca, hear what I have to say. Never let any sceptered king be kind and gentle now, not with all his heart, or set his mind on justice, no. Let him be cruel and always practice outrage. Think, not one of the people whom he ruled remembers Odysseus now, that godlike man, and kindly as a father to his children. I don't grudge these arrogant suitors for a moment, weaving their violent work with their wicked hearts. They lay their lives on the line when they consume Odysseus's worldly goods, blind in their violence, telling themselves that he'll come home no more. But the rest of you, how you rouse my fury. Sitting there in silence, never a word put forth to curb these suitors, paltry few as they are, and you so many. Mentor, you and our son Leocritus rounded on him, shouting, rabble-rousing fool, now what's this talk? Goading them on to try and hold us back. It's uphill work, I warn you, fighting a force like ours for just a meal. Even if Odysseus of Ithaca did arrive in person to find us well-bred suitors feasting in his halls, and the man were hell-bent on routing us from the palace, little joy would his wife derive from his return for all her yearning. Here on the spot, he'd meet a humiliating end if he fought against such odds. You're talking nonsense, idiocy, no more. Come, dissolve the assembly. Each man return to his holdings. Mentor and Halithernes can speed our young prince on, his father's doddering friend since time began. He'll sit tight a good long while, I trust, scrabbling for news right here in Ithaca. He'll never make that trip. This broke up the assembly, keen to leave. The people scattered quickly, each to his own house, while the suitors strolled back to King Odysseus's palace. Telemachus, walking the beach now, far from others, washed his hands in the foaming surf and prayed to Pallas. Dear God, hear me. Yesterday you came to my house. You told me to ship out on the misty sea and learn if father, gone so long, is ever coming home. Look how my countrymen, the suitors most of all, the pernicious bullies, foil each move I make.
Athena came to his prayer from close at hand, for all the world with Mentor's build and voice, and she urged him on with winging words. Telemachus, you'll lack neither courage nor sense from this day on, not if your father's spirit courses through your veins. Now there was a man, I'd say, in words and action both. So how can your journey end in shipwreck or defeat? Only if you were not his stock, Penelope's too, then I'd fear your hopes might come to grief. Few sons are the equals of their fathers, most fall short, all too few surpass them. But you, brave and adept, from this day on, Odysseus' cunning is hardly given out in you. There's every hope that you will reach your goal. Put them out of your mind, these suitors' schemes and plots. They're madmen, not a shred of sense or decency in the crowd. Nor can they glimpse the death and black doom hovering just at their heads to crush them all in one short day. But you, the journey that stirs you now, is not far off. Not with the likes of me, your father's friend and yours, to rig you a swift ship and be your shipmate too. Now home you go, and mix with the suitors there. But get your rations ready. Pack them all in vessels, the wine in jars, and barley meal, the marrow of men's bones, in durable skins, while I make rounds in town and quickly enlist your crew of volunteers. Lots of ships in seagirt Ithaca, old and new. I'll look them over, choose the best in sight, we'll fit her out and launch her into the sea at once. And so Athena, daughter of Zeus, assured him. No lingering now. He heard the goddess's voice. But back he went to his house with aching heart, and there at the palace found the brazen suitors skinning goats in the courtyard, singeing pigs for roasting. Antinous, smiling warmly, sauntered up to the prince, grasped his hand and coaxed him, savoring his name. Telemachus, my high and mighty fierce young friend. No more nursing those violent words and actions now. Come, eat and drink with us, just like the old days. Whatever you want, our people will provide. A ship and a picked crew to speed you to holy Pylos, out for the news about your noble father. But self-possessed Telemachus drew the line. Antinous, now how could I dine with you in peace and take my pleasure? You ruffians carousing here, isn't it quite enough that you, my mother's suitors, have ravaged it all, my very best, these many years, while I was still a boy? But now that I'm full grown and can hear the truth from others, absorb it too, now, yes, that the anger seethes inside me, I'll stop at nothing to hurl destruction at your heads, whether I go to Pylos or sit tight here at home. But the trip I speak of will not end in failure. Go I will, as a passenger, nothing more, since I don't seem to command my own crew. That, I'm sure, is the way that suits you best. With this, he nonchalantly drew his hand from Antinous' hand, while the suitors, busy feasting in the halls, mocked and taunted him, flinging insults now. God help us, one young buck kept shouting. He wants to slaughter us all. He's off to sandy Pylos to hire cutthroats. Even Sparta, perhaps, so hot to have our heads. Why, he'd rove as far as Ephyra's dark rich soil, and run back home with lethal poison, slip it into the bowl, and wipe us out with drink. Who knows, another young blade up and ventured. Off in that hollow ship of his, he might just drown, far from his friends, a drifter, like his father. What a bore! He'd double our work for us, splitting up his goods, parceling out his house to his mother and the man who weds the queen. So they scoffed. But Telemachus headed down to his father's storeroom, broad and vaulted, piled high with gold and bronze, chests packed with clothing, vats of redolent oil. And there, standing in close ranks against the wall, were jars of seasoned, mellow wine, holding the drink unmixed inside them, fit for a god, waiting the day Odysseus, worn by hardship, might come home again. Doors, snugly fitted, doubly hung, were bolted shut, and a housekeeper was in charge by night and day, her care, her vigilance guarding all those treasures. Eurycleia, the daughter of Ops, Pisenor's son. Telemachus called her into the storeroom. "Come, nurse, draw me off some wine in smaller traveling jars, mellow, the finest vintage you've been keeping, next to what you reserve for our unlucky king, in case Odysseus might drop in from the blue and cheat the deadly spirits. Make it home. Fill me an even dozen, seal them tightly. Pour me barley in well-stitched leather bags, 20 measures of meal, your stone-ground best, but no one else must know. These rations now, put them all together. I'll pick them up myself, toward evening, just about the time that Mother climbs to her room and thinks of turning in. I'm sailing off to Sparta, sandy Pylos too, for news of my dear father's journey home. Perhaps I'll catch some rumor."
A wail of grief, and his fond old nurse burst out in protest, sobbing. "Why, dear child, what craziness got into your head? Why bent on rambling over the face of the earth? A darling only son, your father is worlds away, God's own Odysseus, dead in some strange land. And these brutes here, just wait. The moment you're gone, they'll all be scheming against you. Kill you by guile, they will, and carve your birthright up in pieces. No, sit tight here, guard your own things here. Don't go roving over the barren salt sea, no need to suffer so." "Courage, old woman," thoughtful Telemachus tried to reassure her. "There's a god who made this plan. But swear you won't say anything to my mother. Not till 10 or a dozen days have passed, or she misses me herself and learns I'm gone. She mustn't mar her lovely face with tears." The old one swore a solemn oath to the gods, and vowing she would never breathe a word, quickly drew off wine in 2-eared jars and poured barley in well-stitched leather bags. Telemachus returned to the hall and joined the suitors. Then bright-eyed Pallas thought of one more step. Disguised as the prince, the goddess roamed through town, pausing beside each likely crewman, giving orders. "Gather beside our ship at nightfall. Be there." She asked Noemon, Phronius' generous son, to lend her a swift ship. He gladly volunteered. The sun sank and the roads of the world grew dark. Now the goddess hauled the swift ship down to the water, stowed in her all the tackle well-rigged vessels carry, moored her well away at the harbor's very mouth, and once the crew had gathered, rallying round, she heartened every man. Then bright-eyed Pallas thought of one more last thing. Back she went to King Odysseus' halls, and there she showered sweet oblivion over the suitors, dazing them as they drank, knocking cups from hands. No more loitering now, their eyes weighed down with sleep, they rose and groped through town to find their beds. But calling the prince outside his timbered halls, taking the build and voice of Mentor once again, flashing-eyed Athena urged him on. "Telemachus, your comrades at arms are ready at the oars, waiting for your command to launch. So come, on with our voyage now, we're wasting time." And Pallas Athena sped away in the lead as he followed in her footsteps, man and goddess. Once they reached the ship at the water's edge, they found their long-haired shipmates on the beach. The prince, inspired, gave his first commands. "Come, friends, get the rations aboard. They're piled in the palace now. My mother knows nothing of this, no servants either. Only one has heard our plan." He led them back, and the men fell in and fetched down all the stores and stowed them briskly deep in the well-ribbed holds as Odysseus' son directed. Telemachus climbed aboard, Athena led the way, assuming the pilot's seat reserved astern, and he sat close beside her. Cables cast off, the crew swung to the oarlocks. Bright-eyed Athena sent them a stiff following wind rippling out of the west, ruffling over the wine-dark sea as Telemachus shouted out commands to all his shipmates. "All lay hands to tackle! They sprang to orders, hoisting the pine-wood mast. They stepped it firm in its block amidships, lashed it fast with stays, and with braided rawhide halyards hauled the white sail high. Suddenly wind hit full, and the canvas bellied out, and a dark blue wave, foaming up at the bow, sang out loud and strong as the ship made way, skimming the whitecaps, cutting toward her goal. All running gear secure in the swift black craft, they set up bowls and brimmed them high with wine, and poured out libations to the everlasting gods who never die. To Athena first of all, the daughter of Zeus with flashing sea-gray eyes, and the ship went plunging all night long and through the dawn.
The sun rose on the flawless brimming sea into a sky all brazen, all one brightening for gods immortal and for mortal men on ploughlands kind with grain. And facing sunrise the voyagers now lay off Pylos town, compact stronghold of Neleus. On the shore black bowls were being offered by the people to the blue-maned god who makes the islands tremble. 9 congregations, each 500 strong, led out 9 bulls apiece to sacrifice, taking the tribes to eat, while on their altars thigh bones in fat lay burning for the god. Here they put in, furled sail, and beached the ship, but Telemachus hung back in disembarking, so that Athena turned and said, "Not the least shyness now, Telemachus. You came across the open sea for this, to find out where the great earth hides your father, and what the doom was that he came upon. Go to old Nestor, master charioteer, so we may broach the storehouse of his mind. Ask him with courtesy, and in his wisdom he will tell you the history, and no lies." But clear-headed Telemachus replied, "Mentor, how can I do it? How approach him? I have no practice in elaborate speeches, and for a young man to interrogate an old man seems disrespectful." But the gray-eyed goddess said, "Reason and heart will give you words, Telemachus, and a spirit will counsel others. I should say the gods were never indifferent to your life." She went on quickly, and he followed her to where the men of Pylos had their altars. Nestor appeared enthroned among his sons, while friends around them skewered the red beef or held it scorching. When they saw the strangers, a hail went up, and all that crowd came forward, calling out invitations to the feast. Pisistratos, in the lead, the young prince, caught up their hands in his and gave them places on curly lambskins, flat on the sea sand near Thrasymmedes, his brother, and his father. He passed them bits of the food of sacrifice, and, pouring wine in a golden cup, he said to Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, "Friend, I must ask you to invoke Poseidon. You find us at this feast, kept in his honor. Make the appointed offering then, and pray, and give the honeyed wine cup to your friend so he may do the same. He too must pray to the gods on whom all men depend. But he is just my age, you are the senior, so here, I give the goblet first to you." And he put the cup of sweet wine in her hand. Athena liked his manners, and the equity that gave her precedence with the cup of gold, so she besought Poseidon at some length. "Earthshaker, listen and be well disposed. Grant your petitioners everything they ask, above all, honor to Nestor and his sons. Second, to every man in Pylos town a fair gift in exchange for this hecatomb. Third, may Telemachus and I perform the errand on which last night we put to sea." This was the prayer of Athena, granted in every particular by herself. She passed the beautiful wine cup to Telemachus, who tipped the wine and prayed as she had done. Meanwhile, the spits were taken off the fire, portions of crisp meat for all. They feasted, and when they had eaten and drunk their fill, at last they heard from Nestor, prince of charioteers. "Now is the time," he said, "for a few questions, now that our young guests have enjoyed their dinner. Who are you, strangers? Where are you sailing from, and where to, down the highways of sea-water? Have you some business here, or are you now reckless wanderers of the sea, like those corsairs who risk their lives to prey on other men?" Clear-headed Telemachus responded cheerfully, for Athena gave him heart. By her design, his quest for news about his father's wandering would bring him fame in the world's eyes. So he said, "Nestor, pride of Achaeans, Neleus' son, You ask where we are from, and I can tell you. Our home port is under Mount Neon, Ithaca. We are not here on Ithacan business, though, but on my own. I want news of my father, Odysseus, known for his great heart, and I will comb the wide world for it. People say he fought along with you when Troy was taken. As to the other men who fought that war, we know where each one died and how he died, but Zeus allotted my father death in mystery. No one can say for sure where he was killed, whether some hostile landsman or the sea, the storm waves on the deep sea, got the best of him. And this is why I come to you for help. Tell me of his death, sir, if perhaps you witnessed it, or have heard some wanderer tell the tale. The man was born for trouble. Spare me no part of it for kindness' sake, but put the scene before me as you saw it. If ever Odysseus, my noble father, served you by promise kept or work accomplished in the land of Troy, where you Achaeans suffered, recall those things for me the way they were.
Then Nestor, prince of charioteers, made answer, Dear friend, you take me back to all the trouble we went through in that country, we Achaeans. Rough days aboard ship on the cloudy sea, cruising away for pillage after Achilles. Rough days of battle around Priam's town. Our losses then, so many good men gone. Ares, great Ajax lies there, Achilles lies there, Patroclus too, the wondrous counselor, and my own strong and princely son, Anticulus, fastest man of them all, and a born fighter. Other miseries and many we endured there. Could any mortal man tell the whole story? Now, if you stayed 5 years or 6 to hear how hard it was for the flower of the Achaeans, you go home weary and the tale untold. Think, we were there for 9 years and we tried everything, all stratagems against them, up to the bitter end that Zeus begrudged us. And as to those stratagems, no man would claim Odysseus' gift for those. He had no rivals, your father, at the tricks of war. Your father? Well, I must say I marvel at the sight of you. Your manner of speech can be more like his. One would say no boy could speak so well. And all that time at Iliad, he and I were never at odds in council or assembly, saw things the same way, had one mind between us, and all the good advice we gave the Argives. But when we plundered Priam's town and tower, and took the ships, God scattered the Achaeans. He had a mind to make homecoming hard for them, seeing they would not think straight or behave, or some would not. So evil days came on them. And she, who had been angered, Zeus's dangerous gray-eyed daughter, did it, starting a fight between the sons of Atreus. First, they were fools enough to call assembly at sundown. Unheard of hour. The Achaean soldiers turned out, soaked with wine, to hear, talk about it from their commanders. Menelaus harangued them to get organized. Time to ride home on the sea's broad back, he said. But Agamemnon wouldn't hear of it. He wanted to hold the troops, make sacrifice, a hecatomb, something to pacify Athena's rage. Folly again to think that he could move her. Will you change the will of the everlasting gods in a night or a day's time? The two men stood there, hammering at each other until the army got to its feet with a roar, and no decision wanting it both ways. That night, no one slept well. Everyone cursing someone else. Here was the bane from Zeus. At dawn we dragged our ships to the lordly water, stowed aboard all our plunder, and the slave women in their low-hipped girdles. But half the army elected to stay behind, with Agamemnon as their corps commander. The other half embarked and pulled away. We made good time. The huge sea smoothed before us, and held our rights when we reached Tenedos, being wild for home. But Zeus, not willing yet, now cruelly set us at odds a second time, and one lot turn put back in the rolling ships under command of the subtle captain, Odysseus. Their notion was to please Lord Agamemnon. Not I. I fled. With every ship I had, I knew fate had some devilment brewing there. Diomedes roused his company and fled too, and later, Menelaus, the red-haired captain, caught up with us at Lesbos, while we mulled over the long sea route, unsure whether to lay our course northward of Chios, keeping the Isle of Pisiria to the port, or inside Chios, coasting by windy Mimios. We asked for a sign from heaven, and the sign came to cut across the open sea to Euboea, and lose no time putting our ills behind us. The wind freshened astern, the ships ran before the wind on pass of the deep-sea fish, making Geristos before dawn. We thanked Poseidon, with the many-charred thigh-bone for that crossing. On the 4th day, Diomedes' company, under full sail, put in at Argos port, and I held on for Pylos. The fair wind, once heaven set it blowing, never failed. So this, dear child, was how I came from Troy, and I saw no more of the others, lost or saved. But you are welcome to all I've heard since then at home. I have no reason to keep it from you. The Myrmidon spear-fighters turned, they say, under the son of lion-hearted Achilles. And so did Poias' great son, Philoctetes. Idomeneus brought his company back to Crete. The sea took not a man from him of all, who lived through the long war. And even as far away as Ithaca, you've heard of Agamemnon, how he came home, how Aegisthus waited to destroy him, but paid a bitter price for it in the end. That is a good thing, now, for a man to leave a son behind him, like the son who punished Aegisthus for the murder of his great father. You, too, are tall and well set up, I see. Be brave, you two, so men in times to come will speak well of you.
Then Telemachus said, Nestor, pride of Achaeans, Neleus' son, that was revenge, and far and wide the Achaeans will tell the tale in song for generations. I wish the gods would buckle his arms on me. I'd be revenged for outrage on my insidious and brazen enemies. But no such happy lot was given to me or to my father. Still, I must hold fast. To this Lord Nestor of Gerania said, My dear young friend, now that you speak of it, I hear a crowd of suitors for your mother lives with you, uninvited, making trouble. Now tell me how you take this. Do the people side against you, hearkening to some oracle? Who knows? Your father might come home some day alone, or backed by troops, and have it out with them. If grey-eyed Athena loved you the way she did Odysseus in the old days, in Troy country, where we all went through so much, never have I seen the gods help any man as openly as Athena did your father. Well, as I say, if she cared for you that way, there would be those to quit this marriage game. But prudently Telemachus replied, I can't think what you say will ever happen, sir. It is a dazzling hope, but not for me. It could not be, even if the gods willed it. At this grey-eyed Athena broke in, saying, What strange talk you permit yourself, Telemachus! A god could save a man by simply wishing it, from the farthest shore in the world. If I were he, I should prefer to suffer years at sea and then be safe at home. Better than that a knife at my half-side where Agamemnon found it, killed by adulteress. Though as for death, of course all men must suffer it. The gods may love a man, but they can't help him when cold death comes to lay him on his bier. Telemachus replied, Mentor, grievously though we miss my father, why go on as if that homecoming could happen? You know the gods had settled it already, years ago, when dark death came for him. But there is something else I imagine Nestor can tell us, knowing as he does the ways of men. They say his rule goes back over 3 generations, so long, so old, it seems death cannot touch him. Nestor, Neleus' son, true sage, say, how did the lord of the great plains, Agamemnon, die? What was the trick Aegisthus used to kill the better man? And Menelaus, where was he? Not at Argos in Achaea, but blown off course, held up in some far country. Is that what gave the killer nerve to strike? Lord Nestor of Gerenia made answer. Well now, my son, I'll tell you the whole story. You know yourself what could have come to pass if red-haired Menelaus back from Troy had caught Aegisthus in that house alive. There would have been no burial mound for him, but dogs and carrion birds to huddle on him in the fields beyond the wall, and not a soul bewailing him for the great wrong he committed. While we were hard-pressed in the war at Troy, he stayed safe inland in the grazing country, making light talk to win Agamemnon's queen. But the lady Clytemnestra in the first days rebuffed him, being faithful still. And too she had at hand as her companion a minstrel Agamemnon left attending her, charged with her care, when he took ships for Troy. Then came the fated hour when she gave in. Her lover tricked the poet, and marooned him on a bare island for the sea birds' picking, and took her home, as he and she desired. Many thigh burns he burned on the gods' altars, and many a woven and golden ornament hung to bedeck them. In his satisfaction, he had not thought life held such glory for him. Now Menelaus and I sailed home together on friendly terms from Troy, but when we came off Sunion, point in Attica, the ship still running free, Oneta's son, Phrontis, the steersman of Menelaus' ship, fell over with a death grip on the tiller. Some unseen arrow from Apollo hit him. No man handled a ship better than he did in a high wind and sea, so Menelaus put down his longing to get on, and landed to give this man full honour and funeral. His own luck turned then. Out on the wine-dark sea, in the murmuring hulls again, he made Cape Malea. But Zeus, who views the wide world, sent a gloom over the ocean, and a howling gale came on with seas increasing, mountainous, parting the ships and driving half towards Crete, where the Kydonians live by Yardanus river. Off Gorton's coastline in a misty sea there, a reef, a razorback, cuts through the water, and every westerly piles up a pounding surf along the left side, going towards Phaestus. Big seas buffeted by the narrow stone.
Nestor, pride of Achaeans, Neleus' son, that was revenge. And far and wide the Achaeans will tell the tale in song for generations. I wish the gods would buckle his arms on me. I'd be revenged for outrage on my insidious and brazen enemies. But no such happy lot was given to me, or to my father. Still I must hold fast. To this, Lord Nestor of Gerenia said, "My dear young friend, now that you speak of it, I hear a crowd of suitors for your mother lives with you, uninvited, making trouble. Now tell me how you take this. Did the people side against you, hearkening to some oracle? Who knows, your father might come home some day, alone or backed by troops, and have it out with them. If grey-eyed Athena loved you, the way she did Odysseus in the old days in Troy country, where we all went through so much, never have I seen the gods help any man as openly as Athena did your father. Well, as I say, if she cared for you that way, there would be those to quit this marriage game." But prudently, Telemachus replied, "I can't think what you say will ever happen, sir. It is a dazzling hope, but not for me. It could not be, even if the gods willed it." At this, great Athena broke in, saying, "What strange talk you permit yourself, Telemachus. A god could save the man by simply wishing it, from the farthest shore in the world. If I were he, I should prefer to suffer years at sea and then be safe at home. Better that than a knife at my hearth side, where Agamemnon found it, killed by adulterers. Though as for death, of course, all men must suffer it. The gods may love a man, but they can't help him when cold death comes to lay him on his bier." Telemachus replied, "Mentor, grievously though we miss my father, why go on as if that homecoming could happen? You know the gods had settled it already years ago when dark death came for him. But there's something else I imagine Nestor can tell us, knowing as he does the ways of men. They say his rule goes back over 3 generations, so long, so old it seems death cannot touch him. Nestor, Neleus' son, true sage, say how did the lord of the great plains, Agamemnon, die? What was the trick Aegisthus used to kill the better man? And Menelaus, where was he? Not at Argos in Achaea, but blown off course, held up in some far country. Is that what gave the killer nerve to strike? Lord Nestor of Gerenia made answer, "Well now, my son, I'll tell you the whole story. You know yourself what would have come to pass if red-haired Menelaus back from Troy had caught Aegisthus in that house alive. There would have been no burial mound for him, but dogs and carrion birds to huddle on him in the fields beyond the wall, and not a soul bewailing him for the great wrong he committed. While we were hard-pressed in the war at Troy, he stayed safe inland in the grazing country, making light talk to win Agamemnon's queen. But the lady Clytemnestra in the first days rebuffed him, being faithful still. Then, too, she had at hand as her companion a minstrel Agamemnon left attending her, charged with her care, when he took ship for Troy. Then came the fated hour when she gave in. Her lover tricked the poet and marooned him on a bare island for the seabirds' picking, and took her home as he and she desired. Many thigh bones he burned on the gods' altars, and many a woven and golden ornament hung to bedeck them in his satisfaction. He had not thought life held such glory for him. Now Menelaus and I sailed home together on friendly terms from Troy. But when we came off Sunium Point in Attica, the ship still running free, Oneator's son, Phrontis, the steersman of Menelaus' ship, fell over with a death grip on the tiller. Some unseen arrow from Apollo hit him. No man handled a ship better than he did in a high wind and sea, so Menelaus put down his longing to get on and landed to give this man full honor in the funeral. His own luck turned then. Out on the wine-dark sea in the murmuring halls again, he made Cape Malea, but Zeus, who views the wide world, sent a gloom over the ocean, and a howling gale came on with seas increasing, mountainous, parting the ships and driving half towards Crete, where the Cadonians live by Yardanus River. Off Gorton's coastline in the misty sea there a reef, a razorback, cuts through the water, and every westerly piles up a pounding surf along the left side, going towards Phaestus, big seas buffeted back by the narrow stone.
When dawn spread out her fingertips of rose, Lord Nestor of Gerenia, charioteer, left his room for a throne of polished stone, white and gleaming as though with oil, that stood before the main gate of the palace. Neleus here had sat before him, masterful in kingship. Neleus, long ago a prey to death, gone down to the night of the underworld. So Nestor held his throne and scepter now, lord of the western approaches to Achaia. And presently his sons came out to join him, leaving the palace, Echephron and Stratios, Perseus and Aratos and Thrasymedes, and after them the prince Peisistratos, bringing Telemachus along with him. Seeing all present, the old Lord Nestor said, "Dear sons, here is my wish, and do it briskly to please the gods, Athena first of all, my guest in daylight at our holy feast. One of you must go for a young heifer, and have the cowherd lead her from the pasture. Another, call on Lord Telemachus' ship to invite his crewmen, leaving 2 behind. And someone else, again, send for the goldsmith Laerches to gild the horns. The rest stay here together. Tell the servants a ritual feast will be prepared in the hall. Tell them to bring seats, firewood, and fresh water." Before he finished, they were about these errands. The heifer came from the pasture, the crewman of Telemachus from his ship. The smith arrived, bearing the tools of his trade, hammer and anvil, and those precision tongs he handled fiery gold with. And Athena came as a god comes, numinous to the rites. The smith now gloved each horn in a pure foil, beaten out of the gold that Nestor gave him, a glory and a delight for the goddess's eyes, while Echephron and Stratios held the horns. Aratos brought clear lustral water, in a bowl quivering with fresh-cut flowers, and a basket of barley in his other hand. Thrasymedes, who could stand his ground in war, stood ready, with a sharp 2-bladed axe for the stroke of sacrifice. And Perseus held a bowl for the blood. And now Nestor, strewing the barley grains and water drops, pronounced his invocation to Athena, and burned a pinch of the bristles from the victim. When prayers were said and all the grain was scattered, great-hearted Thrasymedes in a flash swung at the axe, at one blow cutting through the neck tendons. The heifer's spirit failed. Then all the women gave a wail of joy, daughters, daughters-in-law, and the lady Eurydice, Clymenos' eldest daughter. But the men still held the heifer, shored her up from the wide earth where the living go their ways, until Pisistratos cut her throat across, the black blood ran, and life ebbed from her marrow. The carcass now sank down, and they disjointed shoulder and thigh bone, wrapping them in fat, 2 layers, folded and with raw strips of flesh. These offerings Nestor burned on the split wood fire and moistened with red wine. His sons took up 5-tined forks in their hands, while the altar flame ate through the bones and bits of tripe went round. Then came the carving of the quarters, and they spitted morsels of lean meat on the long sharp tines and broiled them at arm's length upon the fire. Polycaste, a fair girl, Nestor's youngest, had meanwhile given a bath to Telemachus. Bathing him first, then rubbing him with oil, she held fine clothes and a cloak to put around him when he came godlike from the bathing place. Then out he went to take his place with Nestor. When the best cuts were broiled and off the spits, they all sat down to banquet. Gentle squires kept every golden wine cup brimming full, and so they feasted to their heart's content, until the prince of charioteers commanded, "Sons, harness the blood mares for Telemachus, hitch up the car and let him take to the road." They swung out smartly to do the work, and hooked up the handsome horses to a chariot shaft. The mistress of stores brought up provisions of bread and wine and victuals for kings, and Telemachus stepped up on the painted car. Just at his elbow stood Pisistratos, captain of spearmen, reins in hand. He gave a flick to the horses, and with streaming manes they ran for the open country. The tall town of Pylos sank behind them in the distance, as all day long they kept the harness shaking. The sun was low, and the shadows crossed the lanes when they arrived at Pherae. There Diocles, son of Ortilocos, whom Alphaeus fathered, welcomed the young men, and they slept the night. But up when the young dawn's fingertips of rose opened in the east, they hitched the team once more to the painted car, and steered out eastward through the echoing gate, whipping their fresh horses into a run. That day they made the grainlands of Lacedaemon, where, as the horses held to a fast clip, they kept on their journey's end. Behind them the sun went down, and all the roads grew dark.
They came to the hollows of Lacedaemon, and drove to Menelaus's palace, which they found filled with guests. Menelaus was hosting a double wedding party for his son and his daughter. He was sending her to wed the son of Achilles, as he had promised long ago in Troy, and now the gods were bringing the marriage to pass. He was sending her off with horses and chariots for her journey to the city of the Myrmidons, over whom her husband-to-be was lord. For his son he was bringing a bride from Sparta, the daughter of Elector. This son Megapenthes was born from a slave woman, for the gods had made Helen barren after the birth of her daughter Hermione, who had the beauty of golden Aphrodite. So Menelaus's kinsfolk and neighbors were feasting in the great hall. A bard was singing and playing the lyre, and 2 tumblers whirled among the guests and led them in the dancing. Telemachus and Nestor's son halted their horses at the gate, and Eteoneus, Menelaus's right-hand man, came out and saw them and went through the hall to bring the news to the shepherd of the people. He stood at Menelaus's shoulder, and his words flew fast. "2 strangers have arrived, Lord Menelaus, 2 men in the line of Zeus by their looks. Should we unyoke their horses, or should we send them elsewhere for hospitality?" And red-haired Menelaus, greatly displeased, "It's not like you to talk nonsense like this, Eteoneus. How many times have you and I enjoyed the hospitality of others, hoping that Zeus would someday put an end to our hard traveling? Unyoke their horses and bring our new guests to the feast." He spoke, and Eteoneus hurried through the halls, calling other attendants to come along with him. They unyoked the sweating horses and tied them to the stalls, where they threw before them a mixture of spelt and white barley. They leaned the chariot against the gleaming entrance walls and led the men into the palace. Their eyes went wide as they looked around the mansion of this sky-bright king, for a light as of the sun or the moon played over the high-roofed home of glorious Menelaus. When they had taken it all in, they went into the polished tubs. When the maids had bathed them and rubbed them down with oil, and clothed them in tunics and fleecy cloaks, they sat down on chairs beside Menelaus. A maid poured water from a golden pitcher into a silver basin for them to wash their hands, and then set up a polished table nearby. Another serving woman, grave and dignified, set out breads and served generous helpings from the other dishes she had. A carver set down cuts of meat by the platter and golden cups, and a herald came by and poured them wine. Then red-haired Menelaus said in greeting, "Enjoy yourselves and eat. After supper we will ask who you are. Your bloodlines have not been lost in you. You belong to the race of men who are sceptred kings, bred from Zeus. You are not just anybody." and he set before them the prime cut of roast beef that had been served to him as a mark of honor. They helped themselves to the feast before them, and when they had enough of food and drink, Telemachus spoke to Nestor's son, holding his head close so others wouldn't hear. "Do you see all this, Pisistratus, my friend? These echoing halls flashing with bronze, with gold, amber, silver, and ivory? This must be what the court of Olympian Zeus looks like. This is unimaginable wealth." Menelaus, the red-haired king, overheard him, and speaking to both of them, had this to say: "No mortal man could challenge Zeus, my boys. His halls and possessions are everlasting. My wealth may be matched by another man's, or maybe not. For it is true I brought home shiploads after wandering for 8 hard years. Cyprus, Phoenicia, Egypt, I went all over, came to the Ethiopians and the Sidonians, the Arembi, even to Livia, where the lambs have horns soon after they're born. The ewes give birth 3 times a year there, and neither shepherd nor lord ever runs short of cheese, meat, or milk. The flocks are milked year-round. While I wandered through those lands amassing wealth, my brother was murdered, caught off guard by treachery and the guile of his accursed wife. So I do not enjoy being lord of this wealth. You may have heard all of this from your fathers, whoever they may be. For I suffered greatly and saw my house ruined, with all its treasures. I would gladly live with 1/3 of my wealth and have those men back who perished in Troy, far from the blue-grass pastures of Argos. And yet, though I weep for them often in my halls, easing my heart, I do not grieve constantly. A man can get too much of chill grief. I miss them all, but there is one man I miss more than all the others. When I think of him, I don't want to sleep or eat, for no one in the entire Greek army ever worked as hard as Odysseus, and all he ever got for it was pain and sorrow. And I cannot forget my sorrow for him. He has been gone so long, and we do not know whether he is alive or dead. Old Laertes must mourn for him, Penelope too, and Telemachus, who was an infant when he left.
His words roused in Telemachus the desire to weep for his father. Hot tears fell from his eyes while he heard his father's name, and he pulled his purple cloak over his face. Seeing this, Menelaus wondered whether he should allow Telemachus to bring up his father himself, or whether he should draw him out with pointed questions. While Menelaus pondered this, Helen came from her fragrant bedroom, like gold-spindled Artemis. Adraste, her attendant, drew up a beautiful chair for her, and Alcippe brought her a soft wool rug. Another maid, Fulot, brought a silver basket, a gift from Alcandre, wife of Polybus, who lived in Thebes, the city in Egypt that has the wealthiest houses in the world. And Polybus had given Menelaus 2 silver baths, 2 tripods, and 10 bars of gold. And his wife Alcandre gave to Helen beautiful gifts of her own, a golden spindle and a silver basket with gold-rimmed wheels. This basket Fulot now placed beside her, filled with fine-spun yarn, and across it was laid the spindle, twirled with violet wool. Helen sat upon a chair, a footstool under her feet, and questioned her husband. "Do we know, Menelaus, who our guests claim to be? Shall I speak my mind or not? My heart urges me to speak. I have never seen such a resemblance between any 2 people, man or woman, as between this man and Odysseus' son, as I imagine him now. Telemachus, who was a newborn baby when for my sake, shameless thing that I was, the Greeks came to Troy with war in their hearts. Now that you mention it, I see the resemblance myself, the feet, the hands, the way he looks at you, that head of hair. And just now when I was talking about Odysseus, saying how much he went through for my sake, tears welled up in his eyes, bitter tears, and he covered his face with his purple cloak. At this, Nestor's son Pisistratus spoke up. Menelaus, son of Atreus, Zeus-bred king, this indeed is as you say, Odysseus' son, but he is prudent and would not think it proper when he just got here to make a big speech before you, whose voice delights us as a god's. Nestor, son of Gerenia, sent me with him as a guide, for he was eager to see you, hoping that you could suggest something he could say or do. A son has many problems to face at home when his father is gone and there is no one else to help him. So it is now with Telemachus, whose father is gone, and there is no one else among the people to keep him from harm. And Menelaus, the red-haired king, what's this, here in my house, the son of my dear friend who did so much for me? I used to think that if he came back I would give him a welcome no other Greek could ever hope to have. If Olympian Zeus had brought us both home from over the sea in our swift ships, I would have given him a city of his own in Argos, built him a house, brought him over from Ithaca with his goods, his sons, and all his people. A whole city cleared out just for him. We would have been together, enjoying each other's company, and nothing would have parted us until death's black cloud finally enfolded us. But I suppose Zeus himself begrudged us this, for Odysseus alone, that unlucky man, was never brought home. His words aroused in all of them a longing for lamentation. Argive Helen, child of Zeus, wept. Telemachus wept, and Menelaus wept, the son of Atreus. Nor could Nestor's son keep his eyes dry, for he remembered Antilochus, his flawless brother who had been killed by Memnon, Dawn's resplendent son, and this memory gave wings to his words. Son of Atreus told Nestor used to say, whenever we talked about things like this, that no one could match your understanding. So please understand me when I say that I do not enjoy weeping after supper, and it will be dawn before we know it. Not that I think it's wrong to lament the dead. This is all we can do. Cut our hair and shed some tears. I lost someone myself at Troy, my brother. Not the least hero there, you probably knew him. I am too young ever to have seen him, but men say that Antilochus could run and fight as well as any man alive.
And Menelaus, the red-haired king. No one could have put that better, my friend, not even someone much older. Your speech, wise and clear, shows the sort of father you have. It's easy to spot a man for whom Zeus has spun out happiness in marriage and children, as he has done for Nestor throughout his life. And now he has reached a sleek old age in his halls, and his sons are wise and fight with the best. So we will stop this weeping and once more think of supper. Let the servants pour water over our hands. Telemachus and I will have much to say to each other come morning. So he spoke, and Asphalion, Menelaus' attendant, poured water over their hands, and they reached out for all the good cheer spread out before them. But Helen, child of Zeus, had other ideas. She threw a drug into the wine bowl they were drinking from, a drug that stilled all pain, quieted all anger, and brought forgetfulness of every ill. Whoever drank wine laced with this drug would not be sad or shed a tear that day, not even if his own father and mother should lie there dead, or if someone killed his brother or son before his eyes. Helen had gotten this potent, cunning drug from Polydamna, the wife of Thon, a woman in Egypt where the land proliferates with all sorts of drugs, many beneficial, many poisonous. Men there know more about medicines than any other people on earth, for they are the race of Paeon, the healer. When she had slipped the drug into the wine, Helen ordered another round to be poured, and then she turned to the company and said, Menelaus, son of Atreus, in the line of Zeus, and you sons of noble fathers, it is true that Zeus gives easy lives to some of us, and hard lives to others. He can do anything, after all. But you should sit now in the hall and feast, and entertain yourselves by telling stories. I'll start you off. I couldn't begin to tell you all that Odysseus endured and accomplished, but listen to what that hero did once in the land of Troy, where the Achaeans suffered. First he beat himself up, gave himself some nasty bruises. Then he put on a cheap cloak so he looked like a slave, and in this disguise he entered the wide streets of the enemy city. He looked like a beggar, far from what he was back in the Greek camp, and fooled everyone when he entered Troy. I alone recognized him in his disguise and questioned him, but he cleverly put me off. It was only after I had bathed him and rubbed him down with oil and clothed him and had sworn a great oath not to tell the Trojans who he really was until he got back to the ships, that he told me at last what the Achaeans planned. He killed many Trojans before he left, and arrived back at camp with much to report. The other women in Troy wailed aloud, but I was glad inside, for my heart had turned homeward, and I rued the infatuation Aphrodite gave me when she led me away from my native land, leaving my dear child, my bridal chamber, and my husband, a man who lacked nothing in wisdom or looks. And Menelaus, the red-haired king. A very good story, my wife, and well told. But I have come to know the minds of many heroes and have traveled far and wide, but I have never laid eyes on anyone who had an enduring heart like Odysseus. Listen to what he did in the Wooden Horse, where all we Argive chiefs sat waiting to bring slaughter and death to the Trojans. You came there then with the god Deiphobus. Some god who favored the Trojans must have lured you on. 3 times you circled our hollow hiding place, feeling it with your hands, and you called out the names of the Argive leaders, making your voice sound like each of our wives in turn. Diomedes and I, sitting in the middle with Odysseus, heard you calling and couldn't take it. We were frantic to come out or answer you from inside, but Odysseus held us back and stopped us. Then everyone else stayed quiet also, except for Anticlus, who wanted to answer you, but Odysseus saved us all by clamping his strong hands over Anticlus's mouth and holding them there until Athena led you off. Then Telemachus said in his clear-headed way, Menelaus, son of Atreus in the line of Zeus, it is all the more unbearable then, isn't it?
My father may have had a heart of iron, but didn't do him any good in the end. Please send us to bed now. It is time we rested and enjoyed some sweet sleep."
He spoke, and Helen of Argos told her maids to place beds on the porch and spread upon them beautiful purple blankets and fleecy cloaks. The maids went out of the hall with torches and made up the beds, and a herald led the guests out to them. So they slept there on the palace porch, the hero Telemachus and Nestor's glorious son. But Menelaus slept in the innermost chamber of that high house next to Helen, Zeus's brightness upon her. Dawn brushed her pale rose fingers across the sky, and Menelaus got out of bed and dressed. He slung his sharp sword around his shoulder, tied oil leather sandals to his feet, and walked out of the bedroom like a god. Then he sat down next to Telemachus and said, "Tell me, Telemachus, what has brought you here to gleaming Sparta, over the sea's broad back? Public business or private? Tell me the truth."
Telemachus took a deep breath and said,
"Menelaus, son of Atreus in the line of Zeus, I came to see if you could tell me anything about my father. My land is in ruin. I'm being eaten out of house and home by hostile men who constantly throng my halls, slaughtering my sheep and horned cattle in their arrogant courtship of my mother. And so I am at your knees. Tell me how my father Odysseus met his end, whether you saw it with your own eyes or heard about it from someone else, some wanderer. He was born to sorrow more than any man on earth. And do not, out of pity, spare me the truth, but tell me whatever you have seen, whatever you know. I beseech you, if my father, noble Odysseus, ever fulfilled a promise he made to you in the land of Troy, where the Achaeans suffered, remember it now, and tell me the truth."
And Menelaus, deeply troubled by this, those dogs, those puny weaklings wanting to sleep in the bed of a hero, a doe might as well bed her suckling fawns in the lair of a lion, leaving them there in the bush and then going off over the hills looking for grassy fields. When the lion comes back, the fawns die an ugly death. That's the kind of death these men will die when Odysseus comes back. O Father Zeus and Athena and Apollo, bring Odysseus back with the strength he showed in Lesbos once when he wrestled a match with Philomelides and threw him hard, making all of us cheer. That's the Odysseus I want the suitors to meet. They'd get married all right, to a bitter death. But as to what you asked me about, I will not stray from the point or deceive you. No, I will tell you all that the infallible old man of the sea told me, and hide nothing. I was in Egypt, held up by the gods because I failed to offer them sacrifice. The gods never allow us to forget them. There is an island in the white-capped sea just north of Egypt. Men call it Pharos, and it lies one hard day's sailing offshore. There is a good harbour there where ships take on fresh water before heading out to sea. The gods kept me stuck in that harbour for 20 days. A good sailing breeze never rose up, and all my supplies would have been exhausted, and my crew spent, had not one of the gods taken pity on me and saved me. This was Ida Thea, daughter of Proteus, the old man of the sea. Somehow I had moved her heart. She met me as I wandered alone, apart from my crew, who roamed the island continually, fishing with bent hooks, their bellies cramped with hunger.
She came close to me and spoke. "Are you completely out of your mind, stranger? Or do you actually like suffering like this? You've been marooned on this island a long time, and with no end in sight, your crew's fading fast." She spoke like this, and I answered her. "I tell you, goddess, whichever goddess you are, that I am not stranded here of my own free will. I must have offended one of the immortals. But you tell me, for gods know everything, which of the immortals is pinning me down here and won't let me go? And tell me how I can sail back home over the teeming sea." And the shining goddess answered me. "Well, all right, stranger, since you ask. This is the haunt of an unerring immortal, Egyptian Proteus, the old man of the sea, who serves Poseidon and knows all the deeps. They say he's my father. If you can somehow catch him in ambush here, he will tell you the route and the distance too, of your journey home over the teeming sea. And he will tell you, prince, if you so wish, what has been done in your house, for better or worse, while you have been gone on your long campaign."
So she spoke, and I answered her. Show me yourself how to ambush the old god, or he may give me the slip. It's hard for a mortal to master a god. And the shining goddess answered me, I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. When the sun is at high noon, the unerring old man of the sea comes from the salt water. Hidden in dark ripples, the west wind stirs up, and then lies down to sleep in the scalloped caves. All around him seals, the brine spirits brood, sleep in a herd. They come out of the grey water with breath as fetid as the depths of the sea. I will lead you there at break of day, and lay you in a row, you and 3 comrades, chosen by you as the best on your ship. Now I'll tell you all the old man's wiles. First, he will go over the seals and count them, and when he has counted them off by 5s, he will lie down like a shepherd among them. As soon as you see him lying down to rest, screw up your courage to the sticking point and pin him down, no matter how he struggles and tries to escape. He will try everything, and turn into everything that moves on the earth, and into water also and a burning flame. Just hang on and grip him all the more tightly. When he finally speaks to you of his own free will, in the shape you saw him in when he lay down to rest, then ease off, hero, and let the old man go. And ask him which of the gods is angry with you, and how you can sail home over the teeming sea. And with that she slipped into the surging sea. I headed for my ships where they stood on the sand, and brooded on many things as I went. When I had come down to the ships and the sea, we made supper, and when night came on, we lay down to take our rest on the beach. When dawn came, a palmetto of rose, I went along the shore of the open sea, praying over and over to the immortal gods, taking with me the 3 of my crew I trusted most for any adventure. The goddess, meanwhile, dove under water, and now came back with the skins of 4 seals, all newly flayed. She was out to trick her father. She scooped out hiding places for us in the sand, and sat waiting as we cautiously drew near. Then she had us lie down in a row, and threw a seal skin over each of us. It would have been a gruesome ambush, the stench of the seals was unbearable, but the goddess saved us by putting ambrosia under each man's nose, drowning out the stench with its immortal fragrance. So we waited patiently all morning long, and then the seals came from the water in throngs. They lay down in rows along the seashore, and at noon the old one came from the sea. He found the fat seals and went over the herd, counting them up. He counted us first, never suspecting any kind of trick. And then he lay down. We rushed him with a shout and got our hands on him. And the old one didn't forget his wiles, turning first into a bearded lion, then a serpent, a leopard, and a huge boar. He even turned into flowing water and into a high leafy tree. But we held on, gritting our teeth, and at last the wily old one grew weary, and said to me, Which god have you plotted with, son of Atreus, to catch me off guard? What do you want? He spoke, and I answered him. You know, old man, don't try to put me off. How long have I been stuck on this island with no end in sight? I'm losing heart. Just tell me. You gods know everything. Which of the immortals has marooned me here? How can I sail home over the teeming sea? When I said this, he answered, You should have offered noble sacrifice to Zeus and the other gods before embarking if you wanted a speedy journey home. Over the deep purple sea. It is not your fate to come home to your friends and native land until you go once more to the waters of the Aegyptus, to the sky-fed river, and offer holy hecatombs to the immortal gods who hold high heaven. Only then will they grant you the journey you desire. When he said this, my spirit was crushed. It was a long, hard pull over the misty deep back to the Aegyptus. Still, I answered, I will do all these things, just as you say. But tell me this, and tell me the truth. Did all the Achaeans make it home in their ships, all those whom Nestor and I left at Troy? Or did any die on shipboard, in their friends' arms, after winding up the war?
Write some Atreus asked me about this. You don't need to know, nor do you think. You will be free from tears once you have heard it. When you were killed in the war, you were there, and I know who they were. Many to survive. On the humble journey, 2 heroes died. Alas, still alive, perhaps held back by the sea. Ajax went down among his long-winded ships. Poseidon had driven him onto grass rocks, but saved him from the sea. He would have escaped, despite Athena's hatred, and he lost his wits, and boasted loudly that he had survived the deep. In spite of the gods, Poseidon heard this boast, and with his trident he struck a bright rock, and broke it asunder, one part held firm, but the other part upon which Ajax sat, in his violent arrogance, fell into the gulf, and took Ajax with it. And so he perished, his lungs full of salt water. Your brother, though, outran the fates in his hollow ships, with the help from Hera. But when he was nearing Manai's head, a strong wind caught him, and carried him groaning over the teeming sea, to the frontier of the land where Thyestes once lived. And after him, Thyestes' son, Aegisthus. Then the gods gave him a following wind, and safe passage homeward. Agamemnon rejoiced to see food on his ancestral land. He fell to the ground and kissed the good earth, and hot tears of joy streamed from his eyes. So glad was he to see his homeland again. But from a high lookout, a watchman saw him. Aegisthus had treacherously posted him there, and promised a reward of 2 bars of gold. He had been keeping watch for a year by then, so that Agamemnon would not sleep by unseen, and unleash his mind. And now he reported his news to Aegisthus. Act quickly and see the trap. He chose his 20 best men, and had them waiting in ambush opposite them. On the house farther side, he had a feast prepared, and then he drove off in his chariot, burning darkly to invite Agamemnon. So he brought Agamemnon up to the palace, unaware of his doom, in the stall than him. The way an ox is stalled as a stall, none of Agamemnon's men was left alive. Running of Aegisthus, all was man in a hole. Proteus spoke, and my heart was shattered. I waved and waved as I sat on the sand, losing all desire to live, and see the light of the sun. I could not wave or flare about any more. The unerring old man of the sea addressed me. Weep no more, son of Atreus. We get nothing by such prolonged bouts of grief. Instead, go as quickly as you can to your native land. And Aegisthus will still be alive, or our Orestes may have beat you to it and killed him, and you may happen to arrive during his funeral. His words warmed my heart, although I was still in shock. Then I asked him, I know now what became of this two, but who is the third man, the one who's alive, but held back by the sea, or perhaps he is dead? I want to hear about him, despite my grief. Proteus answered me without hesitation. He's the latest son who saw me in Ithaca. I saw him on an island, shedding salt tears, in the house of Calypso, who keeps him there. Against his will, he was no way to get home. To his native land, he had no ships left, no crew to row him over the seas brought back. As for you, Menelaus, those cherished king, you are not destined to die and to meet your fate. In blue-grass Argos, the immortals will take you to the ends of the earth and the Elysian fields, where Radamanthus lives and life is the easiest. No snow, nor storm, no heavy rain comes there, but the shining wind from a west away blows. Of the ocean, a cooling breeze for man, for Helen your wife, and in God's eyes, you are the son you know of great Zeus himself.
And with that, he dove into the surging sea. I went back to the ships with my godlike companions, and brooded on many things as I went. When we had come down to the ships in the sea, and had made supper, immortal night came on, and we lay down to take our rest on the beach. When dawn came, with palmettos of rose, we hauled our ships down to the shining water, and set up the masts and sails in the hulls. The crews came aboard, and sitting in rows, they beat the sea white with their churning oars. And so I sailed back to the rain-fed Aegyptus, moored my ships, and offered perfect sacrifice. When I had appeased the everlasting gods, I heaped up a barrel for Agamemnon, so that his memory would not fade. Only then did I set sail for home. and the gods gave me a following wind that brought me back swiftly. Well, now I want you to stay in my halls until 11 or 12 days have passed, and then I will give you a royal send-off. And these splendid gifts with horses, and a polished chariot, and a beautiful cup, so that you can pour libations to the deathless gods and remember me all the days of your life. Telemachus answered in his clear-headed way, Son of Atreus, do not keep me here long. I could spend a year in your house and never miss my home or my parents. That's how much I enjoy listening to you and hearing your tales. But even now, my crew is getting restless back in Pylos, and you are keeping me here long. As for gifts, give me whatever treasure you will, but I will not take the horses to Ithaca. There are better off here for you to enjoy. For you rule a wide plain, with lotus everywhere, and galingale, and wheat, and spelt, and heavy ears of white barley. But Ithaca has no barred horse runs or meadowlands at all. Its pasture is for goats, and more lovely than horse pasture. None of the islands that slope to the sea has rich meadows, or is good for driving horses, and Ithaca least of all. And Menelaus, who could make his voice carry in battle, said to Telemachus, You are of good blood, my boy, to talk like that. All right, I will change my gifts as I easily can. Of all the gifts that lie stored in my house, I will give you the most beautiful and the most valuable, a well-wrought bowl, solid silver with the lip finished in gold, the work of Hephaestus, the hero Phidimas, king of the Sidonians. Give it to me when I stay at his house on my way home. Now I want you to take it home with you. And while they talked to each other, the banqueters came to their lord's palace, driving sheep with them and bringing wine, and bread which their veiled wives had sent with them. And so they are busy with the feast of Menelaus' halls. Meanwhile, back in Ithaca, the suitors were entertaining themselves in front of Odysseus' palace again, throwing the javelin and discuss on the level terrace, arrogant as ever. Antinous and Eurymachus, who were their natural leaders, were sitting there, and Noman, son of Phroneus, came up to them and asked Antinous, Antinous, do we have any idea when Telemachus will return from Pylos? He's gone off with a ship of mine, and I need her to cross over to Elis, where I have 12 brood mares and 10 mules still at the teat. I would like to drive one of them off and break him in. When he said this, Antinous and Eurymachus just looked at each other. They had no idea Telemachus had gone to Nelean Pylos. They thought he was somewhere out in the field, with the sheep flocks, or off with the swineherd. Antinous questioned Noman closely. Tell me exactly where Telemachus left, and who went with him. A hand-picked crew from the island, or his own field hands and slaves. He could have done it either way. And tell me this, so I'll have it right. Did he force you to give him the ship, or were you just doing him a favor? And Noman answered him, I gave it freely. What else could I do? What a man like that, with all his troubles, asks me. It would be hard to refuse him. Those who sent him with him are the best in town. After ourselves, and when they boarded, I noticed Mentor going on board too. As his leader, either Mentor or God, who looked just like him. I wonder about this because I saw Mentor here yesterday morning after he had set sail for sandy Pylos.
With that, Noman left for his father's house. Antinous and Eurymachus were furious. They made the suitors stop their games and had them sit down. Antinous addressed them. His black heart was seething with anger, and his eyes burned like fire. Unbelievable! Telemachus has some nerve, pulling off this voyage. We never thought we'd see it happen. And the boy's up and gone, just like that, with all of us against it, launching a ship and picking the best crew around. He's going to start giving us trouble soon. May Zeus cripple him before he reaches manhood. All right, now give me a ship and 20 men so I can lie in ambush and watch for him, as he comes through the strait between Ithaca and rocky Samos. He'll be sorry he ever made this voyage in search of his father." They all praised his speech and urged him on. Then they stood up and went to Odysseus' palace. It did not take Penelope long to find out the suitor's dark intentions. The herald, Medon, was the one who brought her word. He had overheard the suitors talking as he stood outside the courtyard, where they were weaving their plots, and now he went through the hall to tell Penelope. As he crossed the threshold, she asked him, "Maiden, why have the suitors sent you here? To tell the handmaids of divine Odysseus to drop everything and prepare a feast for them? May this be their last courtship, their last party. Oh, may this latest feast be their last of all. Do you hear me, you thronging leeches who are eating away Telemachus' property? You surely weren't listening to your fathers when you were children, or you would have heard what kind of man Odysseus was to them. How he never wronged anyone in word or deed, how he was fair to everyone, unlike most sceptred kings, who all have their favorites. He never lost his temper with any man at all. But your vile deeds and hearts are plain to see, and there is no gratitude for kindness past." Then Maiden, the tactful herald. "If only this were the greatest evil, lady. But there's a greater and more grievous. The suitors are planning, and may Zeus never bring their plans to pass, to kill Telemachus on his way back home. He went to sandy Pylos and gleaming Lacedaemon for news of his father." When Maiden said these things, Penelope felt that her heart had been unstrung. Her eyes filled with tears, and she was unable to speak for a long time. Finally, she said to the herald, "Maiden, why is my son gone? There was no need for him to board any sea-going ships which men use to cross the wide water as they use horses on land. Why did he go? So that not even his name would be left among men?" And Maiden, the tactful herald. "I do not know whether a god urged him on, or his own heart moved him to go to Pylos, to learn either of his father's return, or of the manner in which he met his fate." So saying, Medon went into Odysseus' house. Pain washed over Penelope and seeped into her bones. She could not bring herself to sit down in one of the many chairs that were there in the house, but sat curled on the worn threshold of her bedroom and wept. Around her the women of the house moaned softly, the old and the young, and Penelope spoke to them through her tears. "Hear me, my friends, for the god on Olympus has given me pain beyond all other women of my generation. I have lost a fine husband with a heart like a lion, the glory of the Danaans, the pride of all Hellas, a man of many virtues, and now the winds have ripped my beloved son from my house. I had never even heard him leave. You were cruel, each of you, not to think of getting me from my bed, for you must have known he was going aboard that hollow black ship. If I had known he was setting out on his journey, he would have stayed here despite his willfulness, or else he would have left me dead in our halls. Quick now, someone go get old Dolios, the servant whom my father gave me before I left home, and who now tends my orchards. He should sit with Laertes and tell him all this. Laertes may be able to weave some plan, and complain to the people about these men who want to destroy him and Odysseus' line." And her beloved nurse, Eurycleia, said, "Child, you can now spare me or stab me with a sword, but I will not hide what I know. I was in on all this. I got his provisions, bread and sweet wine. He made me swear not to tell you until 12 days had passed, or until you missed him yourself, and heard he had gone. He didn't want you crying. Now, take a bath and put on some clean clothes. Then go upstairs with the serving woman and pray to Athena, daughter of Zeus. No matter what, she can save your son from death. But do not trouble the old man. He has troubles enough. Yet I do not think the line of Laertes, son of Arcesius, is entirely hated by the blessed gods. There may still be someone in that line to own this high hall and all these rich fields around."
So the old nurse soothed Penelope's grief and kept her eyes dry. Penelope bathed and put on clean clothes. Then she went upstairs with the serving women, put barley for stewing in a basket, and prayed to Athena. "Hear me, mystic daughter of Zeus. If ever in these halls my cunning Odysseus burned fat thigh bones of bulls or sheep for you, remember it now, and save my beloved son. Protect him from the arrogant suitor's violence." Penelope voiced this prayer, and Athena heard it, while down in the shadowy halls below, these same suitors were talking noisily, making crude comments such as these. So while the lady upstairs gets ready to marry one of her suitors, she has no idea that her suitors are arranging to murder her son. But they had no idea of what was being arranged. Antinous had some words for all of them. "Are you crazy? Stow that kind of talk, or someone may report it to those inside. We're going to do what we said we would, under cover of silence. We're all in this together." And he picked out of the 20 best men there. They went down to the shore of the sea and hauled a fast ship out into the water. They set up mast and sail in the black ship, and fit the oars into the leather thole straps, all in due order. Then they unfurled the white sails, their attendants brought all the gear aboard, and they moored the ship where they would catch the evening breeze. Then they disembarked, ate their dinner, and waited for twilight. Penelope lay in her room upstairs. She would not touch any food or drink, but only lay there worrying about her son. wondering whether he would escape from death or be killed by the insolent suitors. So too Penelope, until sleep drifted over her, and she sank back with all her body relaxed. Athena's eyes were flashing in the dark. She made a phantom in the form of a woman. Iphthime, daughter of great Icarius, now wed Eumelus, whose home was in Phere. She sent the phantom into Odysseus's house to stop Penelope's weeping and sobbing. It drifted into her room through the keyhole and stood above her and spoke to her. Asleep, Penelope, and broken-hearted? The blessed gods are unwilling that you should weep and be sad, for your son will return. He has not offended the gods at all. And Penelope, slumbering sweetly at the gates of dreams, answered her. Why have you come here, sister? You live far away and have seldom come before. You tell me to stop grieving. Tell me to rest, from the sorrows that plague my mind and heart. Long ago now I lost my fine husband, a lion-hearted man, the glory of Danaus, the pride of Hellas, a man of many virtues. And now my beloved son has gone away, in a hollow ship, a mere child who knows nothing of the world of men. I grieve for him even more than for my husband. I am trembling with fear that he will get hurt either among the people he has gone off to visit or on the open sea, for his many enemies are plotting against him and mean to kill him before he gets home. The glimmering phantom answered her. Take heart and don't be so afraid. The guide who goes with him is one of many men pray for to stand at their side, a powerful ally, Pallas Athena, and she pities you in your grief, for it is all she who sent me to tell you this. And Penelope, in her circumspect way, if you are truly a god and have heard a god's voice, tell me also of that man of many sorrows, whether he still lives and sees in the light of sun, or whether he is dead and in Hades' dark world. The glimmering phantom answered her, No, I will not speak of him, whether he be alive or dead. Empty words are ill-spoken. And the phantom slipped through the keyhole and became a sigh in the air. Penelope started up from sleep, and her heart was warmed by the clear dream that had come in the soft black night. By now the suitors had embarked and set sail, their hearts set on murdering Telemachus. There is a rocky island out in the sea midway between Ithaca and rugged Samos. Asteris is its name, not very big, and it has a harbor with outlets on either side, where a ship can lie. There the suitors waited.
Now dawn rose from her bed, where she lay by haughty Tithonus, carrying light to the immortal gods and to mortals. And the gods came and took their places in session, and among them Zeus, who thunders on high, and it is his power that is greatest. And Athene spoke to them of the many cares of Odysseus, remembering. Though he was in the nymph's house, she still thought of him. Father Zeus, and all other blessed gods everlasting, no longer now let one who is a sceptred king be eager to be gentle and kind. Be one whose thought is schooled in justice, but let him rather be harsh and act severely, seeing the way no one of the people he was lord over remembers God like Odysseus, and he was kind, like a father. But now he lies away on an island suffering strong pains in the palace of the nymph Calypso, and she detains him by constraint, and he cannot make his way to his country, for he has not any ships by him, nor any companions who can convey him back to the sea's wide ridges. And there are those who are determined to murder his dear son on his way home. He went in quest of news of his father to Pylos the sacrosanct and to glorious Lacedaemon. Then in turn Zeus, who gathers the clouds, made answer, My child, what sort of word has escaped your teeth's barrier? For is this not your own intention, as you have counselled it? How Odysseus shall make his way back and punish those others? Then bring Telemachus home skillfully, since you can do this, so that all without harm he can come back to his own country, while the suitors in their ship come back with nothing accomplished. He spoke, and then spoke directly to his beloved son Hermes. Hermes, since for other things you are our messenger, announce to the nymph with the lovely hair our absolute purpose. The homecoming of enduring Odysseus, that he shall come back by the convoy neither of the gods nor of mortal people, but he shall sail on a jointed raft and, suffering hardships, on the 20th day make his landfall on fertile Scheria, at the country of the Phaeacians, who are near the gods in origin, and they will honour him in their hearts as a god and send him back by ship to the beloved land of his fathers, bestowing bronze and gold in abundance upon him and clothing, more than Odysseus could ever have taken from Troy, even if he had escaped unharmed with his fair share of the plunder. For so that it is fated that he shall see his people and come back to his house with the high roof and to the land of his fathers. He spoke, not disobeyed him the courier Agathontes. Immediately he bound upon his feet the fair sandals, golden and immortal, that carried him over the water, as over the dry, boundless earth, abreast of the wind's blast. He caught up the staff with which he mazes the eyes of those mortals whose eyes he would maze, or wake again the sleepers. Holding this in his hands, strong Agathontes winged his way onward. He stood on Pieria and launched himself from the bright air across the sea and sped the wave tops, like a sheer water, who among the deadly deep waves of the barren salt sea goes hunting fish and sprays quick beating wings in the salt brine. In such a likeness, Hermes rode over much tossing water. But after he had made his way to the far-lying island, he stepped then out of the dark blue sea and walked on over the dry land, till he came to the great cave where the lovely-haired nymph was at home, and he found that she was inside. There was a great fire blazing on the hearth, and the smell of cedar split in billets, and sweet wood burning, spread all over the island. She was singing inside the cave with a sweet voice, as she went up and down the loom and wove with a golden shuttle. There was a growth of grove around the cavern. Flourishing alder was there, and the black poplar, and fragrant cypress. And there were birds with spreading wings who made their nests in it. Little owls and hawks and birds of the sea with long beaks, who are like ravens, but all their work is on the sea water. And right about the hollow cavern extended a flourishing growth of vine that ripened with grape clusters. Next to it there were 4 fountains, and each of them ran shining water, each next to each, but turned to run in sundry directions. And round about there were meadows growing soft with parsley and violets, and even a god who came into that place would have admired what he saw. The heart delighted within him. There the courier Agathontes stood and admired it. But after he had admired it all in his heart, he went in to the wide cave, nor did the shining goddess Calypso fail to recognize him when she saw him come into her presence, for the immortal gods are not such as to go unrecognized by one another, not even if one lives in a far home. But Hermes did not find great-hearted Odysseus indoors, but he was sitting out on the beach crying, as before now he had done, breaking his heart in tears, lamentation, and sorrow, as weeping tears he looked out over the barren water. But Calypso, shining among goddesses, questioned Hermes when she had seated him on a chair that shone and glittered. How is it, Hermes of the golden staff, that you have come to me? I honour you and love you, but you have not come much before this. Speak what is in your mind. But my heart is urgent to do it if I can, and if it is a thing that can be accomplished. But come in with me, so I can put entertainment before you. So the goddess spoke, and she set before him a table which she had filled with ambrosia and mixed red nectar for him. The courier, Hermes Agathontes, ate and drank then. But when he had dined and satisfied his hunger with eating, then he began to speak, answering what she had asked him. You, a goddess, ask me, a god, why I came, and therefore I will tell you the whole truth of the tale. It is I did not wish to. It was Zeus that told me to come here. Who would willingly make the run across this endless salt water? And there is no city of men nearby, nor people who offer choice hecatombs to the gods and perform sacrifice. But there is no way for another god to elude the purpose of aegis-bearing Zeus or bring it to nothing. He says you have with him the man who fought Priam for 9 years. He fought around the city of Priam for 9 years, and in the 10th they sacked the city and set sail for home. But on the voyage home they offended Athene, who let loose an evil tempest and tall waves against them. Then all the rest of his excellent companions perished, but the wind and the current carried him here, and here they drove him. Now Zeus tells you to send him on his way with all speed. It is not appointed for him to die here, away from his people. It is still his fate that he shall see his people and come back to his house with the high roof and to the land of his fathers.
So he spoke, and Calypso, shining among divinities, shuddered, and answered him in winged words and addressed him. You are hard-hearted, you gods, and jealous beyond all creatures beside, when you are resentful toward the goddesses for sleeping openly with such men as each has made her true husband. So when Dawn of the rosy fingers chose out Orion, all you gods who live at your ease were full of resentment until chaste Artemis of the golden throne in Ortygia came with a visitation of painless arrows and killed him. And so it was when Demeter of the lovely hair, yielding to her desire, lay down with Iasion and loved him in a thrice turned field. It was not long before this was made known to Zeus, who struck him down with a cast of the shining thunderbolt. So now, you gods, you resented in me that I keep beside me a man, the one I saved when he clung astride of the keelboard all alone, since Zeus, with a cast of the shining thunderbolt, had shattered his fast ship midway on the wine-blue water. Then all the rest of his excellent companions perished, but the wind and the current carried him here, and here they drove him. And I gave him my love and cherished him, and I had hopes also that I could make him immortal and all his days to be endless. But since there is no way for another god to elude the purpose of aegis-bearing Zeus or bring it to nothing, let him go. Let him go. If he himself is asking for this and desires it, out on the barren sea, I will not give him conveyance. For I have not any ships by me, nor any companions who convey him back across the sea's wide ridges, but I will freely give him my counsel and hold back nothing, so that without harm he can come back to his own country. Then, in turn, the courier Argifontes answered her, Then send him accordingly on his way, and beware of the anger of Zeus, lest he hold a grudge hereafter and rage against you. So spoke powerful Argifontes, where he left her, while she, the queenly nymph, when she had been given the message from Zeus, set out searching after great-hearted Odysseus, and found him sitting on the seashore, and his eyes were never wiped dry of tears, and the sweet lifetime was draining out of him as he wept for a way home. Since the nymph was no longer pleasing to him, by nights he would lie beside her of necessity in the hollow caverns against his will, by one who was willing, but all the days he would sit upon the rocks at the seaside, breaking his heart into tears and lamentation and sorrow. As weeping tears he looked out over the barren waters, she, bright among divinities, stood near and spoke to him. Poor man, no longer mourn here beside me, nor let your lifetime fade away, since now I will send you on with a good will. So come, cut long timbers with a bronze axe, and join them to make a wide raft, and fashion the decks that will appear on the upper side to carry you over the misty face of the water. Then I will stow aboard her bread and water and ruddy wine, strength-giving goods that will keep the hunger from you and put clothing on you, and send a following stern wind after, so that all without harm you can come back to your own country, if only the gods consent. It is they who hold wide heaven and they are more powerful than I to devise and accomplish. So she spoke to him. But a long-suffering, great Odysseus shuddered to hear, and spoke again in turn and addressed her. Here is some other things you devise, O goddess. It is not conveyance. When you tell me to cross the sea's great open space on a raft, that is dangerous and hard. Not even balanced ship rejoicing in a wind from Zeus cross over, and I will not go aboard any raft without your goodwill, nor unless, goddess, you can bring yourself to swear me a great oath that this is not some painful trial you are planning against me. So he spoke, and Calypso, shining among divinities, smiled and stroked him with her hand and spoke to him and named him. You are so naughty, and you will have your own way in all things. See how you have spoken to me and reasoned with me. Earth, be my witness in this, and the wide heaven above us, and the dripping water of the Styx, which oath is the biggest and most formidable oath among the blessed immortals, that this is no other painful trial I am planning against you. But I am thinking and planning for you just as I would do it for my own self, if such needs were as yours were to come upon me. For the mind in me is reasonable, and I have no spirit of iron inside my heart. Rather, it is compassionate. So she spoke, a shining goddess, and led the way swiftly, and the man followed behind her, walking in the god's footsteps. They made their way, the man and the god, to the hollow cavern, and he seated himself upon the chair from which Hermes lately had risen, while the nymph set all manner of food before him to eat and drink, such things as mortal people feed upon. She herself sat across the table from godlike Odysseus, and her serving maids set nectar and ambrosia before her. They put their hands to good things that lay ready before them, but after they had taken their pleasure in eating and drinking, the talking was begun by the shining goddess Calypso, son of Laertes and seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus. Are you still all so eager to go back on your own to your own house and the land of your fathers? I wish you well, however you do it. But if you only knew in your own heart how many hardships you were fated to undergo before getting back to your country, you would stay here with me and be the lord of this household and be an immortal. For all your longing once more to look on that wife for whom you are pining all your days here. And yet I think I can claim that I am not her inferior, either in build or in stature, since it is not likely that mortal women can challenge the goddess for build and beauty.
Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her. Goddess and queen, do not be angry with me. I myself know that all you say is true, and that circumspect Penelope can never match the impression you make for beauty and stature. She is mortal, after all, and you are immortal and ageless. But, even so, what I want in all my days I pine for is to go back to my house and see my day of homecoming. And if some god batters me far out on the wine-blue water, I will endure it, keeping a stubborn spirit inside me, for already I have suffered much and done much hard work on the waves and in the fighting. So let this adventure follow. So he spoke, and the sun went down and the darkness came over. These two, withdrawn in the inner recess of the hollowed cavern, enjoyed themselves in love and stayed all night by each other. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, Odysseus wrapped himself in an outer cloak and a tunic, while she, the nymph, mantled herself in a gleaming white robe, fine woven and delightful, and around her waist she fashioned a handsome belt of gold, and on her head was a wimple. She set about planning the journey for great-hearted Odysseus. She gave him a great axe that was fitted to his palms and headed with bronze, with a double edge each way, and fitted inside it a very beautiful handle of olive wood, well hafted. Then she gave him a well-finished adze, and led the way onward to the far end of the island where there were trees tall grown, alder, and black poplar, and fir that towered to the heaven, but all gone dry long ago and dead, so they would float lightly. But when she had shown him where the tall trees grew, Calypso, shining among divinities, went back to her own house, while he turned to cutting his timbers, and quickly had his work finished. He threw down 20 in all, and trimmed them well with his bronze axe, and planed them expertly, and trued them straight, to a chalk line. Calypso, the shining goddess, at that time came back, bringing him an auger, and he bored through them all and pinned them together with dowels, and then with cords he lashed his raft together. And as great as is the bottom of a broad cargo-carrying ship, when a man well skilled in carpentry fashions it, such was the size of the broad raft made for himself by Odysseus. Next, setting up the deck boards and fitting them to close uprights, he worked them on, and closed in the ends with sweeping gunwales. Then he fashioned the mast with an upper deck fitted to it, and made in addition a steering oar by which to direct her, and fenced her in down the whole length with wattles of osier to keep the water out, and expended much timber upon this. Next Calypso, the shining goddess, brought out the sailcloth to make sails with, and he carefully worked these also, and attached the straps and halyards and sheets all in place aboard her, and then with levers worked her down to the bright salt water. It was the 4th day, and all his work was finished. Then on the 5th day, shining Calypso saw him off from the island, where she had bathed him, and put fragrant clothing upon him, and the goddess put 2 skins aboard, one filled with dark wine, and the other, the big one, filled with water, and put on provisions in a bag, and stored there many good things to keep a man's strength up, and sent a following wind to carry him, warm and easy. Glorious Odysseus, happy with the wind, spread sails, and taking his seat artfully with the steering oar, he held her on her course. Nor did sleep ever descend on his eyelids, as he kept his eye on the Pleiades and late-setting Boötes, and the bear, to whom men give also the name of the wagon, turns about in a fixed place and looks at Orion, and she alone is never plunged in the wash of the ocean. For so Calypso, bright among goddesses, had told him to make his way over the sea, keeping the bear on his left hand. 17 days he sailed, making his way over the water, and on the 18th day there showed the shadowy mountains of the Phaeacian land where it stood out nearest to him, and it looked like a shield lying on the misty face of the water. Coming back from the Ethiopians, the strong earth-shaker saw him from far in the mountains of the Solymoi. He was visible sailing over the sea. Poseidon was the more angered with him, and shook his head, and spoke to his own spirit. For shame! Surely the gods have rashly changed their intentions about Odysseus, while I was away in the Ethiopians' land, and he nears the Phaeacian country, where it is appointed that he shall escape this great trial of misery that is now his. But I think I can still give him a good full portion of trouble. He spoke and pulled the clouds together, in both hands gripping the trident, and staggered the sea, and let loose all the storm blasts of all the winds together, and huddled under the cloud scuds land alike in the great water. Night sprang from heaven. East wind and south wind clashed together, and the bitter-blown west wind and the north wind bore in the bright air, rolled up a heavy sea. The knees of Odysseus gave way for fear, and the heart inside him, and deeply troubled he spoke to his own great-hearted spirit. Ah, unhappy me! What in the long outcome will befall me? I fear the goddess might have spoken the truth in always, when she said that on the sea, and before I came to my country, I would go through hardships. Now all this is being accomplished. Such clouds are these with which Zeus is cramming the wide sky, and has staggered the sea, and storm blasts of winds from every direction are crowding in. My sheer destruction is certain. 3 times and 4 times happy those Danaans were who died then in wide Troyland, bringing favor to the sons of Atreus, as I wish I too had died at that time and met my destiny, on the day when the greatest number of Trojans threw their bronze-headed weapons at me over the body of perished Achilles, and I would have had my rights, and the Achaeans given me glory. Now it is by a dismal death that I must be taken.
As he spoke so, a great wave drove down from above him with a horrible rush, and spun the raft in a circle, and he was thrown clear, far from the raft, and let the steering oar slip from his hands. A terrible gust of storm winds whirling together and blowing snapped the mast tree off in the middle, and the sail and the upper deck were thrown far and fell in the water. He himself was ducked for a long time, nor was he able to come up quickly from under the great rush of the water, for the clothing which divine Calypso had given weighted him down. At last he got to the surface and spat the bitter sea water that drained from his head, which was filled with it. But he did not forget about his raft for all his trouble. He turned and swam back through the waves and laid hold of it and huddled down in the middle of it, avoiding death's end. Then the waves tossed her about, the current, now here, now there, as the north wind in autumn tumbles and tossles thistledown along the plain, and the bunches hold fast one on another, so the winds tossed her on the great sea, now here, now there. And now it would be the south wind and north that pushed her between them, and then again the east wind and west would burst in and follow. The daughter of Cadmus, sweet-stepping Ino, called Leucothea, saw him. She had once been one who spoke as a mortal, but now in the gulfs of the sea she holds degree as a goddess. She took pity on Odysseus as he drifted and suffered hardship, and likening herself to a winged gannet, she came up out of the water and perched on the raft and spoke a word to him. Poor man! Why is Poseidon, the shaker of the earth, so bitterly cankered against you to give you such a harvest of evils? And yet he will not do away with you for all his anger, but as I say, since you seem to me not lacking in good sense, take off these clothes, and leave the raft to drift at the wind's will, and then strike out and swim with your hands and make for a landfall on the Phaeacian country, where your escape is destined. And here, take this veil. It is immortal and fasten it under your chest, and there is no need for you to die nor to suffer. But when with both your hands you've taken hold of the mainland, untie the veil and throw it out onto the wine-blue water, far from the land, and turn your face away as you do so. So spoke the goddess, and handed him the veil, then herself in the likeness of a gannet slipped back into the heaving sea, and the dark and tossing water closed above her. Now, long-suffering great Odysseus pondered two courses, and troubled he spoke then to his own great-hearted spirit. Ah me, which of the immortals is weaving deception against me, and tells me to put off from the raft? But no, I will not do it yet, since I have seen with my own eyes that the shore, where she said I could escape, is still far from me. But here's what I will do, and this seems to me to be the best way. As long as the timbers hold together and the construction remains, I will stay with it and endure through suffering hardships. But once the heaving sea has shaken my raft to pieces, then I will swim. There is nothing better that I can think of. Now, as he was pondering these ways in his heart and spirit, Poseidon, shaker of the earth, drove on a great wave that was terrible and rough, and it curled over and broke down upon him. And as when the wind blows hard on a dry pile of chaff and scatters it abroad in every direction, so the raft's long timbers were scattered. But now Odysseus sat astride one beam like a man riding on horseback, and stripped off the clothing which the divine Calypso had given him, and rapidly tied the veil of Ino around his chest, and then threw himself headfirst into the water with his arms spread, and he stroked as hard as he could. The strong earth shaker saw him swimming and shook his head and spoke to his own spirit. There now, drift on the open sea, suffering much trouble, until you come among a certain people who are the gods' fosterlings. Even so, I hope you will not complain that I stinted your hardships. So he spoke, and laid the lash on his fair-maned horses, and made his way to Aigai, where he has his fabulous palace. But now Athena, daughter of Zeus, planned what was to follow. She fastened down the courses of all the rest of the storm winds, and told them all to go to sleep now, and to give over, but stirred a hastening north wind, and broke down the seas before him, until Zeus sprung Odysseus, escaping death and the spirits of death, might join the company of the oar-loving Phaeacians. Then he was driven 2 nights and 2 days on the heavy seas, and many times his heart foresaw destruction. But when dawn, the lovely hair, had brought the 3rd morning, then at last the gale went down, and windless weather came on, and now he saw the land lying very close to him, as he took a sharp look, lifted high on the top of a great wave. and as welcome as the show of life again in a father is to his children. When he's lain sick, suffering strong pains and wasting long away, and the hateful death spirit has brushed him, but then, and it is welcome, the god set him free of his sickness. So welcome appeared the land and forest now to Odysseus, as he swam pressing on, so as to set foot on the mainland. But when he was far away, as far as a voice can carry, he heard the thumping of the sea on the jagged rock teeth, for a big surf, terribly sucked up from the main, was crashing in the dry land. All was mantled in salt spray, and there were no harbors to hold ships, no roadsteads for them to ride in, but promontories outthrust, and ragged rock teeth and boulders. The knees of Odysseus gave way for fear, and the heart inside him said, deeply troubled, he spoke to his own great-hearted spirit, "Ah, me, now that Zeus has granted a sight of unhoped-for land, and now I have made the crossing of this great distance, I see no way for me to get out of the gray sea-water, for on the outer side are sharp rocks, and the surf above them breaks and roars, and the sheer of the cliff runs up above them. The sea is deep in close shore, so there is no place to stand, bracing on both my feet, and so avoid trouble. I fear that as I climb out, a great wave will catch and throw me against the stony cliff. That will be a pitiful landing. Yet if I try to swim on, along in the hope of finding beaches that slant against the waves or harbors for shelter from the sea, I fear that once again the whirlwind will snatch me and carry me out on the sea where the fish swarm, groaning heavily, or else the divinity from the deep will let loose against me a sea monster, of whom Amphitrite keeps so many, for I know how bitterly the renowned Earthshaker hates me."
Now, as he was pondering this in his heart and spirit, meanwhile a great wave carried him against the tough rock face, and there his skin would have been taken off, his bones crushed together, had not the gray-eyed goddess Athena sent him an inkling, and he frantically caught hold with both hands on the rock face and clung to it, groaning until the wave went over. This one he so escaped, but the backwash of the same wave caught him where he clung, and threw him far out in the open water, as when an octopus is dragged away from its shelter. The thickly clustered pebbles stick in the cups of the tentacles, so in contact with the rock, the skin from his both hands was torn away. Now the great sea carried him over, and Odysseus would have perished, wretched, beyond his destiny, had not the gray-eyed goddess Athena given him forethought. He got clear of the surf, where it sucks against the land, and swam out along, looking towards the shore in the hope of finding beaches that slanted against the waves, or harbors for shelter from the sea. But when he came, swimming along to the mouth of a sweet running river, this at last seemed to him the best place, being bare of rocks, and there was even shelter from the wind there. He saw where the river came out, and prayed to him in his spirit, "Hear me, my lord, whoever you are. I come in great need to you, a fugitive from the seas and the curse of Poseidon. Even for mortal gods, that man has a claim on their mercy who comes to them as a wandering man, in the way that I now come to you, your current, and to your knees after much suffering. Pity me, then, my lord. I call myself your suppliant." He spoke, and the river stayed his command, stopped, the waves breaking, and made all quiet in front of him, and let him get safely into the outlet of the river. Now he flexed both knees and his ponderous hands. His very heart was sick with salt water, and all his flesh was swollen, and the sea water crusted stiffly in his mouth and nostrils. And with a terrible weariness fallen upon him, he lay unable to breathe or speak in his weakness. When he got his breath back and the spirit regathered into his heart, he at last unbound the veil of the goddess from him and let it go to drift in the seaward course of the river. And the great wave carried it out on the current, and presently Ino took it back into her hands. Odysseus staggered from the river and lay down again in the rushes and kissed the green-giving soil. Then, deeply troubled, he spoke his own great-hearted spirit. "What will happen now, and what in the long outcome will befall me? For if I wait out in the uncomfortable night by the river, I fear that the female dew and evil frost together will be too much for my damaged strength. I am so exhausted, and in the morning a chilly wind will blow from the river. But if I go up the slope into the shadowy forest and lay down to sleep among the dense bushes, even if the chill and weariness let me be, and the sweet sleep comes upon me, I fear I may become spoil and prey to the wild animals. In the division of his heart, this last way seemed best, and he went to look for the wood and found it close to the water in a conspicuous place, and stopped underneath 2 bushes that grew from the same place, one of shrubs, one of wild olive, and neither of the force of wet blowing winds could penetrate these, nor could the shining sun ever strike through with his rays, not yet could the rain pass all the way through them, so close together were they grown, interlacing each other. And under these now Odysseus entered, and with his own hands heaped him a bed to sleep on, making it wide, since there was great store of fallen leaves there, enough for 2 men to take cover or even 3 men. In the winter season, even in the very worst kind of weather, seeing this long-suffering great Odysseus was happy, and lay down in the middle and made a pile of leaves over him, as when a man buries a burning log in a black ash heap. In a remote place in a country where none lives as near as neighbors, and saves the seed of fire, having no other place to get light from. So Odysseus buried himself in the leaves, and Athena shed a sleep on his eyes, as so most quickly to quit him, by veiling his eyes from the exhaustion of his hard labors.
So Odysseus slept on there, godlike and much enduring, worn out by exhaustion and hardship, and meanwhile Athene went off to the district and city of the Phaeacians, who at one time made their home in spacious Hypereia, and were neighbors to the Cyclopes, rough, arrogant men, who kept raiding them and were more powerful. Godlike Nausithous then uprooted them, led them to Scheria, remote from bread-eating mortals, and settled them there. He ran a wall around the city, constructed houses, made shrines for the gods, shared out the arable acres. But by now he'd succumbed to his fate, gone down to Hades. And Alcinous was the ruler, who had wisdom from the gods. To his dwelling now went the goddess, grey-eyed Athene, with her plan for great-hearted Odysseus' return home. She entered the ornate bedroom in which there slept a girl, most like the immortals in form and appearance, Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, who with close by her 2 handmaids, made beautiful by the Graces, one on each side of the doorposts, and the bright doors were shut. Like a breath of wind she now swept into the girl's bedside, and stood above her head, and addressed her, assuming the form of the daughter of Dumas, famous for his ships, a girl Nausicaa's age, and very dear to her heart. In her likeness, grey-eyed Athene spoke to her, saying, Nausicaa, how could your mother have so careless a child? Your bright, smart clothes are all lying about uncared for, yet your marriage is near, when you'll need fine clothes for yourself, and garments, too, to provide for those who'll escort you. This is the kind of thing that gets you well spoken of among men, and pleases your father and lady mother. So let's go and do the washing tomorrow at daybreak. I'll come with you as helper. Let you make yourself ready as soon as may be. You won't be unmarried much longer. Already suitors are courting you, the noblest Phaeacians in these parts, and you share their lineage. So come now, urge your far-famed father, first thing this morning, to have the mules and a wagon ready to carry for you the sashes and robes and bright coverlets. And for yourself, it's much better to travel this way than to go by foot. The washing trials are a long way distant from the city. That said, the goddess, grey-eyed Athene, departed for Olympos, where they say the gods have their abode forever immovable, never shaken by gales, nor wet with rain, nor does snow ever visit them. The sky stretches dazzling and cloudless, the upper air gleams white. The blessed gods find enjoyment here all their days, and here the grey-eyed one went after speaking with the girl. Now Dawn on her fine throne arrived and woke up the latter, the finely robed Nausicaa. She at once, amazed by her dream, went off through the house to report it to her parents, her own dear father and mother. She found them her mother sitting there at the hearth with her handmaids, spinning sea-purple yarn on a distaff. Her father she caught on the point of leaving to join the distinguished elders in council, summoned there by the lords of Phaeacia. She went up to her dear father and addressed him thus: "Dear papa, won't you please have a wagon made ready for me? A high one with good wheels, so I can take the fine clothes that are lying here soiled to the river for washing? For you too it's proper, when you're with the chief men debating in council, to be wearing fresh laundered clothes, and you've sons living with you here in your halls, 2 married but 3 lively bachelors, who always insist on having fresh laundered clothes to put on for going to the dance. All this now needs my attention." So she spoke, too embarrassed to mention lusty marriage to her father, but he understood all, and responded, saying, "I begrudge you neither the mules, child, nor anything else. So off you go. The servants will ready the wagon for you, the high one with good wheels and fitted bodywork." With that he called to the servants, and they obeyed him. They made ready the good-wheeled mule wagon outside, and brought the mules, and yoked them, and harnessed them, while the girl fetched out the bright garments from indoors, and stowed them away in the polished cart. And her mother added a box full of satisfying things to eat, appetizers galore, and poured out a measure of wine in a goatskin bottle. Nausicaa boarded the wagon, and her mother gave her a golden flask full of soft oil, with which she and her handmaids could anoint themselves. She now took hold of the whip and the brightly polished reins, and whipped up the mules to start them. They clattered off at a smart trot, not pausing, with girl and laundry aboard. Not alone, for her handmaids all came along with her.
When they reached the sweet flow of the river, at the sight of the regular wash troughs, always enough clean water from springs there or outflow to clean the dirtiest garments, then they unhitched the mules, set them free from the wagon, and shooed them off along the bank of the eddying river to graze on honey-sweet clover, while they themselves took armfuls of clothes from the wagon to the dark water and trod them out in the basins, fast-moving, competitive. Then after they'd washed them and got them clean again, they spread them in rows on the shoreline where the surf, beating upon the strand, had most clearly scoured the pebbles. Then they bathed and rubbed themselves down with oil and ate their lunch beside the banks of the river, while waiting until the clothes dried off in the bright sunlight. When the handmaids and Nausicaa had eaten their fill, they then threw off their veils and turned to playing ball, and white-armed Nausicaa was their leader as they sang, just as the archer Artemis roams across the mountain ranges, lofty Tygatos, say, or Erymanthus, exulting in her pursuit of wild boar or of the swift-footed deer, and country nymphs, daughters of Zeus the aegis-bearer, join the sport with her, and Leto rejoices at the sight of Artemis, head and brow higher than all the others, and easily recognized, though each one is beautiful. So amid all her handmaids shone out this unwed maiden. But when she was on the point of starting back homeward, with the mules yoked up and the fine clothes folded, then the goddess, gray-eyed Athena, had another idea, that Odysseus should wake and see the sweet-faced girl, and that she should escort him to the Phaeacian city. So when the princess next tossed the ball to a handmaid, she missed the handmaid, and sent it into a deep eddy. They all cried out at length, and noble Odysseus awoke, and sat up, wondering in his mind and heart, "Ah me, among what sort of mortals have I now made landfall? Are they wild and outrageous, men with no sense of justice, or hospitable to strangers, a God-fearing people? An outcry of women, young girls, just echoed round about me. The nymphs, it could be, who haunt the sheer mountain peaks and the river's springs and the grassy meadows. Or am I somewhere near talking humans? Well, come on now, let me take a look for myself, see what I can discover." That said, godlike Odysseus came out from under the bushes. Strong-handed, he broke off a leafy branch from the dense maquis to cover his body, hide the male parts.
He came forth like some mountain-bred lion, confident in his strength, who, beaten by wind and rain, still advances, both his eyes ablaze, as in among cattle or sheep he hastens, or in pursuit of wild deer. His ravenous belly drives him to go after the flocks, even inside the close-walled farmstead. So Odysseus was set to mingle, though naked, among these fair-tressed young girls. Such need had come upon him. A terrifying sight they found him, all crusted with dried brine, and they scattered in panic around the jutting sand spits. Alcinous's daughter alone stood firm, for Athena had put courage into her heart and purged the fear from her limbs. She stood still, holding her ground. Odysseus debated. Should he clasp the knees of this good-looking girl when making his plea? Or should he stay put, just cajole her with honey-sweet phrases so she'd give him clothes, show him the way into town? And thus he reflected. He decided that it would be better to stay put, just cajole her with honey-sweet phrases. The girl might take offense if he grabbed her knees. So he made an impromptu speech, both honey-sweet and crafty. By your knees I entreat you, lady. Some goddess are you, or mortal? If a goddess, one of those who hold broad heaven, then to Artemis, great Zeus's daughter, I find you most nearly akin in beauty and height and carriage. But if you're mortal, one of those who dwell here on earth, then thrice blessed indeed are your father and the lady your mother, thrice blessed your brothers. Greatly warmed with pleasure must their hearts always be on your account, as they see so fine an offshoot taking her place among the dancers. But blessed at heart, far above all others, is he who will dower you with bride gifts and lead you to his home. Never before have my eyes seen a mortal such as you are, either man or woman. I'm awed at the sight of you. On Delos once, beside Apollo's altar, I saw something like you, a young palm shoot springing up. I put in there, along with a crowd of followers, on the same journey fated to bring me such misfortune. And likewise at that sight I was long in awe, since never before had such a tree sprung from the earth. Just so, lady, I'm awed and amazed by you, and greatly fear now to touch your knees. Much hardship has assailed me. For 20 days, until yesterday, when I got clear of the wine-dark sea, the waves and storm winds bore me away from the Isle of Ogygia. Now some gods landed me here, I guess to suffer more trouble, for I don't suppose it'll stop now. The gods have plenty in store for me still. So, lady, show me compassion. After all my suffering, you're the first person I've met. Not a single other one do I know of all those who possess this city and this country. Just show me the way into town. Give me some rag to wear. Maybe you had a wrapper for the clothes you brought here? And may the gods grant you all that your heart desires, husband, home, and like-mindedness. A precious gift, for there's nothing greater or better, ever, than when two like-minded people are keeping house together, a man and his wife. Much frustration for their ill-wishers, much joy for their friends, but they too know it the best.
Then white-armed Nausicaa made him this answer. Stranger, you seem neither malicious nor witless, but it's Zeus, the Olympian in person, who bestows good fortune on men, the good and the bad, to each as he wills. I suppose he chose this lot for you, and you will just have to bear it. But now, since it's our land and city that you've come to, you'll not go short of clothing, nor of anything else that befits a long-suffering suppliant on arrival. I'll show you the way into town, name the inhabitants. It's the Phaeacians who possess this land and city, and I am the daughter of the great-hearted Alcinous, whom the Phaeacians' power and might are vested. That said, she snapped out orders to her fair-trussed handmaids. Come back here, girls. Scuttling off when you see a man? Do you really suppose he's some kind of enemy? There's no mortal alive, nor could there ever be one, who'd show up in this land of Phaeacian men with hostile intent. So dear are we to the immortals. Remote is our dwelling, far off in the surging deep, none further distant, other mortals don't mix with us. No, this is some ill-starred drifter who's ended up here, and we must now take care of, since from Zeus are all strangers and beggars. Any gift, though small, is welcome. So come, girls, provide this stranger with food and drink, and wash him off in the river, well sheltered from the wind. So she spoke. They stopped and encouraged one another, and brought Odysseus to shelter, just as Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, had told them to do, and put him beside a mantle and tunic to wear, and gave him the golden flask containing soft liquid olive oil, and offered to wash him off in the flow of the river. Then godlike Odysseus addressed the handmaids, saying, "Handmaids, stand further off. Leave me on my own to scrub off the brine from my shoulders, rub myself over with oil. Indeed, it's been a long time since oil came near my skin. I'm not going to bathe in your presence. I feel embarrassed to be naked among all you fair-tressed young ladies." So he spoke. They went back, told Nausicaa what he had asked. Now godlike Odysseus scrubbed off with river water, and the brine encrusting his back and his broad shoulders, and wiped the unharvested sea's scurf from his head. Then when he'd washed all over, and rubbed himself with oil, and had put on the clothes that the unwed girl had provided, then Athene, offspring of Zeus, made him in appearance taller and stronger, made the hair spring from his head in rich curls like the flower of the hyacinth. As when a man overlays silver with gold, a skilful artisan who's been taught every craft by Hephaestus and Pallas Athene, and thus turns out the most elegant handiwork. Such was the grace she shed upon his head and shoulders. Then he took himself off, sat down on the seashore, agone with beauty and grace. The girl stared, awestruck, and addressed her fair-tressed handmaids, saying, "Listen, my white-armed handmaids, let me tell you something. Not without the gods' will, all the gods who hold Olympus, has this man come here to mingle with the godlike Phaeacians. Before he seemed to me to be mean and shabby, whereas now he resembles the gods who possess broad heaven. If only a man such as this could be chosen as my husband, could be domiciled here, might even want to stay here. But come, girls, provide the stranger with food and drink." So she spoke, and they readily heard and obeyed her, and set before Odysseus both food and drink. So now the much-enduring godlike Odysseus both ate and drank ravenously, since he'd gone a long time without food.
Now white-armed Nausicaa had one more thought. She folded the clothes and stowed them in the beautiful wagon, and yoked the hard-hoofed mules, and climbed aboard herself. Then she called out to Odysseus, addressed him directly. "Get up, stranger, and I'll guide you to town. Direct you to my wise father's house, where, I promise you, you'll make the acquaintance of all the best of the Phaeacians. But be sure to do as I say, and don't strike me as witless. As long as we're out in the countryside, fields and farmland, come briskly along with my girls behind the mules and wagon. I'll lead the way. But when we're about to enter the city, there's a high wall round it, a fine harbor on either side of the city with a narrow entrance, and trim vessels are moored along the way, each one with a slip of its own, private docking for everyone. There, too, is the place of assembly, by Poseidon's fine precinct, marked out with the great deep-bedded quarried stones. It's there that they busy themselves the black ship's tackle, their cables and sails, and there they trim their oar blades, for bows and quivers are not the Phaeacians' concerns, but ships' masts, oars, and the trim vessels themselves, in which with delight they traverse the grey sea's waters. It's their rude comments I want to avoid, the chance that later some man may blame me. They're unkind folk among us. One of the nastier sort might say if he met us, "Who's this tall, handsome stranger, tagging after Nausicaa? Where did she pick him up? Her husband-to-be, no doubt. Some stray off a ship she'll be bringing in, I suppose, from a foreign crew. There aren't any hereabouts, unless some gods come down from heaven from answer to her endless prayers, and she'll keep him around for life. Better if she went off herself and found a husband elsewhere, since she despises these men here in the district, though many top-class Phaeacians are courting her. So they'll say, and such remarks would attach a scandal to my name. I too would disapprove if another girl behaved thus, one that in defiance of her dear father and mother consorted with men before reaching the day of public marriage. So, stranger, quickly grasp what I'm telling you, to ensure prompt assistance from my father in getting you back home. You'll find a fine grove of Athena near the road, a grove of poplars. A spring gushes up in it, there's a meadow round it. That's where my father's estate is, his flourishing orchard, as far from town as the shot of a man will carry. Sit down there and wait a while, long enough for us to get to the city, arrive at my father's house. But when you reckon we've made it home, then yourself go on to the city of the Phaeacians and ask around where you can find the house of great-hearted Alcinous. It's easily recognized. Even a child could guide you, the merest infant, since the other Phaeacians' houses aren't built on a scale to match the abode of heroic Alcinous. Then when you reach that house and the courtyard, go quickly through the main hall until you come upon my mother. You'll find her sitting in firelight by the hearth, spinning sea-purple yarn on a distaff, a wonderful sight, leaning against a pillar, her maid seated behind her. And there is my father's throne, set close by her side, where he sits and drinks his wine like an immortal. Go on past him, throw your arms around the knees of my mother, if you're to get a quick and happy glimpse of your day of homecoming, no matter how far you've come. It's if she looks on you with favor in her heart that there's hope for you of seeing your people, of getting back to your own strong house in your native country. So saying, she lashed out with her shining whip at the mules, and they took quickly off, away from the flowing river. They trotted well, well did they ply their feet, and she drove, taking good care that Odysseus and her handmaids could keep upon foot, used her whip very sparingly. As the sun set, they reached the famous grove, sacred to Athena. Here godlike Odysseus sat himself down, at once made his prayer to great Zeus's daughter. Hear me, unwearing child of Zeus of the Aegis. Listen now, as you failed to listen before I was stricken, when the far-famed earth-shaker struck me. Grant that now, when I come among the Phaeacians, I'm befriended and pitied. So he spoke in prayer, and Pallas Athena heard him, but did not yet show herself to him, for she respected her father's brother, who continued to rage against godlike Odysseus until he got back to his own country.
So long-suffering godlike Odysseus prayed there. Meanwhile, hardy mules carried the girl to the city. Soon as she came to the well-known house of her father, she made a stop at the gates. Her brothers approached her, like deathless gods around her, letting the mules out from under the yoke and carrying clothes in the palace. She went to the bedroom herself. Starting a fire there was Eurymedusa, her elderly maid from Epeiry. Upcurved ships had brought her once from Epeiry, a prize to honor Alcinous, ruler of every Phaeacian clan, obeyed like a god by his people. She'd raised white-armed Nausicaa there in the great hall. Now she built a fire and arranged for her dinner. Odysseus, meanwhile, rose to enter the city. Thoughtful and caring, Athene misted him densely to stop the ample-hearted Phaeacians from halting or baiting Odysseus, asking his name or homeland. Shortly about to enter the beautiful city, he faced the goddess herself, glowed-eyed Athene. She'd taken the form of a young girl bearing a pitcher. She stopped before him. Godlike Odysseus asked her, "My girl, could you take me now to the house of your ruler, the man they call Alcinous, lord of the people? I'm hard-tested myself. I came as a stranger from a far-off land, so I don't know of your people, the men who own this land and rule in the city." An answer came from the goddess, gray-eyed Athene. "Well then, fatherly stranger, I'll show you the building you look for. It stands quite close to my handsome father's. But follow me quietly now. I'll take you myself there. Don't be staring at men or asking them questions. People don't take well to those who are odd here. They're not fast friends with strangers coming from elsewhere. They tend to rely on their swift and maneuvering vessels for crossing the wide sea where the earth-shaker Poseidon lets them go. Their ships are fast as a bird or an insect." Pallas Athene spoke that way, and she led him forward briskly. He followed the goddess's footsteps. Phaeacians, known for their ships, scarcely remarked him moving along through the city. Beautifully braided, feared as a goddess, Athene had poured out that amazing mist around him. At heart she cared for him closely. Odysseus marveled at balanced ships in their harbors, assembly places of war chiefs, lengthy and high-raised walls topped with stakes, a wonder to gaze at. Soon as they reached the renowned home of that ruler, the glow-eyed goddess Athene started to tell him Fatherly stranger, there's the house that you asked me to point out. You'll find the lords nourished by great Zeus dining inside. Go in then, don't be a fretful heart. A daring man does better in every labor, however far he's traveled from elsewhere. Our Lady's the first person you'll find in the great hall. Arides, the name she goes by, born in the royal bloodline, the same as King Alkinoos' bloodline. Now Zethus first was born to the earth-shaker Poseidon. His mother was Periboia, the best and prettiest woman, the youngest daughter of ample-hearted Eurymedon, once the king of the highly spirited giants. He caused those reckless beings to die, and he died too. Poseidon loved his daughter and fathered a boy-child, the great-hearted Nausithous, lord of Phaeacians. Nausithous fathered Alkinoos next in Rhexenor. The latter was sonless, killed by the silver bow of Apollo when still a groom in his hall, and with only a daughter, Arete. King Alkinoos made her his own wife, and highly esteemed her. No woman on earth is esteemed so, of all those managing households under their husbands. The lady's esteemed in a heartfelt way by her loving children as well, of course by Alkinoos always, and all the people who view their queen as a goddess. They welcome her loudly whenever she walks through the city. That lady is never lacking in good understanding. She settles quarrels for women she likes, and for men too. Indeed, if the lady takes you close to her own heart, then you might hope to look on all of your loved ones and sail to the high-roofed house in the land of your fathers. Glow-eyed Athene spoke that way, and she left him, forsaking the charm of Scary. Over the restless sea she came to Marathon, broad roadways of Athens, and entered Erechtheus' tight-built house. But Odysseus, now at the well-known house of Alkinoos, stood there, mulling a long time before he stepped on the threshold of bronze. A sunlight glow, the luster of moonlight, hung on the great-hearted Alkinoos' high-roofed home, where bronze walls extended this way and that way, from threshold to farthest corners, topped with a blue frieze. Doors of gold in the tight-built house closed on the inside. Silver doorposts stood on a threshold of polished bronze, and the lintel was silver, the handle of pure gold. Silver and golden dogs were on both sides of the doorway, made by Hephaestus, knowing the ways of the artist. Acting as watchdogs of great-hearted Alkinoos' palace, deathless creatures. All their days they were ageless. Along the wall were chairs, set out on both sides from threshold to farthest corner. Beautiful chaircloths covered them, thrown there, finely worked by the women. Phaeacian lords had used those chairs to be seated, dining and drinking, their holdings lasting forever. Boys of gold, standing on well-crafted bases, held in their hands the brightly flickering torches, glowing each night for those who dined in the great hall. The king had 50 women slaves in the household. They grind down tawny grain, using their hand mills or weave at looms, turning wheels of the wool staffs. They sit, and their hands are like trembling leaves of an aspen. Oil and moisture seep through the tight-woven fabric. Just as Phaeacian men are outstanding at moving a race-fast ship through the water, their women are first-rate loom workers. Athene has given them stunning workmanship, better than anyone's craft, in their good minds.
Beyond the court but close to the gates is an orchard, 4 large measures of land with fencing on all sides. The trees grow tall there, fruit trees in full bloom, pear trees, pomegranates, apple trees glowing with fruit, the sweetest figs and olives in blossom. Fruit is never lacking or lost in that orchard, summer or winter, year-round. West wind is always blowing to help some grow and others to ripen. Pear after pear matures, apples on apples, fig after fig. The grapes are cluster on cluster. A vineyard is planted there, heavy with fruitage. Level ground on the warm side is for drying grapes in the sun. Another place is for plucking, others for stepping. In front, shedding their blossoms, are unripe grapes, while others darken slowly. The lowest ground is a garden bed in good order. Every kind of shoot grows there, the whole year round near a pair of springs. One seeps through the garden, the other flows right under the courtyard threshold in front of the high-roofed house. Townspeople draw there. So the gods lavished the outstanding gifts on the Alkinoos. Long-suffering godlike Odysseus stood there gazing. After his heart had truly wondered at each thing, he promptly crossed the threshold. walked in the palace, and found the Phallacian lords and counselors dropping wine from their cups for the far-sighted splendor of Argos, the last god to be offered wine when they thought about sleeping. Long-suffering godlike Odysseus moved through the great hall. Held in the dense mist Athene had poured down until he had come to lordly Alcinous, then to Arete. Odysseus threw his arms around the knees of Arete just as the wondrous mist flowed down from his body. Everyone hushed, seeing the man in the household. They stared in amazement. Then Odysseus spoke out. Queen Arete, daughter of godlike Rhexenor, I come to your knees and your husband's after my great pain. I pray the gods will give the rest of these diners a happy life, with each man passing down to all his children the wealth in his hall and honors bestowed by his people. But send me off in a hurry. Help me return home. I've suffered harm too long, far from my loved ones. He spoke that way and sat by the hearth and some ashes, close to the fire. All the people were quiet. At length a war chief answered, old Echinos. Of all the Phaeacians, this man was the eldest, a standout speaker, knowing the ways of the old ones. Meaning well, he spoke to the king and the people. It's not becoming, Alcinous, never the right thing for strangers to sit on the hearth's ground among ashes. Others are holding back. They wait for your own word. Come on, then, raise our guest and give him a good seat. The chair is studded with silver. Order your stewards to mix more wine, and for Zeus, whose joy is in thunder, pour from our goblets. Zeus goes on with the lowly stranger. Let the housekeeper feed our guests, whatever is inside. Soon as Alcinous heard, his power was holy. He took Odysseus' hand and raised the resourceful, shrewd man from the hearth. He set him down on a shining chair and made friendly Laodamas stand up, the son who sat beside him, the son whom he loved most. A maid brought water and poured from a pitcher of stunning gold. Odysseus washed his hands in silver basin. She drew up a polished table before him. An honored housekeeper brought in bread and arranged it. She laid out plenty of dishes, free with her holdings. Godlike Odysseus ate and drank. He suffered a long time. Strong Alcinous turned to a herald and told him, Pontonous, mix our wine in the wine bowl and serve it to all in the great hall. For Zeus, whose joy is in thunder, will pour from our goblets. He goes with the lowly stranger. Pontonous mixed the honey-minded wine when his ruler had spoken, and then he served them all drops for libation. After they poured for Zeus and drank as their spirits moved them, Alcinous told the gathering outright, Listen, Phaeacians, counselors, lords of the people, let me speak as the heart in my chest has enjoined me. Now that you've dined, go to your houses and lie down. At dawn we'll gather more of our elders together. We'll entertain our guests in the hall, and we'll lay down handsome victims for gods. In time we can ponder a send-off. Without pain or struggle, the stranger may leave on one of our ships for the land of his fathers, gladly and swiftly, however far he has come from. The man won't suffer harm or pain in the meantime, not till he walks on his own land. There he may suffer whatever doom the somber spinners have worked out, spinning their thread from the hour he was born to his mother. Now if he came as a deathless god from the heavens, that's something new the gods are carefully planning. Before this, gods have always appeared to us plainly, whenever we killed our lustrous bulls by the hundred. They dined among us all, and they sat alongside us. If one of us faced them alone, too, as he wandered, they never went into hiding. We are their close kin. So are the Cyclops and the wild clans of giants. Odysseus, full of designs, answered by saying, Don't think that way, Alcinous. I am no deathless god like those who rule broadly in heaven. Not with my size and shape. I am a human and death-bound. The men you've known who carry the heaviest burdens of pain, however. I'm their match with my own pain. I could speak, in fact, for a longer time of my hardship, all the sorrow willed by the gods I have gone through, but now you should let me eat, for all of my troubles. Nothing is more hateful and dog-like than hunger. It tells, then forces a man to remember his own needs, however worn the man is, the longing he suffers, the way my heart still mourns. Eat up and drink now. My belly always tells me. It makes me forgetful of all my other anguish. It only commands me to fill up. You please hurry, though. When dawn is a bright light, help me to go, a wretched man, to my own land, despite my suffering. Let me die when I've gazed on my ample and high-roofed house, my slaves and my treasure.
They all approved what he said. They asked that the stranger be sent off well because he'd spoken so rightly. They poured wine to the gods and drank as their hearts wished. Then they went to lie down, each man to his own house. Godlike Odysseus, left behind in the great hall, sat by godlike Alcinous, close to Arete. Housemates took away the settings for dinner. Arete, the white-armed queen, started to ask him. She knew the handsome tunic and mantle Odysseus wore was made by the queen herself and her handmaids. She spoke out now, and the words had a feathery swiftness. Stranger, I'll ask you questions first for myself here. Who are you? Where are your people? Who gave you this clothing? You wandered the sea, I thought you said when you came here. Full of designs, Odysseus answered by saying, It's hard, my queen, to tell you of all my troubles, because the gods in heaven gave me so many. I could say this much, now that you've asked me. An island Ogygi lies far off in the salt sea, the home of Atlas's daughter, the clever Calypso. In lovely braids, but a feared goddess. No one will join her. None of the deathless gods, no man who is death-bound. Some power led me, a wretched man, to her fireside alone. For Zeus had hurled his glaring lightning, blasted my race-fast ship, and plunged it in wine-dark seas, where all of them drowned. The men I relied on, I clasped to the keel of my upturned ship, and was borne off 9 whole days. In the black of the 10th night, gods drove me close to Ogygi, the isle of Calypso, in lovely braids, but a feared goddess. Taking me in there, she fed me and loved me warmly, yes, and she told me she'd make me deathless. All my days I would not age. The goddess never changed the heart in my own chest. Although I stayed there 7 years, I was always crying for home, drenching Calypso's undying clothes she gave me. Then the 8th year came in its circling way, and she urged me to go. Maybe a message from Zeus was the cause, maybe a change of her own mind. She sent me away on a well-tied raft, and she gave me lots of bread, sweet wine, and her ageless clothing. She brought up a following wind, gentle and balmy. For 7 and 10 more days, I sailed on the water. The 18th day, with shadowy mountains looming, your own land was close. My heart was delighted. Then I was cursed, about to meet with a great deal of struggle, brought on by the earth-shaker Poseidon. He set the wind against me. It stopped me from making headway. Astounding waves he aroused would not let me stay on the raft and go on. Though I moaned there without end, the storms too splintered my raft. So now I went swimming my way on the wide sea, till water and headlong sea wind brought me closer at last to your own land. But there if I got ashore, the surf would have thrown me straight into huge rocks. That place was no pleasure. I went back out, I swam, and came to a river at length, plainly the best landfall I spotted, free of rock, and fairly sheltered from storm wind. I fell down there, worn out. When night like a goddess came, I moved away from the Zeus-lavished river and lay in some bushes. I piled leaflets around me. A god then poured his boundless rest all my body. I slept in those leaves, my heart restless and sad, and all that night, through dawn and well into midday. The sun god westered, the honeyed sleep god unbound me. Now on the shore I spotted handmaids playing. Then your daughter herself, the likes of a goddess. I humbly approached her. She never failed in her good sense. You'd hardly hope that a younger woman who met you would act so. Younger people are always so carefree. She gave me bread to eat and plenty of bright wine. She helped me wash in the river and gave me some clean clothes. Despite my hardship, that's the truth I have told you. King Alcinous promptly answered by saying, Stranger, my child was not so thoughtful in one way clearly. She failed to bring you straight to our household along with her maids when you humbly approached her the first time. An answer came from Odysseus, full of the best plans. Warlord, don't upbraid your high-born daughter on that count. She asked me indeed to follow behind with her handmaids, but I was afraid, embarrassed, and therefore unwilling. Somehow I thought your heart would be angry to see me, because we races of men on earth are often distrusting. Again, Alcinous promptly answered by saying, The heart in my chest is not the kind to be angry rashly, my guest. Good rule is better in all things. In fact, by Zeus our father, Athene, and Apollo, being the man you are, with a mind like my own mind, I'd much rather you stay here and marry my daughter, a son-in-law now. I'd offer you wealth and a fine house, if only you'd stay. But no Phaeacian holds you against your will. May Zeus our father dislike that. To know your send-off now, I'll make it tomorrow surely. After you lie down, ready to doze off, our men will row on a calm sea to your own land. You'll go back home, or whatever place you would like to, even to land much farther away than Euboea. They call that island the farthest, those who have seen it among our people. They ferried the blonde Rhadamanthus there to join with Tituus, son of the goddess Gaia. They sailed and arrived and hardly were tired, making their way back home, all in the same day. You'll know in your heart how vastly better my ships are. My men are the best at scattering sea foam with oar blades. He stopped, and the long-suffering godlike Odysseus gladly wanted to pray. He answered by saying, Fatherly heaven, bring everything King Alcinous told me now to a good end. May his name never be extinguished where earth gives grain. May I reach the land of my fathers. All the while they spoke that way with each other. White-armed Arete had told her handmaids to set out a bed in the hallway promptly, with beautiful covers, to throw down violet blankets, spread out the rug-like layers, and put thick wool on top of the whole pile. Torches in hand, the maids went out of the great hall. After they spread out the thick-piled bed in a hurry, they stood beside Odysseus, prompting and asking him, Get up now, stranger, the bed you wanted is ready. They said no more. For the man, how welcome to lie down. Long-suffering, godlike Odysseus slept there. His corded bed lay under the echoing hallway. Alcinous lay in the inmost room of the high house. The lady was there, beside him, sharing the same bed.
Dawn spread her roselight over the sky, and Alcinous awoke in all his sacred might, as did Zeus-born Odysseus, sacker of cities. Alcinous led the way to the Phaeacian assembly, which was built near the harbor. The Phaeacians filled in and sat on the polished stones, close by each other, and Pallas Athena, disguised as Alcinous's herald, went through the city to lay the groundwork for Odysseus's trip home, going up to each man and saying to him, Gather round, Phaeacian leaders and counselors, and go to the assembly to learn of the stranger who has just arrived at Alcinous's palace, driven over the sea, a man like a god. This got their attention, and the seats in the assembly filled up quickly with men who marveled at the sight of Laertes' son, for Athena poured on his shoulders and head a shimmering grace and made him taller and more heavily muscled, so that he would be welcomed by the Phaeacians as a man to respect, and so he would be able to accomplish the feats the Phaeacians would use to test his mettle. And when the men were all gathered, Alcinous spoke, Hear me, Phaeacian lords and counselors, so I may speak what is in my heart. This stranger has come to my home in his wanderings. I don't know who he is, or if he has come from the east or the west. He asks for passage home, and asks us to set a firm time for departure. Let us speed him on his way, as we have always done. No one has ever come to my home and languished here long for lack of transport. Haul a black ship, then, onto the bright salt water for her maiden voyage, and pick 52 of the best young sailors in all the land. When you have lashed the oars well at the benches, disembark and hurry to my home. We have a feast to prepare, and I will provide well for all. Those are my orders for the younger men. But you others, all the sceptred kings, come to my palace and help me entertain the stranger in the hall. Let no one refuse, and summon the godlike singer of tales, Demodocus, for the god has given him, beyond all others, song that delights, however his heart urges him to sing. So saying, he led the way, followed by the sceptred kings. A herald went for the godlike singer, and 52 chosen young sailors went, as he ordered, down to the shore of the barren sea. There they hauled the ship out onto the water. They set up mast and sail on that swift, black ship, fit the oars into the leather thole straps, all in due order, and then unfurled the white sails. They moored the ship where her sails would catch the evening breeze, and then went their way to the great palace of wise Alcinous. The porticos, courtyards, and rooms were filled with crowds of men both young and old. Alcinous sacrificed for them 12 sheep, 8 white-tusked boars, and 2 shambling oxen, which they flayed and dressed for the feast. Then the herald came up leading Demodocus. The muse loved this man, but gave him good and evil both, snuffing out the light of his eyes as she opened his heart to sweet song. Pontonius the herald had the bard sit among the banqueteers on a silver-studded chair, propped against a column, and he hung the clear-toned lyre on a peg above Demodocus's head and showed him how to reach it with his hands. He set up a table and basket beside the bard, and a cup of wine ready at hand. They all reached out to the feast before them, and when they had satisfied their appetites, the muse moved the bard to sing of heroes. The piece he sang was already famed throughout the world, the quarrel Odysseus once had with Achilles, going head to head at a feast of the gods with violent words, and Agamemnon, the warlord, rejoiced that these two, the best of the Greeks, were at each other's throats. For long ago, when he crossed the stone threshold in sacred Pytho to consult the oracle, Apollo had prophesied that this would happen. That was in the days when the great tide of woe was rolling in upon Trojans and Greeks alike through the will of great Zeus. This was the song the renowned bard sang. But Odysseus pulled his great purple cloak over his head and hid his handsome face. He was ashamed to let the Phaeacians see his tears falling down. Whenever the singer paused, Odysseus would wipe away his tears, pick up his great cup, and pour libations to the gods. But when the singer started again, urged on by the Phaeacian lords, who delighted at his words, Odysseus would cover his head again and moan. He managed to conceal his tears from everyone, except Alcinous, who sat at his elbow and could not help but hear his heavy sighs.
Alcinous acted quickly and said to his guests, "Hear me, Phaeacian nobles and lords, we have had enough of feasting now, and of the lyre that complements a feast. We should go outdoors for some contests now, all the athletic events, so that the stranger can tell his friends back home how good we are in boxing, wrestling, jumping, and foot races." And with that he led them outdoors. The herald hung the clear-toned lyre on its peg and led Demodocus by the hand out of the hall and along the road. The nobles had gone down to see the games. They made their way to the assembly grounds, and huge crowds trailed along, thousands past counting. Then up rose the young heroes. Up rose Acroneus and Ocyalus and Elatrius, Nautius, Primnius, and Chilus, and Erythmius, Pontius, Proreus, Thoon, and Anabasinius, Amphialus, Polynius' son and Tecton's grandson, and Euryalus, a match for the war god and son of Neobulus. He was the handsomest of all the Phaeacians, after peerless Laodamas. And up rose the three sons of Alcinous, Laodamas, Halius, and godlike Clytoneus. The first contest was a foot race. The course stretched out before them from the starting post, and they were off, raising dust from the plain as they sped along. No one could keep up with Clytoneus, who extended his lead to the length of a furrow a mule team plows. That's how far ahead he was when he reached the crowd, leaving the rest of the field far behind. Wrestling was next, and in this painful sport Euryalus outdid the other young princes. The best jumper proved to be Amphialus. Elatrius took the discus throw, and Laodamas, Alcinous' son, outboxed all comers. Everyone had enjoyed the games, and then Alcinous' son Laodamas said to his friends, "Come on now, we should ask the stranger whether he is skilled in any sport. His build is impressive enough, his thighs and calves, his arms and stout neck. This man is strong. He's still got what it takes, but he has been broken by many hardships. Nothing's worse than the sea to get a man out of shape, no matter how strong he is." And Euryalus answered him, "Well spoken, Laodamas. Go ahead and challenge him yourself, in public." When Laodamas heard this, he strode out, front and center, and spoke to Odysseus. "You should come forward too as our guest, and try your hand at one of the sports, if you are skilled in any. I'm sure you are, for there is no greater glory a man can win in life than the glory he wins with his hands and feet. So shrug off your cares and give it a try. It won't delay your journey. Your ship is already launched and the crew is ready." Odysseus, always thinking, answered him this way, "Laodamas, why do you provoke me like this? I have more serious things on my mind than track and field. I've had my share of suffering and paid my dues. Now I sit in the middle of your assembly, longing to return home, a suppliant before your king and all the people. Then Euryalus taunted him to his face. You know, stranger, I've seen a lot of sportsmen, and you don't look like one to me at all. You look more like the captain of a merchant ship, plying the sea with a crew of hired hands, and keeping a sharp eye on his cargo, greedy for profit. No, you're no athlete. Odysseus stared the man down and said, That's an ugly thing to say, stranger, and it makes you look like a reckless fool. The sad truth is that the gods don't give anyone all their gifts, whether it's looks, intelligence, or eloquence. One man might not have good looks, but the gods crown his words with beauty, and men look at him with delight. He speaks with unfaltering grace and sweet modesty, and stands out in any crowd. When he walks through town, men look upon him as a god. Another man might look like an immortal, but his words are not crowned with beauty. That's how it is with you. Your looks are outstanding. Not even a god could improve them, but your mind is crippled. And now you've got my blood pumping with your rude remarks. I'm no novice in sports, as you suggest. No, I was one of the best, when I could trust my youth and my hands. Now I'm slowed down by my aches and pains and the suffering I've had in war and at sea. Even so, even with all I've been through, I'll give your games a try. Your words cut deep, now you've got me going. He jumped up, cloak still on, and grabbed a discus, larger than the others, thicker and much heavier than the one the Phaeacians used for competition. Winding up, he let it fly, and the stone launched with incredible force from his hand, hummed as it flew. The Phaeacians ducked as the discus zoomed overhead and finally landed far beyond the other marks. Pallas Athena, who looked like a man now, marked the spot where it came down, and she called out to him. Even a blind man could find your mark, stranger, for it's not mixed up with all the others, but way out front. You can be confident, no Phaeacian will come close to this throw.
Odysseus cheered up at this, glad to see a loyal supporter out on the field. In a lighter mood now, he spoke to the Phaeacians. Match that if you can, boys. In a minute I'll get another one out just as far or farther. And if anyone else has the urge to try me, step right up. I'm angry now. I don't care if it's boxing, wrestling, or even running. Come one, come all, except Laodamas, who is my host. Only a fool would challenge the man who gives him hospitality in a distant land. He would only wind up hurting himself. But I wouldn't turn down anyone else, or take any of you lightly. I only want to see what you're made of, and to test myself. I'm not weak in any athletic event, and I really know how to handle a bow. I'm always the first to hit my man in the enemy lines, no matter how many archers are standing with me and getting off shots. Only Philoctetes of all the Greeks outshot me at Troy. No one else came close, nor could any man now alive on this earth. I do not compare myself to the men of old, to Heracles or Oechalian Eurytus, who tried to outshoot the immortal gods. Eurytus died young, killed by Apollo, who was angry that he had challenged him to a contest with the bow. As for the spear, I can throw it farther than you can shoot an arrow. It's only in running that I fear some Phaeacian may beat me to the line. I've taken a pounding out in the waves, and didn't come here aboard a well-stocked ship, so my legs are still shaky. He spoke, and they were all stunned to silence. Only Alcinous was able to answer. Your words, stranger, are not ungracious. You want only to demonstrate your prowess, angry that this man stood up at the games and taunted you in a way no one ever would who knew in his heart how to speak fitly. But now listen to my words, so that one day, as you sit feasting with your wife and children, you may tell another hero what you remember of the Phaeacian skill in the feats that Zeus established as ours in our forefathers' days. For we are not flawless boxers or wrestlers, but we are swift of foot and the best sailors, and we love feasts and the lyre and dancing, fresh clothes, warm baths, and soft beds. Up now, let the best dancers in Phaeacia dance, so that the stranger can tell his friends back home how superior we are in seamanship, in fleetness of foot, in dancing, and in song. Someone go get Demodocus his lyre, which is lying somewhere in the palace halls. Thus godlike Alcinous and the herald left, to get the hollow lyre from the king's palace. Then uprose the officials, 9 in all, who were in charge of the games. They marked out a wide dancing ring and made the ground level. The herald returned with the lyre, and Demodocus moved to the middle of the dancing ring, surrounded by boys in the bloom of youth. Accomplished dancers all. Their feet struck the floor of the sacred ring, and as Odysseus watched, he marveled at how their feet flashed in the air. Then Demodocus swept the strings of his lyre and began his song. He sang of the passion between Ares and gold-crowned Aphrodite, how they first made love in Hephaestus' house, sneaking around, and how the war god Ares showered her with gifts and shamed the bed of her husband Hephaestus. But it wasn't long before Hephaestus found out. Helios told him that he had seen them lying together in love. When Hephaestus heard this heart-wrenching news, he went to his forge, brooding on his wrongs, and set the great anvil upon its block, and hammered out a set of unbreakable bonds, bonds that couldn't loosen, bonds meant to stay put. When he had wrought this snare, furious with Ares, he went to his bedroom and spread the bonds all around the bedposts, and hung many also from the high roof beams, as fine as cobwebs, so fine not even the gods could see them. When he had spread this cunning snare all around the bed, he pretended to leave on a trip to Lemnos, his favorite city. Ares wasn't blind, and when he saw Hephaestus on his way out, he headed for the home of the glorious smith, itching to make love to the Cytherean goddess. She had been visiting her father Zeus, and was just sitting down when Ares came in, took her hand, and said, "Let's go to bed, my love, and lie down together. Hephaestus has left town, off to Lemnos, no doubt to visit the barbarous Sintians." This suggestion appealed to the goddess, and they climbed into bed. They were settling in when the chains Hephaestus had cunningly wrought fell all around them. They couldn't move an inch, couldn't lift a finger, and by the time it sank in that there was no escape, there was Hephaestus, gimpy-legged and glorious, coming in the door.
He had turned back on his way to Lemnos as soon as Helios, his spy, gave him the word. He stood in the doorway, seething with anger, and with an ear-splitting yell, called to the gods.
"Father Zeus and all you blessed gods eternal, come see something that is as ridiculous as it is unendurable. How Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus, scorns me for being lame and loves that marauder Ares instead, because he is handsome and well knit, whereas I was born misshapen, which is no one's fault but my parents, who should never have begotten me. Come take a look at how these two have climbed into my bed to make love and lie in each other's arms. It kills me to see it. But I don't think they will want to lie like this much longer, no matter how loving they are. No, they won't want to sleep together for long. But they're staying put in my little snare until her father returns all the gifts I gave him to marry this bitch-faced girl, his beautiful, yes, but faithless daughter."
Thus Hephaestus and the gods gathered at his bronze threshold. Poseidon came, the god of the earthquake, and Hermes the guide, and the archer Apollo. The goddesses all stayed home, out of modesty, but the gods stood in the doorway and laughed uncontrollably when they saw Hephaestus' cunning and craft. One of them would look at another and snigger.
"Crime doesn't pay."
"The slow catches the swift. Slow as he is, old Gimpy caught Ares, the fastest god on Olympus."
"Ares has to pay the fine for adultery."
That was the general drift of their jibes, and then Apollo turned to Hermes and said,
"Tell me, Hermes, would you be willing to be pinched in chains if it meant you could lie side by side with the golden Aphrodite?"
And the quicksilver messenger shot back.
"I'll tell you what, Apollo, tie me up with 3 times as many unbreakable chains, and let all the gods and goddesses too come here and look, if it means I can sleep side by side with golden Aphrodite."
The gods roared with laughter, except Poseidon, who did not think it was funny. He kept pleading that Ares should be released, and his words winged their way to Hephaestus.
"Let him go, and I will ensure he will pay you fair compensation before all the gods."
And the renowned god, lame in both legs.
"Do not ask me to do this, Poseidon. Worthless is the surety assured for the worthless. How could I ever hold you to your promise if Ares slipped out of the bonds and the debt?"
Poseidon, the earthshaker, did not back off.
Hephaestus, if Ares gets free and disappears without paying his debts, I will pay them myself.
And the renowned god, lame in both legs.
I cannot refuse you. It wouldn't be right.
And with that, the strong smith undid the bonds, and the two of them, free at last from their crimps, shot out of there, Ares to Thrace, and Aphrodite, who loves laughter and smiles, to Paphos on Cyprus, and her precinct there with its smoking altar. There the Graces bathed her and rubbed her with the ambrosial oil that glistens on the skin of the immortal gods. And then they dressed her in beautiful clothes, a wonder to see. This was the song the renowned bards sang, and Odysseus was glad as he listened, as were the Phaeacians, men who are famed for their long-oared ships. Then Alcinous had Helios and Laodamas dance alone, for no one could match them. They picked up a beautiful iridescent ball, the work of Polybus. One of them would lean backward and toss it high toward the shadowy clouds, and the other would leap and catch it and shoot it back up before his feet ever touched ground again. When they had tried their skill with upward throws, they started to dance on the bounteous earth, tossing the ball constantly back and forth. The others beat time as they stood on the field, and thunderous applause rose from the crowd. Then Odysseus said to Alcinous,
Lord Alcinous, you said that your dancers are the best in the world, and your words have proved true. I am in awe before them.
So he spoke, and the sacred king was glad. He turned to his sea-loving people and said,
Hear me, Phaeacian lords and counselors. Our guest seems, in my eyes, to be a man of the highest discernment. Come then, let us give him a gift that befits a guest. 12 honored kings are lords in Phaeacia, and I myself am the 13th king. Let each of you 12 bring here now a fresh cloak and tunic, and a bar of fine gold. Let us get these all together at once, so that our guest may have these gifts in hand and be glad at heart when he goes to supper. And let Euryalus apologize and give him a gift, for what he said to our guest was in no way proper.
The lords all approved of what Alcinous said, and each sent a herald to fetch the gifts. Then Euryalus in turn answered Alcinous, Lord Alcinous, renowned above all men, I will indeed apologize to our guest as you bid, and I will give him the sword, all bronze and with a silver hilt. It comes with a scabbard of newly sewn ivory and will be worth much to him. And he put the silver-studded sword into Odysseus' hands and said to him, Revered stranger and guest, if any word has been harshly spoken, may the wind snatch it away, and may the gods grant that you see your wife and come to your homeland. For you have suffered long apart from your people. And Odysseus, whose thoughts were many, and you, my friend, be well, and may the gods grant you happiness, and may you never miss the sword you have given me to make amends. He spoke and slung the silver-studded sword around one shoulder. The sun went down, and the gifts were ready to be presented. The heralds brought them into the palace, and Alcinous' son set them down. Before their mother, they were beautiful gifts. Alcinous, the sacred king, led the way, and the lords entered and sat on their thrones. Then Alcinous in his might addressed Arete. Bring out the finest chest you have, my wife, and place it in a newly washed cloak and tunic, and heat water for our guest in a bronze cauldron, so that when he has bathed and seen the gifts the Phaeacians have brought all neatly stowed, he will enjoy the feast and the world of the song, and I will give him this beautiful cup, pure gold, to remember me by all of his days, as he pours wine to Zeus and to the other gods. He spoke, and Arete signaled her woman to set a cauldron on the fire instantly. They filled the cauldron with water for a bath, set kindling beneath it, and lit the fire. The flames licked the belly of the cauldron, and the water grew warm. Arete, meanwhile, brought out a handsome chest for the stranger, and placed within it the beautiful gifts, the clothes, and the gold which the nobles gave. And she herself placed in it a cloak and beautiful tunic. And she said to Odysseus, There is the lid. Tie it down with a knot as a precaution against someone robbing you on your way back when you are lying asleep. On your journey home in the swift black ship. When Odysseus, who had borne much, heard this, he tied the lid down quickly with a cunning knot. He he had learned from Circe. Then the housekeeper came to him. It was time to go and bathe. The warm bath was a welcome sight to Odysseus. He had not been cared for like this since leaving Calypso, who had treated him as if he were a god. When the woman had bathed him, rubbed him with oil, and clothed him in a beautiful tunic and cloak, Odysseus strode from the bath and was on his way to join the men drinking wine. Natasha, beautiful as only the gods could make her, stood by the doorstep of the great hall. Her eyes went wide when she saw Odysseus, and her words beat their way to him on wings. Farewell, stranger, and remember me in your own native land. I saved your life. And Odysseus, whose thoughts ran deep, Nausicaa, daughter of great Alconus, so may Zeus, Hera's thundering lord, grant that I see my homeland again. There I will pray to you as to a god. All of my days I owe you my life. And he took his seat next to Lord Alconus. They were serving food and mixing the wine when the herald came up leading the bard, honored Demodocus, and seated him on a chair propped against a tall pillar in the middle of the hall. Odysseus, with great presence of mind, cut off part of a huge chine of roast pork, glistening with fat, and said to the herald, Herald, take this cut of meat to Demodocus for him to eat, and I will greet him despite my grief. Bards are revered by all men upon earth, for the muse loves them well and has taught them the song ways.
The herald brought the cut of meat to Demodocus and placed it in his hands, much to the bard's delight. Then everyone reached out to the feast before them, and when they had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, Odysseus spoke to Demodocus. I don't know whether it was the muse who taught you, or Apollo himself, but I praise you to the skies, Demodocus. When you sing about the fate of the Greeks who fought at Troy, you have it right, and all that they did and suffered, all they endured. It's as if you had been there yourself, or heard a first-hand account. But now, switch to the building of the wooden horse, which Epeus made with Athena's help, the horse which Odysseus led up to Troy as a trap, filled with men who would destroy great Iliad. If you tell me this story just as it happened, I will tell the whole world that some god must have opened his heart and given to you the divine gift of song. So he spoke, and the bard, moved by the god, began to sing. He made them see it happen, how the Greeks set fire to their huts on the beach and were sailing away, while Odysseus and the picked men with him sat in the horse, which the Trojans had dragged into their city. There the horse stood, and the Trojans sat around it, and could not decide what they should do. There were 3 ways of thinking: hack open the timbers with pitiless bronze, or throw it from the heights to the rocks below, or let it stand as an offering to appease the gods. The last was what would happen, for it was fated that the city would perish once it enclosed the great wooden horse, in which now sat the Greek heroes who would spill Troy's blood. The song went on. The Greeks poured out of their hollow ambush and sacked the city. He sang how one hero here and another there ravaged tall Troy, but how Odysseus went, like the war god himself, with Menelaus to the house of Deiphobus, and there, he said, Odysseus fought his most daring battle and won with the help of Pallas Athena. This was his song. And Odysseus wept. Tears welled up in his eyes and flowed down his cheeks. A woman wails as she throws herself upon her husband's body. He has fallen in battle before the town walls, fighting to the last to defend his city and protect his children. As she sees him dying and gasping for breath, she clings to him and shrieks, while behind her, soldiers prod their spears into her shoulders and back. And as they lead her away into slavery, her tear-drenched face is a mask of pain. So too Odysseus, pitiful in his grief. He managed to conceal his tears from everyone except Alcinous, who sat at his elbow and could not help but hear his heavy sighs. Alcinous acted quickly and said to his guest, Hear me, Phaeacian counselors and lords. Demodocus should stop playing his lyre. His song is not pleasing to everyone here. Ever since dinner began and the divine bard rose up to sing, our guest has not ceased from lamentation. He is overcome with grief. Let the lyre stop. It is better if we all, host and guest alike, can enjoy the feast. All that we are doing on behalf of the revered stranger, providing him with passage home and gifts of friendship. A stranger and suppliant is as dear as a brother to anyone with even an ounce of good sense. So there is no need, stranger, for you to withhold what I am about to ask for. No need to be crafty or think of gain. Better to speak the plain truth. Tell me your name, the one you were known by to your mother and father and your people back home. No one is nameless, rich man or poor. Parents give names to all of their children when they are born. And tell me your country, your city, and your land, so that our ships may take you there, finding their way by their wits. For Phaeacian ships do not have pilots, nor steering oars, as other ships have. They know on their own their passengers' thoughts, and know all the cities and rich fields in the world, and they cross the great gulfs with the greatest speed, hidden in mist and fog, with never a fear of damage or shipwreck. But I remember hearing my father, Nausithous, say how Poseidon was angry with us because we always give safe passage to men. He said that one day Poseidon would smite a Phaeacian ship as it sailed back home over the misty sea, and would encircle our city within a mountain. The old man used to say that, and either the god will bring it to pass or not, as suits his pleasure. But tell me this, and tell me the truth. Where have you wandered? To what lands? Tell me about the people and cities you saw. Which ones are cruel and without right and wrong, and which are God-fearing and kind to strangers? And tell me why you weep and grieve at heart when you hear the fate of the Greeks and Trojans. This was the gods' doing. They spun that fate, so that in later times it would turn into song. Did some kinsman of yours die at Troy? A good, loyal man, your daughter's husband, or your wife's father, someone near and dear, or perhaps even a relative by blood? Or was it a comrade, tried and true? A friend like that is no less than a brother.
Wily Odysseus, the lord of lies, answered, "My lord Alcinous, great king, it is a splendid thing to hear a poet as talented as this. His voice is godlike. I think there can be no greater pleasure than when the whole community enjoys a banquet as we sit inside the house and listen to the singer, and the tables are heaped with bread and meat. The wine boy ladles drink from the bowl and pours it into cups. To me, this seems ideal, a thing of beauty. Now, something prompted you to ask about my own sad story. I will tell you, though the memory increases my despair. Where shall I start? Where can I end? The gods have given me so much to cry about. First, I will tell my name, so we will be acquainted, and if I survive, you can be my guest in my distant home one day. I am Odysseus, Laertes' son, known for my many clever tricks and lies. My fame extends to heaven, but I live in Ithaca, where shaking forest hides Mount Neriton. Close by are other islands, Dulichium and wooded Zacynthus and Sami. All the others face the dawn. My Ithaca is set apart, most distant, facing the dark. It is a rugged land, but good at raising children. To my eyes, no country could be sweeter. As you know, divine Calypso held me in her cave, wanting to marry me, and likewise Circe, the trickster, trapped me, and she wanted me to be her husband. But she never swayed my heart, since when a man is far from home, living abroad, there is no sweeter thing than his own native land and family. Now, let me tell you all the trouble Zeus has caused me on my journey home from Troy. A blast of wind pushed me off course towards the Cicones in Ismarus. I sacked the town and killed the men. We took their wives and shared their riches equally among us. Then I said we must run away. Those fools refused to listen. They were drinking wine excessively and killing sheep and cattle along the beach. The Cicones called out to neighbors on the mainland, who were strong and numerous, and skilled at horseback fighting, and, if need be, on foot. They came like leaves and blossoms in the spring at dawn. Then Zeus gave us bad luck. Poor us. The enemy assembled round the ships and fought with swords of bronze. And while the holy morning light was bright and strong, we held them off, though they outnumbered us. But when the sun turned round and dipped, the hour when oxen are released, the Sacones began to overpower us Greeks. 6 well-armed members of my crew died from each ship. The rest of us survived, and we escaped the danger. We prepared to sail away with heavy hearts, relieved to be alive, but grieving for our friends. Before we launched the ships, we called aloud 3 times to each of our poor lost companions, slaughtered at the hands of the Sacones. The cloud lord Zeus hurled north wind at our ships, a terrible typhoon, and covered up the sea and earth with fog. Night fell from heaven and seized us, and our ships keeled over sideways. The sails were ripped 3 times by blasting wind. Scared for our lives, we hoisted down the sails and rowed with all our might towards the shore. We stayed there for 2 days and nights, exhausted, eating our hearts with pain. When bright-haired dawn brought the 3rd morning, we set up our masts, unfurled the shining sails, and climbed aboard. The wind blew straight, the pilot steered, and I would have come safely home to my own land. But as I rounded Malea, a current and blast of wind pushed me off course away from Cythera. For 9 days, I was swept by stormy winds across the fish-filled sea. On the 10th day, I landed on the island of those who live on food from lotus flowers. We gathered water, and my crew prepared a meal. We picnicked by the ships. Then I chose 2 men and 1 slave to make the 3rd to go and scout. We needed to find out what kind of people lived there on that island. The scouts encountered humans, lotus eaters who did not hurt them. They just shared with them their sweet, delicious fruit. But as they ate it, they lost the will to come back and bring news to me. They wanted only to stay there, feeding on lotus with the lotus eaters. They had forgotten home. I dragged them back in tears, forced them on board the hollow ships, pushed them below the decks, and tied them up. I told the other men, the loyal ones, to get back in the ships, so no one else would taste the lotus and forget about our destination. They embarked and sat along the rowing benches side by side and struck the grayish water with their oars.
With heavy hearts we sailed along and reached the country of high-minded Cyclopes, the Mavericks. They put their trust in gods, and do not plant their food from seed, nor plow, and yet the barley, grain, and clustering wine grapes all flourish there, increased by rain from Zeus. They hold no councils, have no common laws, but live in caves on lofty mountain tops, and each makes laws for his own wife and children without concern for what the others think. A distance from this island is another across the water, slantways from the harbor, level and thickly wooded. Countless ghosts live there, but people never visit it. No hunters labor through its woods to scale its hilly peaks. There are no flocks of sheep, no fields of plowland. It is all untilled, unsown, and uninhabited by humans. Only the bleating goats live there and graze. Cyclopic people have no red-cheeked ships and no shipwright among them who could build boats to enable them to row across to other cities as most people do, crossing the sea to visit one another. With boats they could have turned this island into a fertile colony with proper harvests. By the gray shore there lie well-watered meadows where vines would never fail. There is flat land for plowing, and abundant crops would grow in the autumn. There is richness underground. The harbor has good anchorage. There is no need of anchor stones or ropes or cables. The ships that come to shore there can remain beached safely till the sailors wish to leave and fair winds blow. Up by the harbor head fresh water gushes down beneath the caves. The poplars grow around it. There we sailed. The gods were guiding us all through the darkness. Thick fog wrapped around our ships, and in the sky the moon was dark and clothed in clouds, so we saw nothing of the island. None of us could see the great waves rolling in towards the land, until we rowed right to the beach. We lowered all the sails and disembarked into the shore, and there we fell asleep. When early dawn shone forth with rosy fingers, we roamed around that island full of wonders. The daughters of the great King Zeus, the nymphs, drove out the mountain goats so that my crew could eat. On seeing them, we dashed to fetch our javelins and bows from onboard ships. We split into 3 groups, took aim, and shot. Some god gave us good hunting. All 12 crews had 9 goats each, and 10 for mine. We sat there all day till sunset, eating meat and drinking our strong red wine. The ship's supply of that had not run out. When we had sacked the holy citadel of the Sicanies, we all took gallons of it, poured in great big pitchers. We looked across the narrow strip of water at the cyclopic island, saw their smoke, and heard the baaing of their sheep and goats. The sun went down, and in the hours of darkness we lay and slept on shore beside the sea. But when the rosy hands of dawn appeared, I called my men together and addressed them. My loyal friends, stay here, the rest of you, while with my boat and crew I go to check who those men are, find out if they are wild, lawless aggressors, or the type to welcome strangers and fear the gods. With that, I climbed on board and told my crew to come with me, and then untie the cables of the ship. Quickly they did so, sat along the benches, and struck the whitening water with their oars. The journey was not long. Upon arrival, right at the edge of land, beside the sea, we saw a high cave overhung with laurel, the home of several herds of sheep and goats. Around that cave was built a lofty courtyard of deep-set stones, with tall pines rising up and leafy oaks. There lived a massive man, who shepherded his flocks all by himself. He did not go to visit other people, but kept apart, and did not know the ways of custom. In his build he was a wonder, a giant, not like men who live on bread, but like a wooded peak in airy mountains, rising alone above the rest. I told my loyal crew to guard the ship, while I would go with just 12 chosen men, my favorites. I took a goatskin full of dark sweet wine that I was given by Apollo's priest, Mairon, the son of Euanthes, who lived inside the shady groves on his Maris. In reverence to the god, I came to help him and save his wife and son. He gave me gifts, a silver bowl and 7 pounds of gold, well wrought, and siphoned off some sweet strong wine and filled 12 jars for me, a godlike drink. The slaves knew nothing of this wine. It was known just to him, his wife, and 1 house girl. Whenever he was drinking it, he poured a single shot into a cup and added 20 of water, and a marvelous smell rose from the bowl, and all would long to taste it. I filled a big skin up with it, and packed provisions in a bag. My heart suspected that I might meet a man of courage, wild, and lacking knowledge of the normal customs.
We soon were at the cave, but did not find the Cyclops. He was pasturing his flocks. We went inside and looked at everything. We saw his crates weighed down with cheese, and pens crammed full of lambs divided up by age, the newborns, middlings, and those just weaned. There were well-crafted bowls and pails for milking, all full of whey. My crew begged, let us grab some cheese and quickly drive the kids and lambs out of their pens and down to our swift ships and sail away across the salty water. That would have been the better choice, but I refused. I hoped to see him and find out if he would give us gifts. In fact, he brought no joy to my companions. Then we lit a fire and made a sacrifice and ate some cheese and sat to wait inside the cave until he brought his flocks back home. He came at dinner time and brought a load of wood to make a fire. He hurled it noisily into the cave. We were afraid and cowered towards the back. He drove his ewes and nannies inside to milk them, but he left the rams and the he-goats in the spacious yard outside. He lifted up the heavy stone and set it to block the entrance of the cave. It was a rock so huge and massive, 22 strong carts could not have dragged it from the threshold. He sat and all in order milked his ewes and she-goats. Then he set the lambs to suck beside each bleating mother. Then he curdled half of the fresh white milk that set aside in wicker baskets. And then the rest he stored in pails so he could drink it with his dinner. When he had carefully performed his chores, he lit a fire and looked around and saw us. Strangers, who are you? Where did you come from across the watery depths? Are you on business or roaming round without a goal, like pirates, who risk their lives at sea to bring disaster to other people? So he spoke. His voice so deep and booming, and his giant size made our hearts sink in terror. Even so, I answered, We are Greeks, come here from Troy. The winds have swept us off in all directions, across the vast expanse of sea, of course, from our planned route back home. Zeus willed it so. We are proud men of Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, whose fame is greatest under the sky, for sacking that vast city and killing many people. Now we beg you, here at your knees, to grant a gift, as is the norm for host and guest. Please, sir, my lord, respect the gods. We are your suppliants, and Zeus is on our side, since he takes care of visitors, guest friends, and those in need. Unmoved, he said, Well, foreigner, you are a fool, or from some very distant country. You ordered me to fear the gods. My people think nothing of that. Zeus, with his big scepter, nor any god. Our strength is more than theirs. If I spare you, or spare your friends, it will not be out of fear of Zeus. I do the bidding of my own heart. But are you going far in that fine ship, or somewhere near? He spoke to test me, but I saw right through him. I know how these things worked. I answered him deceitfully. Poseidon, the earth-shaker, shipwrecked me at the far end of your island. He pushed us in, wind dash on the rocks, and we barely managed to survive. But he made no reply and showed no mercy. Leaping up high, reaching his hands towards my men, seized two and knocked them hard against the ground like puppies, and the floor was wet with brains. He ripped them limb from limb, making his meal, and then ate them like a lion on the mountain, devouring flesh, entrails, and marrow bones, and leaving nothing. Watching this disaster, we wept and lifted our hands in prayer to Zeus. We felt so helpless. When the Cyclops had filled his massive belly with his meal of human meat and unmixed milk, he lay stretched out among the flocks. Then, thinking like a military man, I thought I should get out my sword, go up to him, and thrust right through his torso, feeling for his liver. That would have doomed us all. On second thought, I realized we were too weak to move that mighty stone set in the high doorway, so we stayed there in misery until dawn. Early the dawn appeared, pink fingers blooming, and then he lit his fire and milked his ewes in turn, and set a lamb by every one. When he had diligently done his chores, he grabbed 2 men and made a meal out of them. After he ate, he drove his fat flock out. He rolled the boulder out and back with ease, as one would set the lid upon a quiver. Then, whistling merrily, the Cyclops drove his fat flocks into the mountain. I was left, scheming to take revenge on him and hurt him and gain the glory, if Athena let me. I made my plan. Beside the pen there stood a great big club of green olive wood, which he had cut to dry to be his walking stick. It was so massive that it looked to us like a ship's mast, a 20-oared black freighter that sails across the vast sea full of cargo. I went and cut it about a fathom and gave it to my men and ordered them to scrape it down. They made it smooth, and I stood by and sharpened the tip and made it hard in a blazing flame. The cave was full of dung. I hid the club beneath the pile. And then I gave the orders to the men to cast lots for who would lift the stake with me and press it into his eye when the sweet sleep overtook him. The lots fell on the men. I would have chosen 4 men. I was the 5th among their numbers.
At evening he drove back his woolly flocks into the spacious cave, both male and female, and left none in the yard outside, perhaps suspecting something, or perhaps a god told him to do it. He picked up and placed the stone to form a door, and sat to milk the sheep and bleating goats in turn, then put the little ones to suck. His chores were done. He grabbed 2 men for dinner. I approached and offered him a cup of ivy wood, filled full of wine. I said, Here, Cyclops, you have eaten human meat. Now drink some wine. Sample the merchandise our ships contain. I bought it as a holy offering, so you might pity me and send me home. But you were in a cruel rage, beyond what anyone could bear. Do you expect more guests when you have treated us so rudely? He took and drank the sweet, delicious wine. He loved it and demanded more. Another. And now, tell me your name, so I can give you a present as my guest. One you would like. My people do have wine. Great clusters grow from a rich earth, fed well by rain from Zeus. But this is nectar, god food. So I gave him another cup of wine, and then 2 more. He drank them all, unwisely. With the wine gone to his head, I told him, all politeness, Cyclops, you ask my name, I will reveal it. Then you must give the gift you promised me of hospitality. My name is Noman. My family and friends all call me Noman. He answered with no pity in his heart, I will eat Noman last. First I will eat the other men, That is my gift to you." Then he collapsed, fell on his back, and lay there, his massive neck askew. All-conquering sleep took him. In drunken heaviness, he spewed wine from his throat and chunks of human flesh. And then I drove the spear into the embers to heat it up, and told my men, "Be brave." I wanted none of them to shrink in fear. The fire soon seized the olive spear, green though it was, and terribly it glowed. I quickly snatched it from the fire. My crew stood firm. Some god was breathing courage in us. They took the olive spear, its tip all sharp, and shoved it in his eye. I leaned on top and twisted it, as when a man drills wood for shipbuilding. Below the work it spins the drill with straps stretched out from either end. So round and round it goes, and so we whirled the fire-sharp weapon in his eye. His blood poured out around the stake, and blazing fire sizzled his lids and brows, and fried the roots. And when a blacksmith dips an axe or aids to temper in ice-cold water, loudly it shrieks. From this, the iron takes on its power. So did his eyeball crackle on the spear. Horribly then he howled, the rocks resounded, and we shrank back in fear. He tugged the spear out of his eye, all soaked with gushing blood. Desperately, with both hands, he hurled it from him, and shouted to the Cyclops, who lived in caves high up on windy cliffs around. They heard him, and came from every side, and stood near to the cave, and called out, "Polyphemus, what is the matter? Are you badly hurt? Why are you screaming through the holy night, keeping us all awake? Is someone stealing your herd, or trying to kill you by some trick or force?" Strong Polyphemus from inside replied, "My friends, no man is killing me by tricks, not force." The words flew back to him. "If no one hurts you, you are all alone. Great Zeus has made you sick. No help for that. Pray to your father, mighty Lord Poseidon." Then off they went, and I laughed to myself at how my name, the nomad maneuver, tricked him. The Cyclops groaned and laboured in his pain, felt with blind hands and took the doorstone out, and sat there at the entrance, arms outstretched, ready to catch whoever went out with the sheep. Maybe he thought I was a total fool, but I was strategizing, hatching plans so that my men and I could all survive. I wove all kinds of wiles and cunning schemes. Danger was near, and it was life or death. The best idea I formed was this. There were those well-fed, sturdy rams with good, thick fleece, wool as dark as violets, all fine, big creatures. So silently I tied them with the rope used by the giant Cyclops as a bed. I bound the rams in set of 3, and set a man beneath each middle sheep, with one on either side, and so my men were saved. One ram was best of all the flock. I grabbed his back and cut myself up underneath his furry belly. Clinging to his fleece, by force of will, I kept on hanging there, and then we waited miserably for the day.
When early dawn revealed her rose-red hands, the rams jumped up, all eager for the grass. The ewes were bleating in their pens, unmilked, their udders full to bursting. Though their master was weak and worn with pain, he felt the back of each ram as he lined them up, but missed the men tied up beneath their woolly bellies. Last of them all, the big ram went outside, heavy with wool and me, the clever trickster. Strong Polyphemus stroked his back and asked him, "Sweet ram, why are you last today to leave the cave? You are not normally so slow. You are the first to eat the tender flowers leaping across the meadow, first to drink, and first to want to go back to the sheepfold at evening time. But now you are the last. You grieve for Master's eye. That wicked man, helped by his nasty henchmen, got me drunk and blinded me. No man will escape. If only you could talk like me, and tell me where he is skulking in his fear of me. Then I would dash his brains out on the rocks, and make them spatter all across the cave, to ease the pain that no good no man brought." With that, he nudged the ram away outside. We rode a short way from the cave. Then I first freed myself, and then untied my men. We stole his nice fat animals, and ran constantly, glancing all around and back, until we reached the ship. The other men were glad to see us, their surviving friends, but wept for those who died. I ordered them to stop their crying, scowling hard at each. I made them shove the fleecy flock on board and row the boat out into salty water. So they embarked, sat on their rowing benches, and struck their oar blades into the whitening sea. When I had gone as far as shouts can carry, I jeered back. "Hey you, Cyclops! Idiot! The crew trapped in your cave did not belong to some poor weakling. Well, you had it coming. You had no shame at eating your own guests. So Zeus and other gods have paid you back." My taunting made him angrier. He ripped a rock out of the hill and hurled it at us. It landed right in front of our dark prow and almost crushed the tip of the steering oar. The stone sank in the water. Waves surged up. The backflow all at once propelled the ship landwards. The swollen water pushed us with it. I grabbed a big long pole and shoved us off. I told my men, "Row fast, to save your lives," and gestured with my head to make them hurry. They bent down to their oars and started rowing. We got out twice as far across the sea, and then I called to him again. My crew begged me to stop and pleaded with me. "Please, calm down. Why are you being so insistent and taunting this wild man? He hurled that stone and drove our ship right back to land. We thought that we were going to die. If he had hurt us, he would have hurled a jagged rock and crushed our heads and wooden ship. He throws so hard." But my tough heart was not convinced. I was still furious and shouted back again, "Cyclops! If any mortal asks you how your eye was mutilated and made blind, say that Odysseus, the city sacker, Laertes' son, who lives in Ithaca, destroyed your sight." He groaned, "The prophecy, it has come true at last. There was a tall and handsome man named Telemus, the son of Eurymus, who lived among my people. He spent his life here, soothsaying for us. He told me that Odysseus' hands would make me lose my sight. I always thought a tall and handsome man would visit me, endowed with strength and courage. But this weakling, this little nobody, he has blinded me. By wine, he got the best of me. Come on, Odysseus, and let me give you gifts, and ask Poseidon's help to get you home. I am his son. The god is proud to be my father. He will heal me, if he wants, though no one else, not god or man, can do it." After he said these words, I answered him, "If only I could steal your life from you and send you down to Hades below, as sure as nobody will ever heal you, even the god of earthquakes." But he prayed, holding his arms toward the starry sky. "Listen, Earthshaker, blue-haired Lord Poseidon, acknowledge me, your son, and be my father. Grant that Odysseus, the city slacker, will never go back home. Or, if it is fated, that he will see his family. Then let him get there late and with no honor, in pain and lacking ships, and having caused the death of all of his men, and let him find more trouble in his own house." Poseidon granted his son's prayer. Polyphemus raised a rock far bigger than the last and swung, then hurled it with immeasurable force. It fell a little short beside our rudder and splashed into the sea. The waves surged up and pushed the boat ahead to the other shore. We reached the island where our ships were docked. The men were sitting waiting for us, weeping. We beached our ship and disembarked, then took the sheep that we had stolen from the Cyclops out of the ship's hold, and we shared them out fairly, so all the men got equal portions. But in dividing up the flock, my crew gave me alone the ram, the Cyclops' favorite. There, on the shore, I slaughtered him for Zeus, the son of Cronus, god of dark clouds, lord of all the world. I burned the thighs. The god ignored my offering and planned to ruin all of my ships and all of my loyal men. So all day long till sunset we were sitting, feasting on meat and drinking sweet strong wine. But when the sun went down and darkness fell, we went to sleep beside the breaking waves. Then, when rose-fingered dawn came, bright and early, I roused my men and told them to embark and loose the cables. Quickly they obeyed, sat at their rowing benches all in order, and struck the grey salt water with their oars. So we sailed on, with sorrow in our hearts, glad to survive, but grieving for our friends.
We reached the Aeolian island next, the home of Aeolus, Hippotas' son, beloved by the gods who never die. A great floating island it was, and round it all huge ramparts rise of indestructible bronze, and sheer rock cliffs shoot up from sea to sky. The king had sired 12 children within his halls, 6 daughters and 6 sons in the lusty prime of youth, so he gave his daughters as wives to his 6 sons. Seated beside their dear father and doting mother, with delicacies aplenty spread before them, they feast on forever. All day long the halls breathe the savour of roasted meats and echo round to the low moan of blowing pipes, and all night long, each one by his faithful mate, they sleep under soft-piled rugs on corded bedsteads. To this city of theirs we came, their splendid palace, and Aeolus hosted me one entire month. He pressed me for news of Troy and the Argive ships and how we sailed for home, and I told him the whole long story, first to last, and then, when I begged him to send me on my way, he denied me nothing. He went about my passage. He gave me a sack, the skin of a full-grown ox, binding inside the winds that howl from every quarter, for Zeus had made that king the master of all the winds, with power to calm them down or rouse them as he pleased. Aeolus stowed the sack inside my holds, lashed so fast with a burnished silver cord not even a slight puff could slip past that knot. Yet he set the west wind free to blow us on our way and waft our squadron home, but his plan was doomed to fail. Yes, our reckless folly swept us on to ruin. 9 whole days we sailed, 9 nights non-stop. On the 10th, our own land hove into sight at last. We were so close we could see men tending fires, but now an enticing sleep came on me. Bone weary from working the vessel's sheet myself, no let-up, never trusting the ropes to any other mate, the faster to journey back to native land. But the crew began to mutter among themselves. Sure, I was hauling troves of gold and silver home, the gifts of open-hearted Aeolus, Hippotas' son. The old story, one man glanced at another, grumbling. Look at our captain's luck, so loved by the world, so prized at every landfall, every port of call. Heaps of lovely plunder he hauls home from Troy, while we who went through slogging just as hard, we go home empty. Now this Aeolus loads him down with treasure, favoritism, friend to friend. Hurry, let's see what loot is in that sack. How much gold and silver? Break it open, now! A fatal plan, but it won my shipmates over. They loosed the sack and all the winds burst out, and a sudden squall struck and swept us back to sea, wailing in tears far from our own native land. And I woke up with a start, my spirit churning. Should I leap over the sides and drown at once, or grit my teeth and bear it? Stay among the living. I bore it all, held firm, hiding my face, clinging tight to the decks while heavy squalls blasted our squadron back again to Aeolus' island, shipmates groaning hard. We disembarked on the coast, drew water there, and crewmen snatched a meal by the swift ships. Once we'd had our fill of food and drink, I took a shipmate along with me, a herald too, and approached King Aeolus' famous halls, and here we found him feasting beside his wife and many children. Reaching the doorposts at the threshold, we sat, but our hosts, amazed to see us, only shouted questions. Back again, Odysseus? Why? Some blustering god attacked you? Surely we launched you well. We sped you on your way to your own land and house, or any place you pleased. So they taunted, and I replied in deep despair. A mutinous crew undid me, and that and a cruel sleep. Set it to rights, my friends. You have the power. So I pleaded, gentle, humble appeals, but our hosts turned silent, hushed, and the father broke forth with an ultimatum. Away from my land, Fast, most cursed man alive! It's a crime to host a man or speed him on his way when the blessed deathless gods despise him so, crawling back like this. It proves the mortals hate you. Get out! Out! Get out! Groan as I did, his curses drove me from his halls, and from there we pulled away with heavy hearts, with the crew's spirits broken under the oars' labors. Thanks to our own folly, no favoring wind in sight. 6 whole days we rode, 6 nights, non-stop. On the 7th day we raised the Lystragonian land to Lepelus heights where the craggy fort of Lammas rises, where the shepherd calls to shepherd as one drives his flocks and the other drives his flocks out, and he calls back in answer, where a man who never sleeps could rake in double wages, one for herding cattle, one for pasteurizing fleecy sheep. The nightfall and sunrise march so close together. We entered a fine harbor there, all walled around by a great unbroken sweep of skyscraping cliff, and 2 steep headlands fronting each other, close around the mouth so that the passage in it is cramped. Here the rest of my rolling squadron steered right into the gaping cove, and moored tightly, prow by prow. Never a swell there, big or small. A milk-white calm spreads all around the place, but I alone anchored my black ship outside, well clear of the harbor's jaws. I tied her fast to a cliffside with a cable. I scaled its rock face to a lookout on its crest, but glimpsed no trace of work of man or beast from there. All I spied was a plume of smoke drifting off the land, so I sent some crew ahead to learn of who lived there. Men like us, perhaps, who live on bread? 2 good mates I chose and a third to run the news. They disembarked and set out on a beaten trail, the wagons used for hauling timber down to town from the mountain heights above, and before the walls they met a girl drawing water, Antiphates' strapping daughter, king of the Lystragonians.
She'd come down to a clear running spring, Artakia, where the local people came to fill their pails. My shipmates clustered around her asking questions. Who was the king of the realm? Who ruled the natives here? She waved at once to her father's high-roofed halls. They entered this sumptuous palace, found his wife inside, a woman huge as a mountain crag who filled them all with horror. Straight away she summoned royal Antiphates from assembly, her husband, who prepared my crew with a barbarous welcome. Snatching one of my men, he tore them up for dinner. The other 2 sprang free and reached the ships. But the king let loose a howling through the town that brought tremendous Lystragonians swarming up from every side. Hundreds, not like men, like giants. Down from the cliffs they flung great rocks a man could hardly hoist, and a ghastly shattering din rose up from all the ships. Men in their death cries, hulls smashed to splinters. They speared the crews like fish and whisked them home to make their grisly meal. But while they killed them off in the harbor depths, I pulled the sword from beside my hip and hacked away at the ropes that moored my blue-prowed ship of war, and shouted rapid orders at my shipmates. Put your backs in the oars, now row or die. In terror of death they ripped the swells, all as one, and what a joy as we darted out toward the open sea. Clear of those beetling cliffs, my ship alone. But the rest went down en masse, our squadron sank. From there we sailed on, glad to escape our death, yet sick at heart for the dear companions we had lost. We reached the Aeaean island next, the home of Circe, the nymph with lovely braids, an awesome power, too, who can speak with human voice, the true sister of murderous-minded Aeetes. Both were bred by the sun who lights our lives. Their mother was Perse, a child the ocean bore. We brought our ship to port without a sound, as a god eased her into a harbor safe and snug. And for 2 days and 2 nights, we lay by there, eating our hearts out, bent with pain and bone-tired. When dawn with her lovely locks brought on the 3rd day, at last I took my spear and my sharp sword again, rushed up from the ship to find a lookout point, hoping to glimpse some sign of human labor, catch some human voices. I scaled a commanding crag, and scanning hard, I could just make out some smoke from Circe's halls, drifting up from the broad terrain through brush and woods. Mulling it over, I thought I'd scout the ground. That fire aglow in the smoke, I saw it true, But soon enough this seemed the better plan. I'd go back to shore and the swift ship first, feed the men, then send them out for scouting. I was well on my way down, nearing our ship, when a god took pity on me, wandering all alone. He sent me a big stag with high branching antlers, right across my path. The sun's heat forced him down from his forest range to drink at the river's banks, just bounding out of the timber when I hit him square in the backbone, halfway down the spine, and my bronze spear went punching clean through. He dropped in the dust, groaning, gasping out his breath. Treading on him, I wrenched my bronze spear from the wound, left it there on the ground, and snapping off some twigs and creepers, twisted a rope about a fathom long. I braided it tight, hand over hand, then lashed the 4 hocks of that magnificent beast. Loaded around my neck, I lugged him toward the ship, trudging, propped on my spear. No way to sling him over a shoulder, steadying him with one free arm. The kill was so immense. I flung him down by the hull and roused the men, going up to them, all with a word to lift their spirits. Listen to me, my comrades, brothers in hardship. We won't go down to the house of death, not yet, not till our day arrives. Up with you, look, there's still some meat and drink in our good ship. Put our minds on food, why die of hunger here? My hearty urging brought them round at once. Heads came up from cloaks, and there by the barren sea they gazed at the stag, their eyes wide. My noble trophy. But once they looked their fill and warmed their hearts, they washed their hands and prepared a splendid meal. Now all day long till the sun went down, we sat and feasted on sides of meat and seasoned wine. Then, when the sun had set and night came on, we lay down and slept at the water's shelving edge. When young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, I called a muster quickly, informing all the crew, "Listen to me, my comrades, brothers in hardship. We can't tell east from west, the dawn from the dusk, nor where the sun that lights our lives goes under earth, nor where it rises. We must think of a plan at once, some cunning stroke. I doubt there's one still left." I scaled a commanding crag, and from that height surveyed an entire island, ringed like a crown by endless wastes of sea. But the land itself lies low, and I did see smoke drifting up from its heart through thick brush and woods.
My message broke their spirit as they recalled the gruesome work of the Laestrygonian king Antiphates. They burst into cries, wailing, streaming live tears that gain us nothing, but good can come of grief. And so, numbering off my band of men-at-arms into 2 platoons, I assigned the major leader. I took one, and Lord Eurylochus the other. We quickly shook lots in a bronze helmet. The lot of brave Eurylochus leaped out first. And so he moved off with his 22 comrades, weeping, leaving us behind in tears as well. Deep in the wooded glens they came on Circe's palace, built of dressed stone on a cleared rise of land. Mountain wolves and lions were roaming round the grounds. She had bewitched them herself. She gave them magic drugs. But they wouldn't attack my men. They just came pawing up around them, fawning, swishing their long tails, eager as hounds that fawn around their master, coming home from a feast, who always brings back scraps to calm them down. So they came nuzzling round my men, lions, wolves with big, powerful claws, and the men cringed in fear at the sight of those strange, ferocious beasts. But Silly paused at her doors, the nymph with lovely braids, Circe, and deep inside they heard her singing, lifting her spellbinding voice as she glided back and forth at her great immortal loom, her enchanting web of a shimmering glory only goddesses can weave. Polites, captain of armies, took command, the closest, most devoted man I ever had. Friends, there is someone inside, plying a great loom, and how she sings, enthralling. The whole house is echoing to her song. Goddess or woman, let's call her out now. So he urged, and the men called out and hailed her. She opened her gleaming doors at once and stepped forth, inviting them all in, and in they went, all innocents. Only Eurylochus stayed behind. He sensed a trap. She ushered them in to sit on high-backed chairs, and she mixed them potion, cheese, barley, and pale honey mulled in Framnian wine. But into the brew she stirred her wicked drugs, to wipe from her memories any thought of home. Once they drained the bowl she filled, suddenly she struck with her wand, drove them into her pigsties, all of them bristling into swine, with grunts and snouts, even their bodies. Yes, and only the men's minds stayed steadfast as before. So off they went to their pens, sobbing, squealing as Circe flung them acorns, cornel nuts, and mast, common fodder for hogs that root and roll in mud. Back Eurycles ran to our swift black ship to tell the disaster our poor friends had faced. But try as he might, he couldn't get a word out. Numbing sorrow has stunned the man to silence. Tears welled in his eyes, his heart possessed by grief. We assailed him with questions, all at our wits' ends. Till last he could recount the fate our friends had met. Off we went through the bush, Captain, as you commanded. Deep in the wooded glens he came on Circe's palace, built of just stone on a cleared rise of land. Someone inside was plying a great loom, and how she sang, in a high, clear voice. Goddess woman, we called out and hailed her. She opened her gleaming doors at once and stepped forth, inviting us all in, and in we went, all innocence. But I stayed behind. I sensed a trap. Suddenly all vanished, blotted out. Not one face showed again, though I sat there keeping watch a good long time. At that report, I slung the hefty bronze blade of my silver-studded sword around my shoulder, slung my bow on too, and told our comrade, "Lead me back by the same way that you came." But he flung both arms round my knees and pleaded, begging me with his tears and winged words, "Don't force me back there, Captain, King. Leave me here on the spot. You will never return yourself, I swear. You'll never bring a single man back alive. Quick, cut and run with the rest of us here. We can still escape the fatal day." But I shot back, "Eurycles, stay right here, eating, drinking, safe by the black ship. I must be off. Necessity drives me." Leaving the ship and shore, I headed inland, clambering up through the hushed, entrancing glades until I was nearing the halls of Circe skilled in spells. Approaching her palace, Hermes, god of the golden wand, crossed my path, and he looked for all the world like a young man sporting his first beard, just in the prime and warm path of youth, and grasped me by the hand and asked me kindly, "Where are you going now, my unlucky friend? Trekking over the hills alone in unfamiliar country? And your men are all in there, in Circe's palace, cooped like swine, hawked by jowls in the styes. Have you come to set them free? Well, I warn you, you won't get home yourself. You'll stay right there, trapped with all the rest. But wait, I can save you, free from that great danger. Look, here's a potent drug. Take it to Circe's halls. Its power alone will shield you from the fatal day. Let me tell you of all the witch's subtle craft. She'll mix you a potion, lace the brew with drugs, but she'll be powerless to bewitch you. Even so, this magic herb I give you will fight her spells. Now here's your plan of action, step by step. The moment Circe strikes with her long, thin wand, you draw your sharp sword sheathed at your hip, and rush her fast, as if to run her through. She'll cower in fear and coax you to her bed. But don't refuse the goddess's bed, not then, not if she's to release your friends and treat you well yourself. But have her swear the binding oath of the blessed gods. She'll never plot some new intrigue to harm you. Once you lie there naked, never unman you, strip away your courage."
With that, the giant killer handed over the magic herb, pulling it from the earth, and Hermes showed me all its name and nature. Its root is black, and its flower white as milk, and the gods call it mole. Dangerous for a mortal man to pluck from the soil, but not for deathless gods. All lies within their power. Now Hermes went his way to the steep heights of Olympus, over the island's woods, while I, just approaching the halls of Circe, my heart a heaving storm at every step, paused at her doors, the nymph with lovely braids. I stood and shouted to her there. She heard my voice. She opened her gleaming doors at once and stepped forth, inviting me in, and in I went, all anguish now. She led me in to sit on a silver-studded chair, ornately carved, with a stool to rest my feet. In a golden bowl she mixed a potion for me to drink, stirring her poison in, her heart a-swirl with evil. And then she passed it on. I drank it down, but it never worked its spell. She struck her wand, and "Now," she cried, "off to your sty, you swine, and swallow with your friends." But I drew my sharp sword sheathed at my hip, and rushed her fast, as if to run her through. She screamed, slid under my blade, hugged my knees with a flood of warm tears and a burst of winging words. "Who are you? Where are you from? Your city? Your parents? I'm wonderstruck. You drank my drugs? You're not bewitched. Never has any other man withstood my potion. Never. Once it's passed his lips, and he has drunk it down. You have a mind in you no magic can enchant. You must be Odysseus, man of twists and turns." Hermes, the giant killer, god of the golden wand, he always said you'd come, homeward bound from Troy in your swift black ship. Come, sheathe your sword, let's go to bed together, mount my bed and mix in the magic work of love. We'll breed deep trust between us. So she enticed, but I fought back, still wary. Sirs, sirs, how dare you tell me to treat you with any warmth? You who turned my men to swine in your own house, and now you hold me here as well. Teeming with treachery, you lure me to your room to mount your bed, so once I lie there naked, you unman me, strip away my courage, mount your bed? Not for all the world, not until you consent to swear, goddess, a binding oath you'll never plot some new intrigue to harm me. Straightway she began to swear the oath that I required. Never, she'd never do me harm, and when she'd finished, then at last I mounted Circe's gorgeous bed. At the same time her handmaids bustled through the halls, 4 in all, who performed the goddess's household tasks, nymphs, daughters born of the springs and groves and the sacred rivers running down the open sea. One draped the chairs with fine crimson covers over the seat she'd spread with linen cloths below. A second drew silver tables before the chairs and laid out golden trays to hold the bread. A third muled heady, heart-warming wine in a silver bowl and set out golden cups. A fourth brought water and lit a blazing fire beneath a massive cauldron. The water heated soon, and once it reached the boil in the golden bronze, she eased me into a tub and bathed me from the cauldron, mixing the hot and cold to suit my taste, showering head and shoulders down until she washed away the spirit-numbing exhaustion from my body. The bathing finished, rubbing me sleek with oil, throwing warm fleece and a shirt around my shoulders, she led me in to sit on a silver-studded chair, ornately carved, with a stool to rest my feet. A maid brought water soon in a graceful golden pitcher, and over a silver basin tipped it out so I might rinse my hands, then pull a gleaming table to my side. A staid housekeeper brought on bread to serve me, appetizers aplenty too, lavish with their bounty. She pressed me to eat. I had no taste for food. I just sat there, mind wandering, far away, lost in grim forebodings. As soon as Circe saw me, huddled, not touching my food, immersed in sorrow, she sidled near with a coaxing winged word. Odysseus, why just sit here, struck dumb, eating your heart out, not touching food or drink? Suspect me of still more treachery? Nothing to fear. Haven't I just sworn my solemn binding oath? So she asked, but I protested, Circe, how could any man in his right mind endure the taste of food and drink before he'd freed his comrades in arms and looked them in the eyes? If you really want me to eat and drink, set them free, all my beloved comrades. Let me feast my eyes.
So I demanded. Circe strode on through the halls and out, her wand held high in hand. Flinging open the pins, drove forth my men, who looked like full-grown swine. Facing her, there they stood as she went along the ranks, anointing them one by one with some new magic oil. And look, the bristles grown by the first wicked drug that Circe gave them slipped away from their limbs, and they turned men again, younger than ever, taller by far, more handsome to the eye, and yes, they knew me at once. And each man grasped my hand, and a painful longing for tears overcame us all. A terrible sobbing echoed through the house. The goddess herself was moved, and standing by me, warmly urged me on, a lustrous goddess now. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, tried and true, go at once to your ship at the water's edge, haul her straight up on the shore first, and stow your cargo and running gear in caves, then back you come and bring your trusty crew. Her urging won my stubborn spirit over. Down I went to the swift ship at the water's edge, and there on the decks I found my loyal crew, consumed with grief and weeping live warm tears. But now, as calves in stalls when cows come home, droves of them herded back from field to farmyard, once they've grazed their fill, as all their young calves come frisking out to meet them, bucking out of their pins, lowing non-stop, jostling, rushing round their mothers. So my shipmates there at the sight of my return came pressing round me now, streaming tears, so deeply moved in their hearts they felt as if they'd made it back to their own land, their city, Ithaca's rocky soil where they were bred and reared. And through their tears their words went winging home. You're back again, my king! How thrilled we are, as if we'd reached our home, Ithaca, at last. But come, tell us about the fate our comrades met. Still I replied with the timely word of comfort. Let's haul our ship straight up on the shore first, and stow our cargo and running gear in caves. Then hurry, all of you, come along with me to see our friends in the magic halls of Circe, eating and drinking, the feast flows on forever. So I said, and they jumped to do my bidding. Only Eurylochus tried to hold my shipmates back, his mutinous outbursts aimed at one and all. Poor fools! Where are we running now? Why are we tempting fate? Why stumble blindly down to Circe's halls? She'll turn us all into pigs, or wolves, or lions, made to guard that palace of hers, by force, I tell you, just as the Cyclops trapped our comrades in his lair, with hot-headed Odysseus right beside them all. Thanks to this man's rashness, they died too. So he declared, and I had half a mind to draw the sharp sword from beside my hip and slice his head off, tumbling down in the dust, close kin that he was. But comrades checked me, each man trying to calm me, left and right. Captain, we'll leave him here if you command, just where he is, to sit and guard the ship. Lead us on to the magic halls of Circe. With that, from the ship and shore they headed inland, nor did Eurylochus malinger by the hull. He straggled behind the rest, dreading the sharp blast of my rebuke. All the while Circe had bathed my other comrades in her palace, caring and kindly, rubbed them sleek with oil, and decked them out in fleecy cloaks and shirts. We found them all together, feasting in her halls. Once we had recognized each other, gazing face to face, we all broke down and wept. And the house resounded now, and Circe, the lustrous one, came toward me, pleading, Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, man of action, no more tears now, calm these tides of sorrow. Well I know what pains you bore on the swarming sea, what punishment you endured from hostile men on land. But come now, eat your food and drink your wine, till the same courage fills your chests, now as then, when you first set sail from native land, from rocky Ithaca. Now you are burnt-out husks, your spirits haggard, sere, always brooding over your wanderings long and hard, your hearts never lifting with any joy. You've suffered far too much. So she enticed and won our battle-hardened spirits over, and there we sat at ease, day in, day out, till the year had run its course, feasting on sides of meat and draughts of heady wine. But then, when the year was gone, and the seasons wheeled by, and the months waned, and the long days came round again, my loyal comrades took me aside and prodded. Captain, this is madness! High time you thought of your own home at last, if it really is your fate to make it back alive, and reach your well-built house and native land.
Their urging brought my stubborn spirit round, so all that day till the sun went down we sat, and feasted on sides of meat and heady wine. Then, when the sun had set and night came on, the men lay down to sleep in the shallowed halls, but I went to that luxurious bed of Circe's, hugged her by her knees, and the goddess heard my weaning supplication. Circe, now make good a promise you gave me once. It's time to help me home. My heart longs to be home. My comrades' hearts as well. They wear me down, pleading with me whenever you're away. So I pressed, and the illustrious goddess answered me in turn. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, Old campaigner, stay on, no more, in my house against your will, but first, another journey calls. You must travel down to the house of death, and the awesome one, Persephone, there to consult the ghost of Tiresias, seer of Thebes, the great blind prophet, whose mind remains unshaken. Even in death, Persephone has given him wisdom, everlasting vision to him, and him alone. The rest of the dead are empty, flitting shades. So she said, and she crushed the heart inside me. I knelt in her bed and wept. I had no desire to go on living or see the rising of the day, light of the day. But once I had my fill of tears and writhing there, at last I found the words to venture. Circe, who can pilot us on that journey? Who has ever reached the house of death in a black ship? The illustrious goddess answered, never pausing, royal son of Laertes, Odysseus. Born for exploit, let no lack of pilot at the helm concern you. No, just step your mast and spread your white sail wide. Sit back and let the north wind will speed you on your way. But once your vessel has cut across the ocean river, you will raise a desolate coast in Persephone's grove. Her tall black poplars and willows, whose fruit dies young, beat your vessel hard by the ocean's churning shore, and make your way down to the moldering house of death. And there into Acheron, the flood of grief, two rivers flow, the torrent river of fire, the wailing river of tears that branch off from Styx, the stream of hate, and a stark crag looms, where the two rivers thunder down and meet. Once there, go forward, hero, and do as I say now. Dig a trench about a forearm depth and length, and around it pour libations out to all the dead, first with milk and honey, then with mellow wine, then water third and last, and glistening barley over it all, and bow again and again to all the dead, to their drifting, listless spirits, to their ghosts, that once you return to Ithaca, you will slaughter a barren heifer in your halls, the best you have, and load a pyre with treasure, and to Tiresias alone, apart, you will offer a sleek black ram, the pride of all your herds. Once your prayers have invoked the nations of the dead in their dim glory, slaughter a ram and a black ewe, turning both of their heads towards Erebus, but turn your head away, looking towards the ocean river. Suddenly then, the countless shades of the dead and gone will surge around you there, but order your men at once to flay the sheep that lie before you, killed by your ruthless blade, and burn them both, and then say prayers to the gods, to the almighty god of death, and the dread Persephone. But you, draw your sharp sword from beside your hip, sit down on alert there, and never let the ghost of the shambling, shiftless dead come near that blood till you have questioned Tiresias yourself. Soon, the great seer will be here before you, captain of armies. He will tell you the way to go, the stages of your voyage, how you can cross the swarming sea and reach home at last. And with these words, Dawn rose from her golden throne, and Circe dressed me quickly in a sea cloak and shirt, while the queen slipped on a loose, glistening robe, filmy, a joy to the eye, and round her waist she ran a brocaded golden belt, and over her head a scarf to shield her brow. I strode on through the halls to stir my men, hovering over each with a winning word. Up now, no more lazying away in sleep. We must set sail. Queen Circe has shown us the way. I brought them round, my hardy friends in arms, but not even from there could I get them safely off without a loss. There was a man, Elpenor, the youngest in our race, none too brave in battle, none too sound in mind. He'd strayed from his mace in Circe's magic halls, and keen for the cool night air, sodden with wine, he bedded down on her roofs. But roused by the shouts and treads of marching men, he leapt up with a start at dawn, but still so dazed, he forgot to climb back down again by the long ladder. Head first from the roof, he plunged. His neck snapped from the backbone. His soul flew down to death. Once on our way, I gave the men their orders. You think we're headed home, our own dear land? Well, Circe set us on a rather different course. Down to the house of death and the awesome one, Persephone, there to consult the ghost Eurystheus, seer of thieves. So I said, and it broke my shipmates' hearts. They sank down to the ground, moaning and tore their hair, but it gained us nothing. What good can come of grief? Back to the swift shifts at the water's edge we went, our spirits deep in anguish, face wet with tears. But Circe got to the dark halls before us, tethered a ram and a black ewe close by, slipping past unseen. Who can glimpse a god? Who wants to be invisible, gliding here and there?
We bore down on the ship at the sea's edge and launched her on the salt immortal sea, stepping our mast and spar in the black ship. Embarked the ram and ewe and went aboard in tears, with bitter and sore dread upon us. But now a breeze came up for us astern, a canvas-bellying land breeze, hail shipmate sent by the singing nymph with sun-bright hair. So we made fast the braces, took our thwarts, and let the wind and steersman work the ship, with full sail spread all day above our coursing, till the sun dipped, and all the ways grew dark upon the fathomless, unresting sea. By night our ship ran onward toward the ocean's bourne, the realm and region of the men of winter, hidden in mist and cloud. Never the flaming eye of Helios lights on those men at morning, when he climbs the sky of stars, nor in descending earthward out of heaven, ruinous night being rove over those wretches. We made the land, put ram and ewe ashore, and took our way along the ocean stream to find the place foretold for us by Circe. There Paramedes and Eurylochus pinioned the sacred beasts. With my drawn blade I spaded up the votive pit, and poured libations round it to the unnumbered dead. Sweet milk and honey, then sweet wine, and last clear water, and I scattered barley down. Then I addressed the blurred and breathless dead, vowing to slaughter my best heifer for them before she calved, at home in Ithaca, and burn the choice bits on the altar fire. As for Tiresias, I swore to sacrifice a black lamb, handsomest of all our flock. Thus, to assuage the nations of the dead, I pledged these rites, then slashed the lamb and ewe, letting their black blood stream into the well pit. Now the souls gathered, stirring out of Erebos, brides and young men, and men grown old in pain, and tender girls whose hearts were new to grief. Many were there, too, torn by brazen lance-heads, battle-slain, bearing still their bloody gear. From every side they came and sought the pit with rustling cries, and I grew sick with fear. But presently I gave command to my officers to flay those sheep the bronze cut down, and make burnt offerings of flesh to the gods below, to sovereign death, to pale Persephone. Meanwhile I crouched with my drawn sword to keep the surging phantoms from the bloody pit till I should know the presence of Tiresias. One shade came first, Elpenor of our company, who lay unburied still on the wide earth, as we had left him, dead in Circe's hall, untouched, unmourned, when other cares compelled us. Now when I saw him there I wept for pity and called out to him, How is this, Elpenor? How could you journey to the western gloom swifter afoot than I in the black lugger? He sighed and answered, Son of great Laertes, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, bad luck shadowed me, and no kindly power. Ignoble death I drank with so much wine. I slept on Circe's roof, then could not see the long steep backward ladder coming down and fell that height. My neck bone buckled under, snapped, and my spirit found this well of dark. Now hear the grace I pray for, in the name of those back in the world, not here, your wife and father, he who gave you bread in childhood, and your own child, your only son Telemachus, long ago left at home. When you make sail, and put these lodgings of dim death behind, you will moor ship, I know, upon Aiaia Island. There, O my lord, remember me, I pray. Do not abandon me unwept, unburied, to tempt the gods' wrath, while you sail for home, but fire my corpse and all the gear I had, and build a cairn for me above the breakers, an unknown sailor's mark for men to come. Heap up the mound there, and implant upon it the oar I pulled in life with my companions. He ceased, and I replied, Unhappy spirit, I promise you the barrow and the burial. So we conversed, and grimly, at a distance, with my long sword between guarding the blood, while the faint image of the lad spoke on. Now came the soul of Anticlea, dead, my mother, daughter of Autolycus, dead now, though living still when I took ship for holy Troy. Seeing this ghost I grieved, but held her off, through pang on pang of tears, till I should know the presence of Tiresias. Soon from the dark that prince of thieves came forward, bearing a golden staff, and he addressed me. Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master of landways and seaways, why leave the blazing sun, O man of woe, to see the cold dead in the joyless region? Stand clear, put up your sword. Let me but taste of blood, I shall speak true.
At this I stepped aside, and in the scabbard let my long sword ring home to the pommel's silver, as he bent down to his sombre blood. Then spoke the Prince of Bows with gift of speech. Great Captain, the fair wind and the honey lights of home are all you seek, but anguish lies ahead. The God who thunders on the land prepares it, not to be shaken from your track, implacable, in rancor for the son whose eye you blinded. One narrow strait may take you through his blows. Denial of yourself, restraint of shipmates. When you make landfall on Thrinacia first, and quit the violet sea, dark on the land you'll find the grazing herds of Helios, by whom all things are seen, all speech is known. Avoid those kind. Hold fast to your intent, and hard seafaring brings you all to Ithaca. But if you raid the beeves, I see destruction for ship and crew. Though you survive alone, bereft of all companions, lost for years, under strange sail shall you come home, to find your own house filled with trouble, insolent men eating your livestock as they court your lady. Aye, you shall make those men atone in blood. But after you have dealt out death, in open combat or by stealth, to all the suitors, go overland on foot, and take an oar, until one day you come where men have lived with meat unsalted, never known the sea, not seen seagoing ships with crimson bows and oars that fledge light hulls for dipping flight. The spot will soon be plain to you, and I can tell you how. Some passer-by will say, What winnowing fan is that upon your shoulder? Halt, and implant your smooth oar in the turf, and make fair sacrifice to Lord Poseidon. A ram, a bull, a great buck boar. Turn back, and carry out poor hecatombs at home, to old white heaven's lords, the undying gods, to each in order. Then a sea-born death, soft as this hand of mist, will come upon you, when you are wearied out with rich old age, your country folk in blessed peace around you. And all this shall be just as I foretell. When he had done, I said at once, Tiresias, my life runs on then as the gods have spun it. But come now, tell me this, make this thing clear. I see my mother's ghost among the dead, sitting in silence near the blood. Not once has she glanced this way toward her son, nor spoken. Tell me, my lord, may she in some way come to know my presence? To this she answered, I shall make it clear in a few words, and simply. Any dead man whom you allow to enter where the blood is will speak to you, and speak the truth. But those deprived will grow remote again and fade. When he had prophesied, Tiresias' shade retired lordly to the halls of death. But I stood fast until my mother stirred, moving to sip the black blood. Then she knew me and called out sorrowfully to me, Child, how could you cross alive into this gloom at the world's end? No sight for living eyes. Great currents run between, desolate waters, the ocean first, where no man goes a journey without a ship's timber under him. Say now, is it from Troy, still wandering after years, that you come here with ship and company? Have you not gone at all to Ithaca? Have you not seen your lady in your hall? She put these questions, and I answered her. Mother, I came here, driven to the land of death, in want of prophecy from Tiresias' shade. Nor have I yet coasted Achaea's hills, nor touched my own land, but have had hard roving since first I joined Lord Agamemnon's host by sea for Iliad, the wild horse country, to fight the men of Troy. But come now, tell me this and tell me clearly, what was the bane that pinned you down in death? Some ravaging long illness, or mild arrows of flying down one day from Artemis? Tell me of father, tell me of the son I left behind me. Have they still my place, my honors, or have other men assumed them? Do they not say I shall come no more? And tell me of my wife. How runs her thought? Still with her child, still keeping our domains, or bride again to the best of the Achaeans?
To this my noble mother quickly answered, Still with her child, indeed she is, poor heart, still in your palace hall. Forlorn her nights and days go by, her life used up in weeping. But no man takes your honored place. Telemachus has care of all your garden plots and fields, and holds the public honor of a magistrate, feasting and being feasted. But your father is country bound, and comes to town no more. He owns no bedding, rugs, or fleecy mantles, but lies down winter nights among the slaves, rolled in old cloaks for cover, near the embers. Or when the heat comes at the end of summer, the fallen leaves all around his vineyard plot, heaped into windrows, make his lowly bed. He lies now even so with aching heart, and longs for your return, while age comes on him. So I, too, pined away. So doom befell me. Not that the keen-eyed huntress with her shafts had marked me down and shot to kill me. Not that illness overtook me. No, true illness wasting the body to undo the spirit. Only my loneliness for you, Odysseus, and for your kind heart and counsel, gentle Odysseus, took my own life away. I bit my lip, rising perplexed with longing to embrace her, and tried 3 times, putting my arms around her, but she went shifting through my hands, impalpable as shadows are, and wavering like a dream. Now this embittered all the pain I bore, and I cried into the darkness, "Oh, my mother, will you not stay, be still here in my arms? May we not, in the place of death as well, hold one another, touch with love and taste salt tears' relief, the twinge of welling tears? Or is this all a hallucination, sent against me by the Iron Queen Persephone, to make me groan again?" My noble mother answered quickly, "O my child, alas, most sorely tried of men, great Zeus's daughter, Persephone, knits no illusion for you. All mortals meet this judgment when they die. No flesh and bone are here, none bound by sinew, since the bright-hearted pyre consumed them down. The white bones long exanimate. To ash, dreamlike the soul flies, insubstantial. You must crave sunlight soon. Note all things strange seen here to tell your lady in after days. So in our talk, then other shadows came, ladies in company sent by Persephone, consorts or daughters, if of illustrious men, crowding about the black blood. I took thought how best to separate and question them, and saw no help for it, but drew once more the long bright edge of broadsword from my hip, that none should sift the blood in company but one by one, in order. So it fell that each declared her lineage and name. Here was great loveliness of ghosts. I saw before them all the princess of great ladies, Tyro, Salmanius' daughter, as she told me, and queen to Cretheus, a son of Iolus. She had gone daft for the river Enipeus, most graceful of all running streams, and ranged all day by Enipeus' limpid side, whose form the foaming girdler of the islands, the god who makes earth tremble, took and so lay down with her where he went flooding seaward, their bower a purple billow, arching round to hide them in a sea veil, god and lady. Now when his pleasure was complete, the god spoke to her softly, holding fast her hand. Dear mortal, go enjoy, and the turn of seasons, winter to summer, you shall bear me sons. No love-making of gods can be in vain. Nurse our sweet children tenderly, and rear them. Home with you now, and hold your tongue, and tell no one your lover's name, though I am yours, Poseidon, lord of the surf that makes earth tremble. He plunged away into the deep sea well, and she grew big with Peleus and Neleus, and powerful vassals in their time of Zeus. Peleus lived on broad Iolcus seaboard rich in flocks, and Neleus at Pylos. As for the sons born by that queen of women, to Cretheus their names were Ison, Pheres, and Amiathion, expert charioteered. Next, after her, I saw Antiope, daughter of Asapus. She too could boast a god for lover, having lain with Zeus and borne 2 sons with him, Amphion and Zathos, who founded Thebes, the upper city, and built the ancient citadel. They sheltered no life upon that plain, for all their power, without a fortress wall. And next I saw Amphitryon's true wife, Alcmene, mother, as all men know, of lionish Heracles, conceived when she lay close to Zeus's arms, and Megara, high-hearted Creon's daughter, wife of Amphitryon's unwearying son.
And I saw the mother of Oedipus, Epicaste, whose great unwitting deed it was to marry her own son. He took that prize from a slain father. Presently the gods brought all to light that made the famous story. But by their fearsome will he kept his throne in dearest Thebes all through his evil days, while she descended to the place of death, god of the locked and iron door. Steep down from a high rafter, throttled in her noose, she swung, carried away by pain, and left him endless agony from a mother's furies. And I saw Chloris, the most lovely lady, whom her beauty in the olden time Neleus wooed with countless gifts and married. She was the youngest daughter of Amphion, son of Iasus. And in those days he held power at Orchomenos over the Minyai. At Pylos then, as queen, she bore her children, Nestor, Chromios, Polyklemenos, and Pero too, who turned the heads of men with her magnificence. A host of princes from nearby lands came courting her, but Neleus would hear of no one, not unless the suitor could drive the steers of the giant Iphiclus from Bycale, long horns broad in the brow, so fierce that one man only, a diviner, offered to round them up. But bitter fate saw him, bound hand and foot by savage herdsmen. Then days and months grew full and waned. The year went wheeling round. The seasons came again. Before, at last, the power of Iphiclos relenting freed the prisoner, who's foretold all things to him. So Zeus's will was done. And I saw Leda, wife of Tyndareus, upon whom Tyndareus had sired twins indomitable, Castor, tamer of horses, and Polydeuces, best in the boxing ring. Those two live still, though life-creating earth embraces them. Even in the underworld, honored as gods by Zeus, each day in turn, one comes alive, the other dies again. Then after Leda my vision came, and wife of Auleus, Iphimedea, proud and that she once had held the flowing sea, and borne him sons, thunderers for a day, the world-renowned Otus and Ephialtes. Never were men on such scale bred on the ploughlands and the grainlands, never so magnificent any after Orion. At 9 years old they towered 9 fathoms tall, 9 cubits in the shoulders, and they promised furor upon Olympus, heaven broken by the battle cries, the day they met gods in arms. With Ossa's mountain peak they met to crown Olympus, and over Ossa's Pelion forest pile the footholds up the sky. As giants grown, they might have done it, but the bright son of Zeus by Leto, of the smooth braid, shot them down while they were boys unbearded. No dark curls clustered yet from the temples to the chin. Then I saw Phaedra, Procris, and Ariadne, daughters of Minos, the grim king. Theseus took her aboard with him from Crete for the terraced lands of ancient Athens. But he had no joy of her. Artemis killed her on the Isle of Dia, and a word from Dionysus. Maria then, and Clymene, and that detested queen Euryphile, who betrayed her lord for gold. But how names all the women I beheld there, daughters and wives and of kings? The starry night wanes long before I close. Here or aboard ship, amid the crew, the hour for sleep has come. Our sailing is the gods' affair and yours. Then he fell silent. Down the shadowy hall, the enchanted banqueters were still. Only the queen with ivory pale arms, Arete, spoke, saying to all silent men, Phaeacians, how does he stand now in your eyes, this captain? The look and bulk of him in inward poise. He is my guest, but each one shares that honor. Be in no haste to send him on his way, or scant your bounty in his need. Remember how rich by heaven's will your possessions are. Then Echanos, the old soldier, eldest of all the Phaeacians, added his word. Friends, here was nothing but our own thoughts unspoken. The mock hit square. Our duties to her majesty. For what is it to be said and done? We wait upon Alcinous's command. At this the king's voice reigned. And so I command, as it is, I who, while I live, rule the seas rover, the Phaeacia. Our friend longs to put out for home. Let him be content to rest here one more day, until I see all gifts bestowed. And every man shall take thought for his launching and his voyage. I, most of all, for I am master here. Odysseus, the great tactician, answered, Alcinous, king and admiration of men, even in a year's delay, if I should urge it, in loading gifts and furnishing for sea, I too could wish it. Better far that I return with some larger sea of wealth about me. I shall be thought more worthy of lovely and courtesy by every man who greets me home in Ithaca.
The king said, "As to that, one word, Odysseus. From all we see, we take you for no swindler, though the dark earth may be patient of so many, scattered everywhere, baiting their traps with lies of old times and of places no one knows. You speak with art, but your intent is honest. The Argive troubles and your own troubles you told as a poet would, a man who knows the world. But now come tell me this. Among the dead, did you meet any of your peers, companions who sailed with you and met their doom at Troy? Here's a long night, an endless night before us, and no time yet for sleep, not in this hall. Recall the past deeds and the strange adventures. I could stay up until the sacred dawn as long as you might wish to tell your story." Odysseus, the great tactician, answered, "Alcinous, king and admiration of men, there is a time for storytelling. There is also a time for sleep, but even so, if indeed listening still be your pleasure, I must not grudge my part. Other and sadder tales there are to tell of my companions, of some who came through all the Trojan spears, clangor and groan of war, only to find a brutal death at home and a bad wife behind it. After Persephone, icy and pale, dispersed the shades of women, the soul of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, came before me, sombre in the gloom, and others gathered round, all who were with him when death and doom struck in Aegisthus' hall. Sipping the black blood, the tall shade perceived me and cried out sharply, breaking into tears. Then tried to reach his hands toward me, but could not, being bereft of all the reach and power he once felt in the great torque of his arms. Gazing at him, I stirred. I wept in pity, and spoke across to him. "O son of Atreus, illustrious Lord Marshal Agamemnon, what was the doom that brought you low in death? Were you at sea, aboard ship, and Poseidon blew up a wicked squall to send you under? Or were you cattle raiding on the mainland, or in a fight for some strong point or women when the foe hit you to your mortal hurt?" But he replied at once, "Son of Laertes, Odysseus, master of landways and seaways, neither did I go down with some good ship in any gale Poseidon blew, nor die upon the mainland hurt by foes in battle. It was Aegisthus who had designed my death, he and my heartless wife, and killed me, after feeding me like an ox felled at the trough. That was my miserable end, and with me my fellows butchered, like so many swine killed for some troop, or feast, or wedding banquet in a great landholder's household. In your day you have seen men in hundreds die in war, in the bloody press, or downed in single combat. But these were murders you would catch your breath at. Think of us fallen, all our throats cut, wine bowl brimming, tables laden on every side, while blood ran smoking over the whole floor. In my extremity I heard Cassandra, Priam's daughter, piteously crying as the traitorous Clytemnestra made to kill her along with me. I heaved up from the ground and got my hands around the blade, but she eluded me, that whore. Nor would she close my two eyes as my soul swam to the underworld, or shut my lips. There is no being more fell, more bestial than a wife in such an action, and what an action that one had planned. The murder of her husband, and her lord. Great God, I thought my children and my slaves at least would give me welcome, but that woman, plotting a thing so low, defiled herself and all her sex, all women yet to come, even those few who may be virtuous." He paused then, and I answered, "Foul and dreadful. That was the way Zeus, who views the wide world, vented his hatred on the sons of Atreus. Intrigues of women, even from the start. Myriads died by Helen's fault, and Clytemnestra plotted against you half the world away. And he at once said, 'Let it be a warning, even to you. Indulge a woman never, and never tell her all you know. Some things a man may tell. Some he should cover up.' Not that I see a risk for you, Odysseus, of death at your wife's hands. She's too wise, too clear-eyed. She sees alternatives too well. Penelope, Icarius's daughter, that young bride whom we left. Think of it, when we sailed off to war. The baby boy still cradled at her breast. Now he must be a grown man, and a lucky one. By heaven, you'll see him yet, and he'll embrace his father with an old-fashioned respect, and rightly. My own lady never let me glut my eyes on my own son, but bled me to death first. One thing I will advise, on second thought. Stow it away, and ponder it. Land your ship in secret on your island. Give no warning. The day of faithful wives is gone forever. But tell me, have you any word at all about my son's life? Gone to Orchomenos, or Sunday Pylos, can he be? Or waiting with Menelaus in the plain of Sparta? Death on earth has not yet taken Orestes.
But I could only answer, Son of Atreus, why do you ask these questions of me? Neither news of home have I, nor news of him, alive or dead, and empty words are evil. So we exchanged our speech in bitterness, weighed down by grief, and tears welled in our eyes, when there appeared the spirit of Achilles, son of Peleus, then Patroclus' shade, and then Antilochus, and then Ajax, first among the Danaans in strength and bodily beauty, next to Prince Achilles. Now that great runner, grandson of Aeacus, recognized me and called across to me, Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, old knife, what next? What greater feat remains for you to put your mind on after this? How did you find your way down to the dark where these dim-witted dead are camped forever, the after-images of used-up men? I answered, Achilles, Peleus' son, strongest of all among the Achaeans, I had need of foresight such as Tiresias alone could give to help me, homeward bound for the crags of Ithaca. I have not yet coasted Achaea, not yet touched my land. My life is all adversity. But was there ever a man more blessed by fortune than you, Achilles? Can there ever be? We ranked you with the immortals in your lifetime, we Argives did, and here your power is royal among the dead men's shades. Think then, Achilles, you need not be so pained by death. To this he answered swiftly, Let me hear no smooth talk of death from you, Odysseus, light of counsels. Better, I say, to break sod as a farmhand for some poor countryman on iron rations than lord it over all the exhausted dead. Tell me, what news of the prince, my son? Did he come after me to make a name in battle, or could it be that he did not? Do you know if rank and honor still belong to Peleus in the towns of the Myrmidons, or now maybe Hellas and Phthia spurn him, seeing old age fetters him hand and foot? I cannot help him under the sun's rays, cannot be the man I was on Troy's wide seaboard, in those days when I made a bastion for the Argives and put an army's best men in the dust. Were I but whole again, could I go now to my father's house? 1 hour would do to make my passion and my hands no man could hold, hateful to any who shouldered him aside. Now when he paused, I answered, Of all that, of Peleus' life, I know nothing. But happily I can tell you the whole story of Neoptolemus, as you require. In my own ship I brought him out from Scyros to join the Achaeans under arms. And I can tell you, in every council before Troy thereafter, your son spoke first and always to the point. No one but Nestor and I could outdebate him. And when we formed against the Trojan line, he never hung back in the mass, but ranged far forward of his troops. No man could touch him for gallantry. Aye, scores went down before him in hard fights man to man. I shall not tell all about each or name them all, the long roster of enemies he put out of action, taking the shock of charges on the Argives. But what a champion his lance ran through Eurypylus, son of Telephus. Cataeans and throngs around that captain also died, all because Priam's gifts had won his mother to send the lad to battle, and I thought Memnon alone in splendor ever outshone him. But one fact more. While our picked Argive crew still rode that hollow horse Epeius built, and when the whole thing lay with me to open the trapdoor of the ambuscade or not. At that point our Danaans and soldiers wiped their eyes, and their knees began to quake, all but Neoptolemus. I never saw his tanned cheek change color, or his hand brush away one tear. Rather he prayed me, hand on hilt, to sortie, and he gripped his tough spear, bent on havoc for the Trojans. And when we had pierced and sacked Priam's tall city, he loaded his choice plunder and embarked with no scar on him. Not a spear had grazed him, nor the sword's edge in close work, common wounds one gets in war. Ares in his mad fits knows no favorites.
But I said no more, for he had gone off striding the field of asphodel. The ghost of our great runner, Achilles Iacides, glorying in what I told him of his son. Now other souls of mournful dead stood by, each with his troubled questioning, but one remained alone, apart, the son of Telamon, Aias it was, the great shade burning still, because I had won favor on the beachhead in rivalry over Achilles' arms. The lady Thetis, mother of Achilles, laid out for us the dead man's battle gear, and Trojan children, with Athena, named the Danaan fittest to own them. Would God I had not borne the palm that day, for earth took Aias then to hold forever, the handsomest and in all feats of war noblest of the Danaans after Achilles. Gently, therefore, I called across to him, Aias, dear son of royal Telamon, you would not then forget, even in death, your fury with me over those accursed, calamitous arms? And so they were, a bane sent by the gods upon the Argive host. For when you died by your own hand, we lost a tower, formidable in war. All we Achaeans mourn you forever, as we do Achilles. And no one bears the blame but Zeus. He fixed that doom for you because he frowned on the whole expedition of our spearmen. My lord, come nearer. Listen to our story. Conquer your indignation and your pride. But he gave no reply and turned away, following other ghosts toward Erebus. Who knows if in that darkness he might still have spoken, and I answered? But my heart longed after this to see the dead elsewhere. And now there came before my eyes Minos, the son of Zeus, enthroned, holding a golden staff, dealing out justice among ghostly pleaders arrayed about the broad doorways of death. And then I glimpsed Orion, the huge hunter, gripping his club, studded with bronze, unbreakable. With wild beasts he had overpowered in life on lonely mountainsides, now brought to bay on fields of asphodel. And I saw Tityus, the son of Gaia, lying abandoned over 9 square rods of plain. Vultures hunched above him left and right, rifling his belly, stabbed into the liver, and he could never push them off. This hulk had once committed rape of Zeus's mistress, Leto, in her glory, when she crossed the open grass of Panopeus toward Pytho. Then I saw Tantalus put to the torture. In a cool pond he stood, lapped round by water, clear to the chin, and being athirst, he burned to slake his dry wizened with drink, though drink he would not ever again. For when the old man put his lips down to the sheet of water, it vanished round his feet, gulped underground, and black mud baked there in a wind from hell. Boughs, too, drooped low above him, big with fruit, pear trees, pomegranates, brilliant apples, luscious figs, and olives ripe and dark. But if he stretched his hand for one, the wind under the dark sky tossed the bough beyond him. Then Sisyphus in torment I beheld, being roused about to a tremendous boulder. Leaning with both arms braced and legs driving, he heaved it toward a height and almost over. But then a power spun him round and sent the cruel boulder bounding again to the plain, whereon the man bent down again to toil, dripping sweat, and the dust rose overhead. Next I saw manifest the power of Heracles, a phantom this, for he himself has gone feasting amid the gods, reclining soft with Hebe of the ravishing pale ankles, daughter of Zeus and Hera shod in gold. But in my vision all the dead around him cried like affrighted birds, like night itself. He loomed with naked bow and nocked arrow, and glances terrible as continual archery. My hackles rose at the gold sword belt he wore, sweeping across him, gorgeous intaglio of savage bears, boars, lions with wildfire eyes, sword fights, battle, slaughter, and sudden death. The smith who had that belt in him, I hope he never made and never will make another. The eyes of the vast figure rested on me, and of a sudden he said in kindly tones, Son of Laertes and the gods of old, Odysseus, master mariner and soldier, under a cloud, you too, destined to grinding labors like my own in the sunny world? Son of Cronian Zeus or not, how many days I sweated out being bound in servitude to a man far worse than I, a rough master. He made me hunt this place one time to get the watchdog of the dead. No more perilous task, he thought, could be. But I brought back that beast up from the underworld. Hermes and gray-eyed Athena showed the way. And Heracles, down the vistas of the dead, faded from sight. But I stood fast, awaiting other great souls who perished in times past. I should have met, then, God-begotten Theseus and Perithous, whom both I longed to see. But first came shades in thousands, rustling in a pandemonium of whispers, blown together, and the horror took me that Persephone had brought from darker hell some saurian death's head. I whirled then, made for the ship, shouted to crewmen to get aboard and cast off the stern hawsers. An order soon obeyed. They took their thwarts, and the ship went leaping toward the stream of ocean, first under oars, then with a following wind.
Now that our ship had left behind Oceanus River, we came on the salt waves of the broad sea, back to Aiae, where Dawn, the early-born goddess, has places for dancing, and Helios places for rising. We put in promptly. We drove our ship onto beach sand and disembarked ourselves on the shore of the salt sea. We fell asleep right there, expecting a bright dawn. When newborn dawn came on with her rose-fingered daylight, I sent a few of my men to the household of Circe to carry back a body. Elpenor had died there. We hurried and chopped up wood. Where headland pushed out farthest to the sea, we mourned and buried him, shedding our big tears. After the dead man's weapons and body were all burned, we raised a barrow, dragging a stele to stand there, and placed his well-turned oar on top of the death mound. We went through every rite. Circe had known well how we came from Ides. Quickly she dressed up finely, and came together with handmaids who brought us bread and big portions of meat, and wine with its red glow. Bright as a goddess, she stood in our center and told us, "Hardened men, you went alive to the household of Ides. Other men died just once. You will have died twice. Come on now, drink some wine, relish the food here all day long. Tomorrow, together with bright dawn, you'll set sail. I'll mark each point on your way home in order to stop you from suffering pain from a foolish plan again, whether on land or on the broad sea." She spoke that way. Our hearts were proud, but we said yes. All day long we ate and drank until sundown, feasting on honey-sweet wine and plenty of good meat. Soon as the sun went down and night had arrived there, my crewmen slept by the ship, close to the stern lines. Circe took my hand and led me away from my own crew. I sat, and she lay beside me to ask about each thing. I told the goddess all my tale in good order, and then my queenly Circe answered by saying, "So all these things have passed. Now you will listen to what I unfold. Later, a god will remind you. First, you will approach the Sirenes, those who can spellbind every seaman who sails too close to their singing. Whoever goes there and mindlessly hears the Sirenes' voices, his wife and little children will never stand beside him to welcome him back home. All the Sirenes' clear-toned singing will charm him. They sit in a meadow with massive bone heaps around them of rotting men, the skin shrunk on their bodies. Drive on past them. Soften some honey-sweet beeswax and stop your men's ears. None of the others must listen. But you, if you long to hear the Sirenes, men must lash you hand and foot on the fast ship. Stand by your mast box. the lines tight to the masthead, and then you may hear and enjoy the songs of Sirenes. Yet if you plead or command your men to untie you, let them lash you with still more line to secure you. In time, your crewmen will row you past the Sirenes. I won't minutely describe what's there any further, the way your course could lie. Ponder and plan it yourself in your heart. I'll tell you something of two ways. Hanging rocks are on one side. Roaring against them are giant waves of blue-eyed Amphitrite. Blissful gods have called them planktai, the crashers. Birds can't pass that way. Not even the fretful doves who carry ambrosia to Zeus our father. The smooth cliffside always blocks them and kills one, though the father sends another to make up their number. No ship of a man has ever escaped if it went there. All the planks of ships and the bodies of dead men, jumbled by waves, firestorms too can be deadly. The only sea-going ship that managed to sail through, the Argo, known to the world, had sailed from Aeetes. Surf would have swiftly thrown her too at the great rocks, had not Here sent her through, and she charied Aeson. On the other side are two crags. One of them reaches the broad sky with its pointed crest, and clouds are all around it darkly. They never break up. There's never a clear sky around that point, not in summer or autumn. No man could ever climb it and stand on the high peak, not if his hands and feet were 20 in number. The rock's too smooth. You'd think some power had shined it.
That crag has a cave in the middle, hazy and wet gray. It looks towards dusk and Erebos. There you can sail by guiding your hollow ship, my glowing Odysseus. Not even the strongest man knocking an arrow could shoot from his hollow ship to that cave on the cliffside. The frightful Scylla lives and yelps in that cavern. Her voice resembles the sound of a newborn whelp, but she's huge and fierce. No one would ever look at her gladly, not even gods who could face her. All of her 12 long legs and feet will be flailing. Her 6 long necks reach out. A head is on each one, shocking and frightful. Her teeth are crowded in 3 tight rows, and it's black inside, full of her black death. She stays in hiding below the waist in her hollow cave, but keeps her head out over the frightening chasm to fish below. She hungrily searches the cliff base for seals or dolphins and larger prey she might take there, some beast of the thousands fed by moaning Amphitrite. No sailor yet has claimed his vessel could slip by unscathed. Every head snatches a crewman and carries him high over the ship with its dark prow. You'll see the other crag is lower, Odysseus, but close to the first. Well shot, an arrow could cross them. An outsized fig tree is there, swelling with big leaves, and under it, God-sized Charybdis swallows the dark sea. 3 times a day she retches. She swallows it 3 times. It's fearsome to watch. Don't be there when she swallows. No one could save you from harm, not even Poseidon. Instead, stay close to Scylla's cliffside and row by fast in your ship. It's far better to mourn 6 men gone from your ship than all the crewmen together. But after she spoke that way, I answered by asking, Goddess, come now, tell me the truth about one thing. Can I escape somehow from deadly Charybdis and fight off Scylla too when she preys on my war friends? I stopped, and the shining goddess answered me swiftly. Reckless man, with all your care about battle and struggle again, won't you bow to the deathless gods? Scylla cannot die. Her evil is deathless. savage and hard, a terror. She's not to be fought with. You can't be on guard. Running away is your best course. In fact, if you stall and arm yourself by the cliffside, I fear she'll dash out again from her cave and attack you. Her head will snatch off 6 more men from your warship. Row on past her. Call on Kertaion, Scylla's mother. She bore that curse on you, people, and she'll stop her daughter from lunging again from the cavern. Now, you'll approach the large herds on Thrinakie Island, where Helios' cattle graze with fattening sheep flocks, 50 in each of the sun god's herds, 7 of cattle and 7 of beautiful sheep. None of them gives birth, none of them ever dies. Goddesses tend them, lovely braided nymphs. Lampetie helps Phaethusa, born to the sun god Hyperion by godlike Neaira. Their queenly mother, having borne them and raised them, sent them to live on far-off Thrinakie Island to guard the sheep and tight-horned bulls of their father. If only you leave them unharmed, minding your way back home, you might reach Ithaca yet, though suffering setbacks. But if you harm them, I foresee death for your war friends, your ship destroyed, and you, though you may not die, will get home late and poor with all your men lost. She stopped, and right off, dawn arrived on her gold throne. My shining goddess left me then, for up island I went to the ship myself and stirred up the crew there to get aboard in a hurry and loosen the stern lines. They boarded at once and took their seats at the oarlocks, each in their place. They rowed, splashing the gray sea, and now a good friend came, moving the dark proud ship from astern, a fair wind swelling the white sail, and sent by Kirke, a feared goddess who spoke like a human in lovely braids. Securing all our tackle aboard ship, we sat down, helmsman and wind holding our course well.
But soon I spoke with a sad heart to my crewmen. My friends, if only 1 or 2 of us know what shining and godlike Kirk foretold, it is not right. I'll tell you myself, once you know, we may either die or fend off death. We may run from our doom day. She told me first to avoid the songs of bewitching sirens, to run on past their blossoming meadows, and she told me to listen alone. Your crewmen will tie me hard and tight and make me stay in the same place. I'll stand by the mast box, your lines will knot at the masthead. Then, if I plead and command you all to untie me, lash me with still more lines harder to hold me. So I made each point quite plain to my war friends. Our well-built vessel, meanwhile, was hurriedly nearing the Sirens' Island, borne by a favoring sea wind. Then the wind died promptly. We moved in an airless calm, some power lulling all over the white caps. My men stood up to furl the sail, and they stowed it below in the hollow ship. And they sat at the oarlocks, planned in pinewood oars whitened the water. I cut a large round of wax into smaller chunks with a sword's keen edge. It warmed with my kneading, and soon softened, thanks to the work of my strong hands and rays from Helios the sun god, Lord Hyperion. I stopped the years of all my war friends in order, and they lashed me hand and foot in the fast ship. I stood by the mast box, their lines knots at the masthead. They sat strained at the oars, splashing the gray sea. As far as a man's voice can be heard when he cries out, we hurried along, but sirens certainly saw us, approaching fast in our ship. They rose into clear song. Hear, well-known Odysseus, lofty pride of Achaeans, stop your ship, hear the 2 of us singing. No man's ever passed our isle in a black ship before he's heard the honeyed song from our 2 mouths. Instead, they enjoyed it and left here knowing a great deal. We know everything now about Troy and its wide plains, Trojan and Argive suffering willed by the great gods. We know what happens on earth, nourishing all men. They raised that beautiful song, and my spirit was longing to hear much more. I told the men to untie me, nodding my brows, but most men kept to their rowing. Perimedes rose, and Eurylochus quickly, and lashed me still with more lines, harder and tighter. After they rowed on past, when no one could hear them any longer,
sirens' voices, or singing. My trusted war friends briskly took out the beeswax I'd used to plug their ears. They loosened my bindings. But not long after we left that island, I spotted spray and mounting waves, then listened to loud noise. The oars flew down from the frightened hands of my war friends. They dragged and swished all in the sea until our vessel stopped. With no hands working the tapering oar blades, I walked through the ship myself to hearten the whole crew, approaching every man and telling him softly, "My friends, hardship is not unknown to us truly. This harm nearby cannot be worse than the Cyclops, holding us down in the hollow cave with this brute strength, and yet we escaped, thanks to my boldness and thoughtful planning. This too, I think you'll somehow remember. Come on now, every man obey what I tell him. Stay at your benches, pull out your oar blades, and row hard. Strike at the deep salt sea. Zeus may be willing to grant our escape somehow and help us avoid death. You at the helm, thrust in your heart in what I tell you now in the hollow ship. As you manage the tiller, steer us away from that mist, those waves and the high spray. Stay quiet close to this cliff. Don't be forgetful and drift off course, or you'll drive us there to a worse fate."
I spoke that way, and everyone promptly obeyed me. I never told them of Scylla. That would be hopeless pain, and the crew should not be mastered by panic and stop rowing, huddled below in the ship's hold. I also overlooked a painful order from Kirka, telling me not to arm myself for the battle. I donned my well-known armor, and taking my 2 long spears in hand, I walked on deck to the vessel's bow. I'd wait for the first showing of Scylla, a monster of rocks who'd bring great pain to my war friends. I could not spot her, though. I tired from straining my eyes everywhere, gazing at haze-covered sea cliff. Moaning lowly, we moved along in that tight strait, Scylla on one side, god-sized Charybdis on the other, frightfully sucking down great gulps of the salt sea. Every time she retched, like a cauldron on high flame, the waters roiled and swirled. Sea spray would rise up high, then fall and spatter the summits of both crags. Every time she sucked in more of the salt sea, everything whirled around her. Both of the high crags loudly echoed, and ground was bared at the bottom, a dark blue sand. We were all seized by a pale green fear as we watched that monster, dreading our own ends. Just then, Scylla snatched 6 men from the hollow ship, the strongest hands, the best of my war friends. Turning to look at the race-fast ship and those war friends, I saw their hands and feet rising above me high in the air. Their voices came to me calling my name for the last time, their hearts in anguish. The way a fisherman uses a long pole on a jutting rock to cast his bait, a morsel of food for some lesser fish with a horn piece too from an ox in the water, he catches a writhing fish and throws it ashore there. So were my writhing men raised to that cliffside. She ate them all right there. They screamed at the cave mouth, stretching their hands to me, caught in that horrible struggle. In my own eyes, that was the most pitiful ending of all, the worst I endured while searching the seaways. After we left those cliffs of daunting Charybdis and Scylla both, in time we came to the sun god's peerless island, his cattle, broad-bowed and handsome, and plenty of fattened sheep of the god Hyperion. While still at sea on my black ship, I could hear them, cows mooing along as they moved into stock pens and lambs bleating. Words of the prophet Tiresias, the blind Theban, came and fell in my mind now, Kirka too and Aiai telling me often to stay clear, avoid that island of Helios, a god who gladdens his people. So I spoke with a sad heart to my war friends. Listen, you men. Although you've suffered a great deal, now I must tell you the words of the prophet Tiresias. Kirka enjoined me too and Aiai to stay clear. Avoid the island of Helios, a god who gladdens his people. They told me our worst harm was there on that island. Drive us instead right by the place in our black ship. I spoke that way, but the spirits inside them were broken. Eurylochus answered shortly with words that I hated. Cruel Odysseus, far too strong, never a tired-out body, surely you're made entirely of iron. You won't allow your men, drowsy and worn down, to walk on land right there, a sea-circled island where we could build a meal once more to delight us. You tell us to drift as we are through fast-falling darkness, be driven through fog-bound seas away from the island. But night gives birth to the harshest winds and can ruin a ship. How could a man escape from his steep doom if chancy gusts or a sea storm suddenly came on? South wind, the wrong-minded west wind, those that most often dismember ships, whatever the will of the strong gods. Instead, we should yield right now to the black night. Let's get settled ashore by the race-fast ship for our dinner. We'll board her again at dawn and sail on the broad sea.
Eurylochus spoke that way, and the rest were agreeing. Then I surely knew some power was planning to harm us. I spoke to them all, my words with a feathery swiftness. Eurylochus, clearly you've checked me. I am alone here. Come on, though. All of you now swear me a strong oath. By chance, if we find a herd of cattle or great flocks of sheep, no one will turn recklessly evil and kill those bulls or rams. I say that we rest here, taking the food that deathless Kirke provided. I spoke that way, and they promptly swore as I asked them. After the oath, with solemn swearing behind us, we moored our well-built ship in the round of that harbour, close to a freshwater spring. Then, disembarking, my skillful crewmen began to make us a dinner. Soon as the craving for food and drink was behind them, they all began to mourn. Remembering dear friends Scylla had snatched from the hollow vessel and gulped down, they cried until the balm of sleep overcame them. Still, in the night's last third, when starlight was waning, storm cloud gathering Zeus raised up a high wind against us. The storm was astounding, land and water alike were blurred, the night roused from the heavens. When newborn dawn came on with her rose-fingered daylight, we hauled our ships to a hollow cave and secured her. Nymphs had chairs and beautiful places to dance there. I gathered the men once more and carefully told them, friends, with plenty of food and drink in the fast ship, let's keep away from the herds or maybe we'll suffer. Dreaded Helios owns the cattle and strong sheep. The sun god watches and hears everything clearly. I spoke that way. Their hearts were proud, but they nodded. Then the south wind blew, and it blew for a whole month. No other wind came on but east wind and south wind. Yet as long as my men had food and our red wine, they kept away from the cattle, desiring their own lives. But after all our food was gone in the fast ship, they had to wander the island often to find prey, fish or fowl. Whatever came to their hands first, they used bent hooks, their bellies hurting from hunger. I went up to the island myself to pray to the powers, hoping a god might show me a way to get on here. After I walked through the island, far from my war friends, I washed my hands in a cove sheltered from sea wind and prayed to all the gods holding Olympus. They only sprinkled a honeyed sleep on my eyelids. Eurylochus, meanwhile, badly counseled my war friends. Listen, you men, for all the pain you have suffered. Every death is hateful to men who are wretched, but starving's the sorriest way to go to your own doom. Come on, then. Round up the best bulls of the sun god to slaughter for deathless powers ruling broadly in heaven. Some day, if we get to Ithacan land of our fathers, we'll promptly raise a wealthy shrine to the god Hyperion, and set down plenty of beautiful treasure for Helios. Yet if he's angry about his cattle with straight horns, and wants to destroy our ship and the rest of the gods, say yes, I'd rather die just once gagging on water than waste away on a lonely island slowly. Eurylochus talked that way. My other war friends nodded, and swiftly they rustled the finest bulls of the sun god nearby. For not so far from the ships, with their dark prows, the tight-horned, broad-browed, beautiful cattle were grazing. So they stood around them, prayed to the high gods, and gathered tender greens from a high-leafing oak tree. The well-planked ship had no white barley aboard her. Still praying, they cut those throats and they promptly flayed them, carved out thighs, layered the red meat twice with fat, then spread raw flesh on the thigh parts. Lacking wine to drop on the smoldering victims, they poured on water. They roasted all of the innards after the thighs were burned, and they tasted the entrails. They cut and pierced with spits the rest of the pieces.
Just then the balmy sleep was gone from my eyelids. I went to the race-fast ship on the shore of the salt sea. Soon I came close to the ship with its up-curved bow. The cloying smell of meat fat drifted around me. I moaned to the deathless gods in pain, and I cried out, Fatherly Zeus, and you other gods, joyful forever, you lulled me with cruel rest, a sleep that destroyed me. A hateful act was planned by the men who remained here. A messenger swiftly rose to the god Hyperion. Long-gowned Lampetie told him we'd slaughtered his cattle. He promptly spoke to the deathless gods in a hot rage. Fatherly Zeus, and the rest of you gods, joyful forever, Avenge me now on the men of Odysseus, son of Laertes, who brashly killed those bulls that gave me such pleasure, both which I rose up high in the star-domed heavens and came back down from the heavens to good earth. If they don't pay me for all those bulls in the right way, I'll go to the house of Hades and light up the dead there. Stormcloud gathering Zeus answered by saying, Helios, do keep shining here for the deathless gods and for death-bound men on grain-giving farmland. Shortly I'll strike that race-fast ship myself on the wine-dark sea with glowing lightning. I'll smash it to splinters. I heard all this in the time from fair-haired Calypso, who told me she'd heard it herself from Hermes the runner. Soon as I came back down to the ship and the salt sea, I railed at every man, but no one could find some plan to escape. The bulls were slaughtered already. Then the gods were swift in revealing their omens. Bull's hide crawled, meat made noise on the sharp spits, roasted and raw both with sounds like of the lowing cow. For 6 whole days my war friends, a crew I had trusted, dined on Helios cattle, the best they could round up. When Zeus, the son of Cronos, brought on the 7th day, and the wind and raging thunderstorms ended, promptly we all embarked and made for the broad sea, standing our mast up tall and hoisting the white sail. But after we left the island, with nothing around us, no land showing, only the sky and the salt sea, the son of Cronos raised a darkening storm cloud over the hollow ship and seas were graying beneath it. We sailed but not much farther. West wind abruptly came on blowing, roaring soon with a gale force. It gusted fiercely and broke off both of the mainmast forestays. The mast fell back and all of the rigging crashed into the hold. Astern, the head of our helmsman, was hit by the mast. All his skull bones were shattered together at once. He looked like an acrobat tumbling down, and a proud spirit was gone from the man's bones. Zeus hurled bolts and thunder both at the same time. The whole ship trembled, struck by lightning from great Zeus. She filled with sulfur smoke, men were overboard, rolling. They looked for a time like cormorants circling a black ship, borne by the waves. A god had seized their return home. I paced through the ship myself till water was pulling the keel from her sideboards. When the wave carried it naked, the keel had also sheared from the mast. Somehow a backstay was thrown down over the keel, a working of oxhide. I used it to lash the keel and mast closely together. I sat on them both, borne by ravaging storm wind. In the time the west wind and raging thunderstorm ended, but south wind came on fast, bringing me heart pangs. Now I could travel the long way back to devouring Charybdis. Swept along all night, I came with the sunrise to Scylla's cliff once more and dreaded Charybdis, the monster who sucked down huge gulps of salt sea. The tall fig tree was there. I lunged for it, grabbed it, and held on tight as a bat. Yet there was nowhere now to get good footing, and nowhere to climb up since roots were far below and branches above me hung out large and long, overarching Charybdis. I held on tightly until sometime she might vomit the keel and mast I longed for. Finally, they came up late at dusk, when a man standing from the assembly to dine, a judge in many suits of the young men, that's when the wood came back from the depths of Charybdis. My hands and feet let go. I fell from a ways up, a midstream thud, beyond but close to the long spars. I seized and sat on the wood, then paddled with both hands. The father of gods and men kept Scylla from looking. Without his help, I'd never have run from my steep doom. For 9 whole days I was born. Gods on the 10th night brought me close to Ogyges. There was Calypso in lovely braids, a feared goddess who spoke like a human. She loved and cared for me. Why go on with that story? I told it only yesterday here in your own house, to you and your heart-strong wife. To me, it's a bother to tell a story again that's plain when it's told once.